Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rini Tizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Tizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau Tizi di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniacu.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke era lah.
Berhasil mendorong Rizalnya menjadi korban racun kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kembali tidak tersatu sama sekali dan Pedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut, udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill!
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Sakit hijaunya, tapi sekarang lu ibadah shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac!
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisah, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu buah situasi.
You miss me?
Tuan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, kopi konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Yes, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Yes, Good Day MPL. Yo, Good Day MPL.
aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu. Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time.
Wah, good time Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang PLM Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Zi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play. Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban berhasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kembali di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gue,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah?
Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi. Ah, bosen, banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Sakit Juve, tapi sekarang lu kipan dan shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac!
Mau adu maniak season ini.
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu peluang si Joan.
You miss me? Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa? Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review. Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Yo, good day MPL. Oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat. Boom, ya, gue kena.
Ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time.
Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Zi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Panyacu.
Sir, what's your command?
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pep?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji Kelera lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino yang menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss the three. Unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan. Jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We won't miss. We all this. We won't miss. We all this.
MPL Indonesia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
We have an action-packed day ahead of us because we have 3 beautiful matches, 2 of which are infamous as well as our astonished derbies. And you guys are now watching the English broadcast. Back with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And we want to thank you so much for tuning in. And of course, we also want to thank our sponsors for making this event happen, because MPL ID Season 16 is powered by Moonton, supported by PVESI. Presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet, GoPay, our official coffee, Good Day. We also have our partners in esports, Simpati, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Good Time, our advertisers, Kacang Sukro, Yoritos, our suppliers, Head & Shoulders, UVS Gold, Royal Guard, as well as Imaginary. Now coming into week 3, day number 2, we have Mirko Swazarashi once again, and we want to get a little bit of a, sign in with Mirko. How you feeling here, back online for the cast?
No, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, I'm feeling great.
Bro.
It's a great day to be an MLBB fan, especially an MPL Indonesia fan here. We got 2 incredible derbies also sprinkled in. We got Evos versus Geek Fam, who are technically still battling to get out of the red zone.
And honestly, I think it's interesting to see like the newer players in the league so far, because you've seen great things, right? I think back then when we see a rookie, we're always like a bit more anxious about it. But these days, with the newer additions performing really, really well, we're getting this feel, this vibe that if a coach is willing to put in this MDL player, this rookie, into the main MPL lineup, he has something special to offer, and we're seeing more and more of that. So I'm really looking forward to how the rosters kind of shift around in the next couple of weeks before we get to the danger zone where you can't really afford to experiment with the rosters any longer.
Yeah, because coming into this week, we definitely do see a little bit of shakeups here and there. I think a little bird told us as well that there was going to be another shakeup in one of our matches today, but we're going to get to that maybe later on, because we are focusing on our first match of the day. Now, do you think that we will be seeing some new additions in the lineup for Evos in particular? Mirko, maybe?
I don't think so. I mean, looking at the lineup that we saw yesterday, it looks pretty solid, and it would be really strange for them to swap things out again. Again, they did really good. Randy was a pretty good addition to the team. He was able to have the aggression that was needed for the team. That was kind of absent with Chorizo being in there.
So do you think that your GOAT isn't performing as well or not suited as well compared to Randy?
See, my GOAT needs to play with GOATs, right? When he's playing with other players and not my other GOATs, it gets really tough. So I think Randy, right now, he's got the vibe, man. You know, he's kind of like Arashi's boy, because Randy, Dyron, you know, kind of similar.
Right. That was literally the meme that they had, right? Oh, it's basically the same name, just like with the syllables kind of swapped around. And you know, if they have if they meet in the Land of Dawn, whoever wins gets to keep the name. So we'll see how that plays out.
Well, speaking of who's going to be winning, we are going to take a look at the super fans pick from this week or this day alone. It looks like RRQ still at 35%, but very peculiar. I think this is something that we saw yesterday as well. Navi at number 2 at 27%. What do you think about this, Mirko?
Dude, it's crazy to see this, right? Like, okay, RRQ, whatever, everybody is so
Right.
Kingdom #1 fan base in the world, but Navi, I think a lot of people just now, you know, are maybe before in their first matchup, we didn't really have a lot of eyes on them just because Navi still needed to prove themselves against tougher opponents. Yesterday up against RRQ, even though they did suffer a loss, they did a pretty good job, you know? They actually held their ground and went toe-to-toe with RRQ in the 2 games that they played. So a lot of eyes of the Kingdom are now on Navi, and that's why I think they have shifted to turn things around over to Navi. But today's the big day, and you know things are going to change.
Absolutely. But what doesn't really change is the fact that Navi in the total super fans pick leaderboard still at number 3. So, you know, you'd consider that EVOS has a huge fan base, but it looks like people are talking about Navi a little bit more. Onyx there at number 2, no surprise. But what do you think about this, Arashi?
I mean, I think it's great to see again the Navi Nation holding on strong, and I think a lot of them are really fired up right now, seeing the potential, right? This could be the season where they finally escape from that reputation of being a bottom tier team.
So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys watching right now, to give us many comments as possible, because who do you guys think will be able to make it to M7? Every vote, every thought, every comment counts, and we'll see whether or not things will change in that super fans pick leaderboard. I mean, who knows? What if Alter Ego suddenly becomes number 1 above RRQ? It all depends back on you. So coming back into this, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Just a bit. I think we should be looking at the standings first. Is that right, boys?
We're going to take a look at today's schedule first, I believe. And yeah, I think what you said earlier, you know, the fans pick, it'll change, especially for Alter Ego with the matchup against BTR. Because if BTR get the dub here, I think BTR will definitely get more of those votes. And Alter Ego, they're really still trying to find their form right now. Stability is... they're lost in stability just because they've just been shifting rosters here and there. I don't think we've seen Alter Ego stick to one lineup a single time this season. Even with the Hijume Yazuke start, they changed it up with Rin and Cyrus, and then they changed it up again with Hijume and Hijume and Rin. And then just last week, we got to see the full rookie lineup almost from MDL, Cyrus and Yazuke. They didn't really do too well.
And there it is. With that in mind, we are going to be taking a look whether or not they will be performing, which roster we're going to be seeing from Alter Ego, because that will be in the Chaos Derby for match number 2. We have the Royal Derby for match number 3. So again, action-packed day here.
Definitely, man. That final match of the day, I think it's just really, really good to see right now. A lot of people are curious to see how well they're going to perform because, again, looking at the standings, even though there's been a crazy shakeup, the fact that EVOs jumped from number 8 to number 3 in a single match, right? Onyx and RRQ are still on top there. So people are dying to find out who has bragging rights right now. Has the Kingdom kind of rebuilt with the new system? Is Onyx now more complete? Which roster is going to play? So many questions that we're going to have answered here in the final match after the first 2 matches, of course.
Those were the standings presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, and I do agree. I think we're going to see exactly how things are going to be changing in terms of standings. And, just coming into match number 1 alone, Geek versus EVOS, it's a peculiar situation, I would say, because Currently, Geek Fam are at number 7. I think before we even came into the regular season, a lot of people were thinking that Geek Fam would at least make it top 2, top 3. And it's actually Evos who are up on top. Is this telling to the results that we might be seeing today?
For me, it really comes down to, again, the individual matchups of these rookies, man. Rendy, he didn't really have, well, again, yesterday was a pretty good show, but he still needs to prove himself. And here, with the new reinforcements with some of these rookies as well, I don't know, Geek Fam are kind of like, their form is kind of weird too. You know, like, they started off really well with the 2-0, but unfortunately, they are now sticking to more of the experimentation healer side instead of sticking to what made them go on a win streak in the first week.
Although you can make an argument that, hey, instead of experimenting with their roster, like what the other teams are doing, because they're sticking with the same old Geek Fam we saw last season that has so much potential here, maybe that's the idea, right? Let's experiment with the picks instead and try out this healer style. Because if they can demand respect from the other teams towards those healers for Beloyski, that kind of gives them another layer of like mind games later on in the drafting phases, maybe in the later stages of the season.
Absolutely. But what about this? Rendy coming to the EXP lane, he is going to go head-to-head, if he is playing, right, in comparison to Sorizo, up against Gobs. What do you think this matchup will look like?
Well, I feel like Gobs has been doing a lot better, right? He's been good team-wise, but I feel like Rendy has more of that aggressive style, right? And when it comes to being unpredictable, we've seen our share of playmaking, of flicker plays from Gobs, but I feel like, at least from yesterday, we can see that Rendy is a bit more decisive, you know, a bit more risky with it, and, you know, in the right hands, that could be beneficial.
So I guess we'll take a look at the official team lineup for Geek Fam first. Gobs in the XP lane with May Kids, Aboy, Beloyski, Kenziski, no changes whatsoever as we welcome them in their gaming house.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Kingslayers onto the stage. It's Geek Fam!
See how this goes, man. Again, with the experimental picks they've been trying, are they gonna try something new again? Or are they finally done with that and they're gonna go with the quote-unquote meta strategy to try and take down a big name here, Evos, and kind of settle the doubters once and for all?
They're looking chill, they're looking calm and collected here in the gaming house, as you guys can see here. A lot of smiles going around, so there's chill. A boy's even yawning there. But on the flip side, no yawns can happen because they're up against one of the very best this season. Top 3, I believe. This is the official team lineup for Evos, with Rendy still in the EXP lane, Albert, Suelo, Key, as well as Erlan.
No yawns on this side, just roars coming in from the White Tigers. We're looking to extend their winning streak with Rendy yesterday getting the win streak back on track. Ladies and gentlemen, the White Tigers, it's Evos!
The aggressive style that got them that success seems to be back right now. They've been playing great with the pick of style, with the dive-heavy style, but now that that's already laid out on the table, will Geek Fam be able to withstand it? Or are they gonna brute force their way through Geek Fam and get a decisive victory?
That's a big question, right? Because if we're taking a look at both of these teams, you can see a stark contrast in how things have been going. But we do want to take a look at the audience topping voting first. Facing the rookie, can Gobs lead Geek to rise once again? It looks like 41% of you believe that yes, Gobs will be able to come out on top. 26% Rendy is better than Gobs, and 33% it depends on the draft. We'll start with you, Arashi, with A at 41%. Agree or disagree?
Well, I feel like in theory, again, with Geek Fam already seeing what Evos can do, how Rendy plays, there's definitely already a layer of preparation there. So I feel like it's a bit of a combination between A and C, because I believe Geek Fam is gonna, arrange the draft in such a way that Gobs will have more opportunities, more flexibility, and when it comes down to it, despite Rendy being more aggressive, Gobs factually has more experience. So if he is given a tool that's more flexible, that can do more things, that could be a deciding factor here on who actually wins out in the lane.
What do you think there, Mirko? Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, it really The experience that Gobs has obviously is much better compared to Randy. And for Randy, it's kind of like the rookie flair that we've kind of seen from the last few seasons. When it comes to just these rookies coming in the middle of the season, for some reason they just do better because there's nothing that's pressuring them. They're coming in with no pressure whatsoever, and they can perform however they want. I think the best example of this would be Aran, right? Back in the day, if you guys remember, when he debuted, made a name for himself almost instantly, got the crazy play against Cerezo. Randy is actually here to replace Cerezo, so hopefully he can do a lot, but I think a lot of people are forgetting that Gobs is an MDL champion. You know, like, this guy has strived over just small progression, slowly and surely improving every season.
So all eyes on Randy right now as we get into the drafting phase. Ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1, match number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series, Evos on blue. We have the Hellcurt Fanny banned out already by the White Tigers. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 1-1 and the CC gets taken off.
Man, 1-1 and CC? Seems like Geek Fam really want to get those aggressive picks away from the EXP lane and also limit the mobility available to Evos. So if they want to use a roam heavy style that they're really known for, using Baloyski and Aboy, I think making sure that they have the better clear and better movement speed around the Lanadon is going to be quite critical to their win conditions.
Looking at it again, the Hellcurt comes. Interesting first pick, Uranus, with everything still left open here. Yisun Shin, Jusin as well. Does seem like Evos are really trying to lean on Randy playing. This doesn't really fit with what we've seen from Randy, at least, right? Again, yesterday he's played more on the carry heroes, not the Uranus. You would expect this is more like a Cerezo choice. And again, Geek Fam just go for the instant respect to the Uranus by picking up the Baksha.
But what do you think? Do you think that this could be a flex pick? We have seen a Uranus in the jungle before.
I think it's flex. I think it's a good flex to play with here. We've seen it also from Evos yesterday. They were able to flex it all the way to the end, picking up the Hayabusa late. But Geek Fam decide to go for the Baksha plus Jusin here. Instead of the Baksha Kimi, they want to respect, you know, the control that Jusin has, denying it over from Evos. And now also putting the pressure on Evos to make a move. Do they want to go for the Yisun Shin? Do they want to take away these big picks? Or do they want to let Geek Fam possibly have 3 of the most prio heroes in the patch?
Exactly, dude. There's so much pressure here from Geek Fam when it comes to rotations, first of all. But they also have a lot of like DPS tools, so technically the Uranus is going to get a lot of stacks in his hands. The Yeef here to counter the Tsushin, but it's going to be a bit vulnerable against the Baksha. With the Hayabusa in the mix now, Geek Fam, if they go for a full-on dive comp, this Hayabusa might struggle to really find targets in the midst of a big skirmish.
That's a good point. And this also eliminates the flex potential from the Uranus, right? Hayabusa in the jungle for sure. We're looking at the final pick now for Geek. Do you think they're going to secure like a gold laner first or something else that's more prio?
It really comes down to what... I would say with this composition, it fits so well for them to go for an Arlet here. Yes, the marksman can come through. You can try to deny it later on. But if you really just want to play for the rest of the team and to get the combos off of Jusin and Baksha, I would go for Arlet. Instead, though, yeah, they stick to the Moskov. Great against the Hayabusa. You have a Blink to deal with the Yves. So a solid answer. But again, I think that, you know, that pick, Arlet, will probably get banned out by Evos now.
Unless, of course, the flex Baksha is still weighing heavily in the minds of Evos. We'll see how that plays out. Now that Geek Fam have a marksman, though, they can start narrowing down on these gold lane picks. And technically, again, the Baksha can be slotted out wherever they require. So this kind of puts some pressure onto Vin on deciding where exactly does he want to set his sights on. Because even with the Hayabusa picked up, there's no real value available there. For Evos, though, they ban with the Esmeralda, so they don't want Geek Fam to have a pick that can kind of match the Uranus in sustain. Kind of shows a bit of the angle that they're, you know, curious about. And usually the Esmeralda is good against the Harith, so Harith ban responds from Geek Fam immediately as a response to that Esmeralda ban.
Okay, so what other heroes are we thinking about here for the EXP lane? I mean, back in the day it was Dairoth, but Dairoth in value maybe is a little lackluster compared to other options that we're seeing? I mean, you mentioned the Arlot earlier. Is that still something they can consider to put in the EXP lane?
I think so. Again, it hasn't been taken away. There's no real reason for them to stay away from that pick yet. And the Lapu has been banned out too. So Evos are narrowing down a lot of these picks. GeekFam usually would want to go for like a glue here, but it really doesn't make sense considering Evos don't really have anyone that can be fully punished by the glue instead, except for the Eve. But they instead go for the Hilda, which is a solid choice just against the Hayabusa. But the rest of the team should have proper control to deal with the Hilda. Again, interesting choice for GeekFam. I don't know if this is still flex though. That's what I think we need to ask. That's the question we need to ask. Is the Hilda flex? Is it a possible roam angle for Beloyski, or is it already guaranteed XP?
Yeah, exactly. In the XP lane, against the Uranus, you can't really win out the lane with the Hilda, but you can have the shove advantage, so there could be a rotational angle here for GeekFam to have the Hilda and the Baxia just all across the Land of Dawn, and automatically, they kind of shuts down the Hayabusa too, and that's a big win condition for Evos. They go for the Beatrix Kalia as well, so good balance here of like frontline, pick possibility, and also a long distance poke. So GeekFam now, with a more straightforward composition, how do they want to round it out?
Oh, they go for the Hylos instead here for the final pick for Geek, which means that they're technically lacking tools, no?
Yeah, they're lacking a whole lot of tools, and Evos have kind of put them in a situation where it's really just beneficial for Evos. I don't know. Based on the draft, I have to just say it's an Evos win, dude. Like, they have everything under control except for Rendy on the Uranus. Now, that could be punished hard by the Baksha anti-regen in the early game. So, if somehow Rendy gets stomped to the ground in the early game, it'll be tough for Evos to have that front line later in the mid game. But if everything goes smooth, Turtle 1, this looks like an Evos win.
All right, I guess we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, because in the Land of Dawn we go. Game number 1, match number 1 between Evos and as well as Geek.
5 seconds.
All right, let's see how this one plays out, man. I feel like for GeekFam, the win condition here is to make use of the mobility. Hilda, Baxia, Zushin, technically all of these heroes want to be across the map as often as possible. So they have to use that to really get an advantage maybe before the big team fights. In the team fights, it's just the sustain advantage they have going for them. So they better play around that as well as possible because there's a lot of poke available for the side of Evos.
You can already see that poke, right?
You can see it, dude. Oh, he's still walking up. Aggressive moves. They gotta understand that in this matchup, it's great for the Eve if you keep your distance. If you go all in like that, it'll definitely benefit the... Well, actually, wait, I gotta talk... Wait, Arashi, that's an Impure Rage Juicin. We have kind of like been used to Brave Smite for the longest time that they didn't even notice it.
You've seen several different like options for the Zushin. Technically, a lot of different emblems really kind of work with this hero. With the Impure Rage, you have more mana, so more spammability, and technically in shorter trades, you have that extra bit of damage. So maybe considering the fact that he's against a Yeve, right? You want to have more mana and shorter trades, so you can't allow the Yeve to kind of poke around and get back out of danger. But we'll see how that one plays around. Right now in the mid lane, seems like GeekFam have full control, and even now, they're just making sure that Sway Low can't really get anything going for himself.
And that's exactly what you were talking about right before we got into the game. The fact that the maneuverability, the mobility that GeekFam currently has might be the main problem that Evos will be facing. You can see already the rotations here into the bottom side very quick. Randy might be pressured here, but he's still okay. But that gold does go over to Geek.
You saw the EXP buff being given over to Gobs, I believe. They were very adamant letting him take that. Oh, Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, he won't be able to do much there. He walks up, instantly gets bursted down by GeekFam. Too tanky, and they have ways to deal with the healing as well. Gob's already jumping in, already even coming in with the Shadow Kill with the Red Tree. Secures the orange buff. Randy's still in the midst of it all, doing a whole lot of damage. Albert walks in with the Quad Shadow, gets the kill, but now he's gonna be chased down by a boy who has the Crimson Beacon. Make it with the Retribution, Shield Unity in. He can't sustain the boy healthy enough to survive. No, Albert gets taken down. Key will try to go for the chase, but there's no way Evos actually get this chase, right? A boy on that top spot, has to Purify, is able to pop it in, gets taken down in the end by the concussive blast Tsunami Slam to bring Beloyski down under.
So in the end, that was a 1-for-3 trade. Geek gets the neutral objective, but it looks like Evos will be able to get a lot more picks. Looking for more actually here. And that's Randy taken down.
Oh! But it's value, dude! He gets a purple buff. Albert walks in time, knows there's no retry, walks back up. Shadow kill coming down. The shield unity is able to get the stun down, gets him back to safety. Albert is going to be picked up, thrown back again, but the RWM is going to stop him. There, a boy! Taken out, Cobbs. Surely, no! Ooh. Albert gets the quad shadow in time, but leaves Sway low to die.
Oh man, that is so unfortunate for Geek Fam, dude. They lost so much value here. Endless Rage from Erlan. Fortunately, Beloyski's too tanky for it. All this time, though, you can see Kenziski hasn't been able to do anything much with the space here. And Geek Fam, they have the sustain, they have the quote-unquote fighters in the early game, but they're overstaying, and they're not recognizing that a boy is running out of mana so early on. And the moment that Tushin doesn't have any mana, their damage output gets halved almost immediately. So they gotta be a bit more careful with the resource management.
But it looks like they're looking for more. A little bit of rotation here coming from Make-Hits, but they don't actually commit onto it. Looking at the talents prediction by GoPay earlier on, we did see that it was a little bit of a Indo versus English situation going on, except for Lim, who also agreed that Geek Fam will be able to take this. But 2-1. Meanwhile, very confident from us. 2-0. This actually might be a little bit more 50-50 than we thought.
Could be a lot more. Now it's going to be the turtle contest for turtle number 2. Gobs? Tsunami Slam, but it's Rage. Everything thrown at Gobs, but it's just the Hilda. So many ultimates. That's 3 on the board. Randy able to go for the zone in the back line, and Evos secure the turtle for free. No, it's Kenzie who's still pushing on the other side, getting a lot of gold. It'll be Make-It securing the purple buff, but now it's going to be the knockup coming down from Key. Beloyski will try to get away, but gets caught in the quad shadow, and it's Sway Low who gets the Void Blast. Meanwhile, again, Kenzie just in the side farming.
It's looking pretty okay for Evos, but they gotta be careful with Kenziski being left alone there. That's a scaling Moskov. And if you look at Geek Fam, they've been losing out on these fights, but that's because they don't really have damage. But look at Sway Low getting run down.
Shield unity and the jump there with the knockup, but Sway Low gets away. Make-It's gonna be caught. Key goes in, and it's the Bennett Rage to take Make-It's down. Now it's Gobs on the chopping block, still able to get away. Very tanky. Kenzie gets the lethal, gets a turret up top, and will now rejoin the team as Albert walks over the quad shadow, but is unable to get the hit on him. Good Renner, or sorry, good Nibiru there, just to zone Beloy.
That was initiated by Geek, and yet Evos turned it completely around. So the tools deficit that we were talking about from the drafts are looking like they're showing, right? Evos go in for the re-engage, is able to take a boy instead, looking for a little bit more, and the initial plan that Geek had was completely taken down.
Yeah, they have the movement speed and they're able to chase, as we saw earlier. Sway Low could not get away. But once the collision has happened, once Geek Fam have caught Sway Low, quote-unquote, they have no damage. So he just survived for the most part and was able to kite back out of there with the extra bit of movement speed and slow. This is the issue, and this is why Geek Fam are really relying on Kenziski and a boy later on, and even Gobs to a degree. It seems like it's just a Hilda, but that Hilda is a big portion of the early game damage of Geek Fam.
Hold up, Glorious Pathway. Beloyski gets thrown back. The RWM locks him down, and that's what he doesn't land. That's Erlan picking up his first kill. Pops into Nibiru and guns Kenzie down. Gets a double. Gobs trying his best to deal damage, but Erlan is just a monster in game 1. He walks up with a jump again. Gobs taken low. Erlan is going to flicker forward, dashes forward, tries to go for the Bennett hit. Won't be able to find it. Make-It, though, however, will fall to give Erlan an unofficial triple and a official mega.
He's at 4-0-1 right now, and I think that's the beauty of being on a Beatrix. You get to the power spike a lot quicker as compared to Kenziski, who needs a little bit more items to come online, and we really are seeing the disparity of damage.
And again, Geek Fam, they can sustain all they want. If the members of Evos aren't really being threatened, they can do whatever they want. This is why that Erlan and Sway Low, they're able to just walk forward without really being punished, especially with the extra regen coming in from Key there on that Kalea. they're just way too quote-unquote secure right now, and there's nothing that Geek Fam can do.
Oh?
There you go. Tsunami Slam into the pit, and Beloyski caught the shadow kill. Translates over to Gobs, and it's a kill on the XP instead of the roam. Unfortunate for Geek Fam, and again just left in the gutter.
4,500 gold lead for Evos, and they don't even get a pick onto the turret there in the top side for Geek, as Randy was able to clear it out, and now the map bleeds blue. Number 1 player's gold by Simpati is Erlan as well at 7,000. Kenziski is followed in behind, but he's still behind on that power spike. It will be very interesting. Wait a second.
Tsunami Slam into not even Bennett's rage. Was Erlan just gunned him down? So, man, what is he on right now? Like the items.
It's probably like on a 4-item power spike, I would assume at this point. He also hasn't really been checked at all, right? As much as Kenzizi has been farming unchecked, the same thing can be said for Erlan. There you go, that's the 4th item, Sea Halberd. So all these tankier members means easier bodies, but look at the make it.
Oh, RWM2. Now Albert walks up, has a shadow kill, but it's Erlan who picks up a double. Goes 7-0. Oh man, Erlan. What a beast on this Beatrix.
Amazing, amazing stuff. 7-0-2, a 7,000 gold lead now for Evos. As, Albert goes in very aggressively. You can see the shield start to pop. Wait a second.
Tsunami Slam over to the shots of Erlan. Kenzie lands an SOD, but I doubt he's going to take it. Randy walks back away. Turret going to be falling here as Makich tries to walk up, but I don't think they'll be able to deal with the damage output of the backliners of Evos.
And now that Evos are just this far ahead, it's not just the backline they have to worry about. The front line, the Uranus, even with the Baksha reducing the regeneration, when your team has no damage like this, Randy can do whatever he wants as well. He can pretty much stand in the front, and the only real threat to him is going to be Kenziski. And at this point, not enough items to actually be a direct threat. So even if Geek Fam pour everything they have onto the Uranus, it still won't, they'll have to pay something in return. Evos can very easily demand compensation.
But what about this, right? I mean, technically now we do see that Kenziski, he misses, but Kenziski has already achieved that Swift Trinity. Is that going to be enough to maybe look for a comeback angle for Geek?
As of right now, he will have damage, he will be relevant, but again, with Randy picking up a blade armor, there's a chance Kenziski might be damaging himself in the midst of his big team fights.
Yep, exactly. The blade armor is really going to hurt him more than it'll hurt Evos. Considering they're just so far behind or so far ahead here. RWM coming down. The boy's going to be bursted down by Albert. It's still in the backline. Erlan getting away in time with the flicker. Everybody coming around, and Kenzie gets the shutdown, but will be taken out as Makid stands alone, but will fall to Albert, who gets a triple kill. And it's a wipeout to Evos in game 1.
10,000 gold lead, 21-7. Game number 1, completely dominant here for Evos. I think the fams are cheering wherever they are right now, as this is a really good setting stone and a really good way to start this first match.
Oh man, if you're supporting Geek Fam right now, that is not the way you want it to go.
Definitely not.
A big winning point for Geek Fam is that crafty draft, but it seems like they overthought it, right? It seems like they had all the sustain and all of these ways to win in the early game, but it just didn't really work out for them, right? They were doing this healer roam strategy before, and now it seems like they went for a similar strategy, but instead of going for healers, they just went for tankier heroes altogether, all across the board. And unfortunately, they were lacking severely in the damage department. So I feel like it's a draft that had potential, but it just fell short on the very end somehow. I think they can tweak it a little bit to make it work, but if you compare that to what Evos was able to draft for themselves, dude, like they have everything they require.
Because initially we thought that we saw that Geek were able to rotate a lot quicker, right? I think that was one of the big points that you mentioned, Arashi, about the drafts coming in from Geek. And we did see them rotate a lot faster. They went into the EXP lane first. They were able to clear faster as well with, of course, the damage trade between the Jushin and the Yve as well. We saw that happening. But when it came down to it, especially when everyone started to reach level 4, first turtle, you can see that Evos with their drafts were able to re-engage and disengage a lot quicker because of the tools that the composition allowed for, which was very lackluster from the side of Geek. Do you not think that that was a problem for Geek?
I think that's definitely a massive problem there. If they really wanted to go with that strategy, I feel like they really needed to target the right members, like, at the same time. And at the same time, also, you have to, Geek had to understand who in their team is actually outputting damage. So that one fight where Globs, was taken out immediately, we were saying like, oh man, that's all of the ultimates already on Globs. But that's fine for Evos because Globs, again, is the guy who has a lot of that base damage from the skills on the Hilda. Whereas if you compare that to Beloyski, right, the Hylas can do damage, but it's not nearly the same as a Hilda technically. It can't be directed as efficiently. So I think even the game plan around this draft for Geek Fam also wasn't really that solid.
Yeah, I agree. I think all the way from the start, I called it, Geek Fam just had a pretty horrible draft for me. I saw the draft, instantly said, all right, there's only one way they could win if the Uranus gets shut down early. If it doesn't get shut down early, which didn't happen, by the way, Rendy was free. And if Rendy's free, everybody else is free to do whatever they want with this composition. Anyone they get on the Tsunami Slam will die with the Yve plus the Beatrix, right? Usually you just see the Beatrix combo, and that's why I think Geek Fam tried to double down on tankiness. But with the double down on tankiness, there was already a Yve, so it's not just the damage from Beatrix, it's the physical plus the magical of Yve to combo together and to leave everyone in a tough spot whenever you get knocked up by the Tsunami Slam.
And so, as you're talking about that combination, the player of the game will be awarded to Key, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And here it is, right? He was able to find so many opportunities, allow the Beatrix to go for that snowball. I mean, at the end, Erlan was what, 7-0 something, maybe 8-0 something towards the very end?
Yeah, he had all the kills going for him. And again, there was no way for Geek Fam to get to him because even though they had the tankiness initially, after a while, they can't really dive towards the backline either. This is reminiscent of that, the 1-3-1 strat back then where the gold laner was also a fighter. You really would win if you're able to kind of trade one of the fighters' lives for the backline damage. So that's what Geek Fam were trying to do in this game, right? Try and sacrifice 1 or 2 lives to get Suelo out, to get Erlan out. But the thing is, again, it wasn't really working out because they were kind of forcing this. A 2-man dive towards Suelo, a 2-man dive towards Erlan isn't really enough to damage-wise. So it didn't really play out as well. And I thought that with the tankiness, with the movement speed, the jungle, Albert, would be the focus of Geek Fam. But whether that's because of a miscalculation or whether Albert was just too elusive in the jungle, you saw that on the Hayabusa. You would think against the Hilda, Baxia, all these tanky members that can invade into your jungle, you would think Albert would have some difficulties, but he was left alone. He was farming up a storm freely and going in and out just to secure kills afterwards. So again, what was the game plan here for Geek Fam? If it's just tankiness, that's one thing, right? But you can't just win a game purely of surviving, right?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. Oh man, yeah. I don't know, the drafts for Geek Fam have been looking really weird from week 2 onwards. Again, when the loss streak started. It looked really good at the start of the season because they were just sticking to what works. Now, well, in week 2, I believe Sheffin, was really coping on the fact that maybe Geek Fam were just holding on to their early lead and experimenting with a 2-0 start, right? They could actually still afford to lose 2 times in a row, but I think 3 times in a row, this is where it gets dicey, and this is where I gotta double down on my opinion saying there's no experimentation in MPL anymore. If you start losing like this, it's a concern. No one is safe from playoffs. I mean, no one's safe from red zone right now. Everybody's still fighting for playoffs unless your name is Onic.
But what do you think about this, right? Because initially, Geek Fam came into the drafts with really peculiar picks, right? Hellkurt Rome, and then they also picked up the Estus. And we did mention that they should kind of, be wary about these kinds of picks. Do you think that they should revert back to that? revert back to the Beloyski surprise picks in the roam?
I feel like it's an option available to them, right? That's why Geekfam was so troublesome to deal with. You never know what Beloyski is gonna bring out. But the thing is, this is what Mirko was. This ties into what Mirko was talking about as well. When you start putting out these surprise picks, these cheese picks, and the draft falls short, right? And you kind of fumble in the execution, in the game, etc. Now, you kind of lose that pressure. You kind of lose that overthinking that you can kind of induce in your opponents if you can't really make it work. So, in a way, Geekfam experimenting like this, it kind of lowers how much Beloyski can pressure the opposing coach during a drafting phase.
All right. And looking back at what you guys are seeing up on screen, once again, let's bring up the impure rage for Jushin. Because the fact that she did this, yes, there was more spammability to the nature of her kit, but there were a lot of times that a boy was so easily picked off even before the team fight begun.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's partially...
I think for me... Sorry, Rashi, for cutting you off, but I think the Brave Smite is the better option in this game in particular, knowing that Evos are going to try to burst you down, right? So you need a bit more sustain. Considering how tanky your composition already is, it's strange to see him, instead of doubling down, go for this.
Yeah. I feel like the idea, again, is that he understands that he is the main damage dealer, so he's going to need a lot more mana. And in the game, you saw that there's plenty of fights where a boy was just standing there with 0 mana and just waiting for the passive, the mana regeneration to come through. Unfortunately, it just wasn't really enough. So again, I feel like it's a bandage solution to a problem that's already built into the drafting phase. So I feel like going Brave Smite would still be the better option, but you can see why he kind of thought that maybe he would need to do something like that. On top of that, though, again, with 3 big tanky members, if a boy's getting picked off very, very early on, that in itself is a problem, right? With a Baksha, Hilda, and Hylos in the front, there should be more than enough scouting and protection for your backline to actually stay in the back and be relatively safe.
So what do you think needs to change now for Geek coming into game number 2 if they want to force a game number 3?
I think they need to start playing on the Samsungs, man. That's the only thing that can really save them at this point. The S25s, that will definitely help them boost that level of play.
Absolutely. What's that QR code for? Is that where to buy it?
That's how you claim the voucher. MPL S25F, that's going to give you so much more value. For you guys back out there, there's cashbacks, there's the best deals for your gaming needs. Get that power, man.
Get that power, and of course, this phone is super powerful because it's equipped with a Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor, and it's actually built on a 3nm architecture, which is basically the fastest processor in the current Samsung Galaxy lineup. So imagine that. It's super smooth, incredibly lag-free as well. And it also has the Gemini Live feature. So if you guys are, playing your ranked games and you feel like, okay, why do I keep losing? Is this the right build that I need to, go for? You can actually ask Gemini if it's right or not.
It's just like that. It's that simple, man. You don't even need like an analyst breaking things down for you because the Gemini AI got you, man. And it's not even that difficult, right? You hold the power button and boom, it just pops up like that. So even if you're in game, it's not even that difficult to really access while playing the game as well. So you should rush and get it now and get a cashback promo up to 1.5 million IDR, I believe. And it's only available, this promo, until September the 15th. So you better get going, man.
Get going now. And don't forget to use the voucher MPL S25F to get that free travel 25-watt adapter, I believe. Yes.
Yep. Go check it out, man. You get so much value. So much value. Just like in the game Geekfam failed to do, they need to find value now in their drafts. They can't just bank on... Alright, for me, why pick the Baksha and not try to flex it at all after seeing that draft from the other side? Why don't you try something more creative? Why don't you pick up the Kalea yourself? we spoke about this. We were talking about how some of the heroes can still be picked up from their side. Again, the Arlet in the early game, first phase. The Kalea was left all the way to the second phase and wasn't picked up. The Arlet was still up for grabs all the way to the end, but they decided to go for a Hilda instead. That I feel was just, I don't know. I hate that Hilda. That Hilda pick was literally just good for the Hayabusa, and it served no other purpose.
And it wasn't even used for the Hayabusa, by the way, so...
There you go.
Right? It wasn't invading, it wasn't going into the jungle, so what was that for? That's what I was talking about as well. You have these tools, but you're not really using them for what they are meant for, right? It's like trying to, I don't know, it's like trying to cut wood with a hammer. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, there you go. Mirko's angry. Rashi's also a little bit upset with that Hilda pick. So coming into the next game, obviously, I think the drafts are one thing that Geek need to pay attention to. Yep. And it poses the question, do you think that the drafts have been a little, off because of the change in coaching staff? Because that is one thing that has changed for Geek this season.
I don't know. Is it... Because technically, yes, there is a change of roles, but it's still the same dudes, right? You would think that they'd still be working hand in hand together, really not changing too many things, because it's still the same lineup despite them being sort of different. So I think could it really be experimentation? I don't know. I don't want to say experimentation because I'm not a fan of that, right? Like, Arashi's more on the experimentation side, thinking that some of these teams will actually try to experiment. But for me, Geek Fam in particular, why would they do it? Like if it's an RRQ, I could understand with having amazing performances in the past. But for a Geek Fam who's always been shaky at the start, who finally wants to turn that trend around, it's strange to see them try that.
I guess we'll see whether or not more experimentations, quote unquote, will be done here, because we are heading over into the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series, as both teams are starting on the exact same side. And so far, the bans are looking quite similar too. I think game number 1, it was the CC ban after the Wanwan, but it's now the Lancelot, and the Uranus gets banned by Evos instead. So Farsa is now left open.
So that's an interesting one, right? Evo's first picking at Uranus and now banning it out. It's almost like they have that strat and they're like, okay, it's gonna work like once, and we can't really replay it multiple times, seems like. With that option though, the Farsa, as Eterna mentioned, is open, and for the side of Geek Fam, it's the same picks, but the Tushin is what Evos won again.
Yeah, good stuff. Really good stuff there from the side of Evos. Picks up the Juicin, doesn't want to go for anything too crazy again, and we've already banned out the Uranus. Now for Geek Fam, I would say Baksha Farsa. That should be the response. Or Baksha Kimi if you want.
So no Farsa?
Baksha Kimi, Baksha Farsa, either one. I think the Farsa is better if I have to choose.
I think, again, it depends on how Geekfam are going to play this, right? I think there's a place for the Yave as well, technically, but not the Kacha and the Farsa. So this could be a flex angle as well. Although, again, if you look at game number 1, Geekfam weren't exactly flexing it out. So let's see what Evos' response is, because they have the Tushin this time, but they want to make sure that they have a good balance here between that early game brawling possibility, but also enough damage output, right? They don't want to really replay the mistakes that Geekfam made in game number 1.
There's a possibility that they went in for the Gatot compared to the Baxia because they want to take it away from Evos, because technically they would be looking at a potential situation where Evos pick up the Gatot Kacha and then the Farsa would have a really tough time when it comes down to the Feather Airstrike. So we'll see the response now from Evos. Oh, they go YSS and Baxia. So no room for flex this time.
Whoa, instant joy.
Interesting. I guess they're seeing that there's a lack of crowd control from the side of Evos, so the Joy technically can be a lot more active. For the side of Evos though, even though there isn't really a lot of split-second crowd control, I feel like the Shield Unity alone with the Mountain Shocker is enough to be a real threat for Make-Its on that Joy. So this is a bit of a dangerous pick from the side of Geek. And now it's like the opposite situation. Geek Fam are looking a bit more balanced, and Evos are the ones with this high movement speed, very actively roaming kind of composition.
All right, so second phase of the drafts now. I think another option for Evos to pick up for the gold lane would be a Moskov against the Joy. It's a lot more safe as compared, so we're gonna see whether or not that gets banned out. The Glue gets banned out. What do you think so far, Mirko?
I think it's solid for the side of actually like. Yeah, it's great for Evos actually. Taking away the glue. Glue has been a great choice to go for every time you go up against the Baksha. It's a good way to just shut him down, you know? Other than that, oh, are they setting up for a possible Lapu Lapu pick? Is that what Geek Fam are trying to do? They ban out the Esmeralda. That leaves the Lapu Lapu kind of to be the favorite choice usually after seeing that. But Evos could just ban it out here. So I'm really struggling to read what Geek Fam are looking for at this point in time.
Do you think there's a potential Arlet in the minds of Geek Fam right here? Against this short-range dive composition from Evos, it can be a great tool to just kind of, get in the heads of the Evos players.
Oh, it gets sniffed out. Lapu Lapu gets banned by Evos though.
And I'm not a big fan of the Arlet either, not here. They go for the Phobias, but there isn't really any big dashes from Evos just yet. I think they might be thinking that, Evos might be going for like an Arlet pick. Again, Evos could go for Arlet, and that's why the Phobias comes through. But Evos now, after seeing the Phobias, could just be like, no, we don't need to go for it anymore. See that now, what other XP can they go for? I think the Edith is a pretty good option to go for right now. Another enabler that's solid, does a lot of magic damage to deal with the Gatakacha and the Phobias. But Dang is a good choice too, by the way, against Joy and Phobias. So again, Evos, Geek Fam are trying to outdraft Evos to try to outthink them, but they're revealing their cards too early.
I gotta agree, man. I think I like the Badang idea, honestly, right? Against this composition, but Arlet,
wow, that's
what they want to go for. Granger, Yisun Shin backline. Oh!
Okay.
Sun Gold.
Okay.
You've seen this before.
But that was against the Hayabusa and the Cho. This is so much AoE. Again, it's an Arlet as well from Evo. So, can you even get the value you want from this pick?
I mean, go big or go home, right? I mean, at this point, Geek, they're looking for a twist to maybe force a game number 3. This is something that they have picked out before. We're gonna see exactly if it works out or not. Sun in the gold lane versus the Granger in the gold. You talked about the Arlet into the Phobias. There are some lanes that maybe Geek Fam will be able to control. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 in our first match here. Evos versus Geek. Evos already with the first point in. The big question is, can Geek Fam turn this around and change the tides for this season for them?
Oh man, let's see how this one goes. Kenziski on the Sun. In a game like this, I mean, technically, I wonder what the value from the Sun is Geek Fam looking for? Is it the multiple bodies to block spells? Is it just the dive aspect, the split push aspect? For now, we have to wait and see how Geek Fam move around it before we can really kind of get a read, I think. But already for Evos, the clear is going to be insane, dude. With the Baksha assisting on already fast clearing Yisun Shin. Oh. Not fast enough to get the lethal. Getting the emblems here by GameSmax though. Tenacity and Firmness, both roamers, understanding that they're going to be sandbags the whole time. But for the Kanziski, Wither's Blessing and Agility, so he's trying to match the roam potential. He's going to be active moving around the map. So it might be a split angle more than anything.
That's definitely possible. Maybe that's what they're looking for. I mean, once upon a time, we did see Geek really loving that split kind of strategy. I think back when it was Chidera in the gold lane, maybe they're trying to do or replicate something of a similar nature. But they are going against, Key on the Baxia, who should be able to rotate quick as well. But we'll see exactly how this pans out. For the moment, audience prediction, 80% heavily favors Evos. 20% for Geek here by Gope as we look at rotation now for Geek.
Full gank over to Erlan. Good taunt with the read there. Key walks up, but it's a bit too late, and Kenzie will get just so much value out of this, man. Getting the kill over to Geek Fam, and now Voloisky will get traded back, but it's alright. It's a roam, trade for the gold. Hold up, Rendy! All the way from XP, making a big move up top.
Very aggressive, fast rotations as well, and really good setup, I think, as he should be able to rotate back in time to be able to clear that EXP lane to set up for the neutral objective take. Meanwhile, Key doing his best, giving over vision for his team to make sure that maybe they can find a way to pick up this first turtle of the game.
Key and Randy here just trying to zone around, at least get information, but oh!
Oh man, good taunt, locks Rendy down. Geek Fam can go on a turtle, securing it for free with no Rendy on the board.
Dude, that's a ton of damage out of nowhere. The Arlet, again, is a utility damage type of hero. You can't really stay in the front right there, and neither can Sway Low. Evo's a bit overzealous.
Oh, gets the Crimson Beacon out, dodging away for the AOG, but Loisy picked up again. The Mountain Shocker comes in as a kill over to Albert. Key, able to get the shield unity down. Are they gonna go on Gobs? No, they're not. They're gonna have to respect this. Wait! They still decide to go in. God still has it for the pursuit. That Fenris coming down. Great Dark Wave! Gobs gets a kill back on Key. That should be a knockup, but Swaylo is out of range, and that gives Gobs a kill for free.
That makes it a little bit more worth it for Geek, right? They pick up the neutral objective, they get a kill over Evos, and things are a little bit different this time around. Game number 1, a boy was on a Jushin, so the damage wasn't really enough to unsettle Evos when they go in for these crazy engages the way that they were able to. And this time, the fact that now a boy is on the Farsa, that burst damage is something that you really do need to respect.
You're seeing Geekfam play around it as well, going for these short fights, big bursts of damage, and then they try and back out because they understand that with 2 marksmen, right, and a Baksha with spammable skills, and an Arlet and Sushin, all of the heroes from Evos kind of get more value the longer you kind of stay in the trades. That's why the Baksha is such a value pick for this composition for Evos, because if you want to take out the Baksha, it doesn't matter what heroes you pick, it's going to take a while, right? And during that period, Evos is going to try and use it to actually get favorable trades. So look at Geekfam.
Good move by Rendy. Gets away, and that should be it, unless Sway Low actually gets the knockup over to Beloyski. The Vengeance coming in. Key now with the Shield Unity. It's just to zone them away from the turtle as far as possible as they make their way onto the neutral objective.
Better setup now for Evos. They're going to be able to arrive a lot quicker. Both junglers are at level 8, so there is a fighting chance. Wait a second.
Ooh, a few resets on Vengeance. Rendy there, giving Gobs the reset on passive, but Gobs knows better than to jump in there all alone. Joy still waiting for the moment. Beloyski fully stacked up on the Lantern Flare. That Dark Wave with a Flicker combo coming in with Makins with Electrifying Beats coming in as well. Sway Low pops in Crimson Beacon, able to get a kill back. Key pops Revitalize. Gobs too deep in the base, in the turret, and gets taken out.
There it is. Turtle taken in by Evos. They get 2 kills on Gobs as well as Beloyski. Meanwhile, Geek are looking for a trade around the map. They will be able to get that turret in the bottom side of the map. But all in all, Evos take control over that objective.
So Key even go for the aggressive play there. They were the ones trying to get a catch on the Sway Low, trying to capitalize on the fact that he got poked down, he has no Purify, but he didn't get taken out. And just like that, the shorter range allows for Evos to kite back away and punish Geek Fam. They did get a trade in the bottom lane, but at this point, they're going to be fully banking on that Sun Split kind of style. And Evos can still dictate the pace, and if they have full control over the map, then Kinziski is going to slowly but surely run out of options to push.
Uh-oh. Beloyski will get locked in. Pops Revitalize still. Ends up being a wasted resource. Shield Unity coming down over to Kenziski, who has Petrify. Albert with a Traceless forward. Zones Kenzie, forcing him back, giving Airline all the space necessary to push in top, but it is traded by a turret down below by Makids.
But all in all, again, the Sun pick, we haven't really seen full value of it over other than the fact that he was able to get that tower in the bottom side. But wait a second, that's Randy, that's Key coming as well. Makids.
Oh, he's dead. He's done for now. He's gonna buy a little bit more time. Oh, one last shot finally gets him down. A chance of escaping, but not against a basic attack.
21 seconds for him to spawn back into the game, and you can already see the timer, the countdown for the next neutral objective. That's a pickup onto Beloy.
Great final slash. Gets the Death Sonata down. Kenzie gets a turret, but it's going to be traded for the mid lane tier 1. Beloyski's trying best to defend this turret, but won't be able to do so. He's just munching on gobs on the Bakshia, soloing him practically, forcing out the Dark Wave. And Kenzie will be forced to recall. Randy sees in the bush, cancels the recall. Uh-oh. Key, shield unity forward, looking for the play. Will be able to get the stun down as Swalo walks up with the Lantern Flare. Gets a knock up. No, he pops into ultimate just in time. Still gets a knock up down, but there's no vengeance to follow it up.
Just like that, intro objective falls into the hands of Evos. Even the jungle as well. Look at the control here. Baloyski.
Another free one, Arashi. That's 2 Sky Piercer stacks for Erlan, and it's gonna build up.
And he's just getting started, man. There's gonna be more and more kills coming through because Geek Fam, we're relying on being able to pressure the side lanes using the Sun, using the Phobius. But Evos, if you look at how they're rotating, they're playing in the mid lane and just cutting off the sides with the Bakshia, with the Yisun Shin. They both move so fast around the Land of Dawn. And you can see Kenziski go for the rapid boots to try and outrun these responses coming in from Evos. But I don't think he can outrun a shield unity. He just rolls in too fast.
Very difficult, very difficult to achieve. You can see Geek really just stuttering here in the game. What's the game plan now for Geek, considering they did put Kenziski on Sun? Is there some scaling that we should be looking at to look for a turnaround point for Geek?
At this point, I'm confused, man. Like, it really just feels like they're just forced to play their cheese pick, and the cheese pick isn't even utilized properly this time around. It's just picked because they have no other means to win.
They're kind of stuck in a corner idea in how they wanted to play this out. This is what they're talking about since game number 1. The drafts are so straightforward, so one-dimensional, and the moment you're required to do something else due to the circumstances, the snowball, or maybe a mistake in the early game, there's not much they can do. You're seeing it again here, Geek Fam positioning to try and go for some kind of push. But look at Evos, man. With just a little bit of information, they can kind of position and posture up aggressively. And Kenziski is just forced to not push out. And now, Evos are the ones forcing Geek Fam to choose, right? You want to keep pushing, or do you want to risk a full-on 5v5 fight? And we want to fight and win anyways.
Should be free again. Gob's making his way in, but Albert just gets the retribution. Baloyski walks up, but it's only out to the tanks. Avoid the backline falling. Sway low. Able to buy so much time. Kenzie knocked up as well. And Sway low stays alive in that fight. Erlan goes down, but it's all fine and dandy for Evos. As Key will look to go for the resets. Rendy gets those vengeance resets, and in the end, it's Albert who goes godlike.
2 for 3 trade. The Lord pick up in by the White Tigers. Make-It's trying his best to clear out these lanes, but the inevitable is here. Key, he gets him!
Uh-oh, Kenzie having to go for the clear here. There's no other way to run away for him. No flicker on the board. Final slash to sweep him back on Lord. And this time, Rendy says, nah, let me get on the board, Albert. You've gotten too many.
And that's a full damage Sun as well. You're seeing that Rendy was basically able to nuke him down from half HP. So it's a vulnerable Sun that can't really do much in the midst of a big team fight. He really gets value and he 1v1 someone on the side. So Geek Fam, they did a great job denying the stacks from Erlan. But Albert is still 7-0. There's 2 carries in the team.
Uh-oh. Rendy's really trying to threaten this final slash. Goes in for stun. Baloyski with AOG actually puts himself in danger. What? Baloyski! And a boy gets taken out like they're nothing. Make it to the back line. Erlan positioning perfectly. Gets the final shot on Cobbs. And looks for the Rhapsody now over to Make It, who's able to dash away in time. Kenzie, you've got to back away now, and it will still be a turret up top despite their efforts to shut Albert down.
These turrets are going to be falling. Their top side turret goes down. A boy comes back in 3 seconds. Will Evos look for the commit? Make It. Does he get the buff?
He does, but won't be able to get more than that. Just the buff.
So small victories is everything that Geek Fam requires right now. Make It actually is the only one that has kills to his name, that can kind of do something, make a play happen. So every little bit counts, but now that Geek Fam's got the shutdown onto Albert, the goal disparity really isn't as wide. But again, Evos still have the same kind of pressure. They still have the same amount of structures before the Lord thing. And now the base turret on the top side, away from the Lord, is down as well. So Evos can just keep playing this game.
absolutely value here for Evos, right? To work around it, to dance with it. Key already positioning himself in a way to sniff out information, really zoning out the members for Geek. I think at this point, Geek really needs to find a way to pick this one up. May Kids at level 15 as well, alongside Albert. A possible steal angle perhaps for the team?
Oh man, if they want to go for a steal angle, they have to walk through Swaylo and Randy, and there's just so many ways to zone and so many ways to actually poke down Geek Fam as well. So this is the problem too. They have a good teamfight composition, but they can't really poke that well. Look at Kenzie already on the sides, but the Lord!
What? A boy just tries to go in! What?
Huh?
Feathered airstrike, opening it up. I guess it was a call, but it was the wrong one. Now a boy's down, the Lord is taken already. And Geek Fam are on the verge of getting swept.
Remember, 20 seconds are left for a boy to come back into the game. The big question is, will it be enough time? The Lord hasn't spawned just yet. So there is a possibility that they can, take away something from that missed call. These turrets are going to be falling. Mid lane also goes down. This might be it.
Yeah, for the airstrike coming down now, boy would respawning, but Malinski doesn't have AOD, gets taken out by the Mountain Shocker. Up top, the Lord will be taken out, but Kenzie has to back away. Randy looking to go for it, actually is able to distract the back as Evos get the clean sweep on Geek Fam.
Something unexpected from our side. I think most expected a 2-0 for Geek, but it looks like this 2-0 is for Evos instead. Amazing performance in this matchup for the White Tigers. Good drafts, impeccable execution. Geek really falling behind again here in Season 16.
Oh man, we were hoping that Geek Fam were gonna show Evos how it's done, especially in the drafting phase. But it turns out that Evos are just outdoing Geek Fam at every single angle, dude. The drafts seem a lot stronger, a lot more flexible. The execution from the early game and even the late game adjustments there, Evos are really shaping up. And now a lot of questions being thrown over at Geek Fam. What happened, man? They're so different.
What happened? Is this an Age thing? I mean, Age predicted Evos to do this well.
I don't know right now. I think Geek Fam are also just kind of in shambles in the drafting phase. Like, yes, obviously they didn't play to their best. Like, this is not the best Geek Fam we've seen. Again, we know how good Geek Fam can be, but I think a lot of that is because of the draft. I have no idea what's going on. It seems like they're just so adamant at trying different strats and not meta strats, or maybe they're just getting too tunnel vision on their own cheese picks that has led them to be too one-dimensional. Again, these cheese picks only work because they are cheese. They are used in specific situations. Using it against an AoE composition, in my opinion, is ridiculous. Like, they did it against Cho and Hayabusa, makes sense. Doing it against a Yi Sun-shin, Ju Sin, Arlet, Baxia, it's crazy to think that they thought it would work. For me, that's how it looks like.
And again, even if they want to go for like a split type of angle, like you mentioned, Mirko, there are options that they can go for that, would work better in this situation, right? You want to go for a split push side lane, split push gold lane, you would expect unique picks, but like better options coming in from the side of Geek Fam, If they want to play with that style, right? If you look at the drafts, I feel like, was the Moskov not open?
It was.
Is that not the same thing, basically? So, like, what makes this Sun so much more valuable than the Moskov, right? If you're thinking about, side lane, split push angles. It's just so weird.
I don't know, but something definitely has to change for Geek if they're looking to, pick up more points, because luckily for them, we are still in week 3. Are we in week 3?
Yes,
you are, right? Week 3. Sorry, this online thing has got me a little bit, confused. But yes, we're still at week 3. There is still a ways to go, and this is something that of a pattern that we've been seeing coming in from Geek. But if the drafts still remain the same, it's a big question mark, and hopefully that they do change something up. But what about execution? What do you think about the players and how they've been performing? Is it something of a question as well, or is it just purely drafts?
You want to take this one, Mirko?
I think I can't really judge the execution this time around because they tried their best with the composition given. Maybe they just need to get some free wins with GoPay.
Maybe they do. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you guys back at home, this is usually a Bude Clara segment, but of course, get your hands on your smartphones right now, particularly the Samsung, all right? Don't forget to download the application GoPay in Play Store or the App Store and get your phone ready. The QR code should be open up very, very soon, and you guys can actually get a free present from GoPay. I think Mirko got, what, 10K IDR yesterday?
Yes, I did. I'm hoping to get 100K today, man.
So here it is, 3, 2, 1,
Okay.
boom! There you go.
I got it. Okay,
Mirko's really fast with it, honestly.
I'm opening it. I got 3,445 GoPay coins.
How much?
3K, 3.4K.
3K?
So you're at 14K total?
I'm at
value.
13.445K total, Rash.
That's a meal.
All right. Respectable.
That's a drink.
A meal, it depends where you buy it
Good
from.
day.
Exactly.
That's a good day drink.
That's a good day. Because don't forget, every time we get into that segment, there are going to be, 5 million rupiah GoPay coins available to get your hands on. 5 million.
You're joking.
I'm not joking. It's real.
I got
Mirko.
3K, Eterna. If I was 5 million, I would get 5 million.
Right.
What do you mean?
Because it's split into like the first couple hundred, I think, to scan it. That's why you guys need to
it's not like a lump
scan it
sum,
as soon as
Mirko.
possible.
Don't get greedy, man.
Here goes
Man.
greedy. He's already the richest caster. Still needs 5 million GoPay coins.
Hey man,
Bro.
my phone just got stolen, on a bike. Samsung, I really appreciate it, man. What's going on here? That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, definitely out of nowhere there, Mirko. Tough times here, but tough times for GeekFam as well, dude.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. Again, it's rare that we don't really see like the idea when you go and watch GeekFam's draft. So it's definitely different.
Yeah. I guess we'll see because we are going to go to a winner's interview with Evos right now.
Kedengeran nggak?
Eterna here to help translate, but it seems like I do not hear the players at the moment. Give me a second.
Bukan. Nih, Bart sama Ki, sorry nih ya. Emang teman-teman saya lupa kalau misalkan harus di ini unmute site dulu. Emang lupa biasa, maaf. Udah. Nah, ada suara tuh. Oke, gimana perasaan kalian nih? Udah menang 2-0 lagi nih.
Alhamdulillah. Tenang. Nah, Bert, gue lihat-lihat gameplay lo udah lebih lepas nih, Bert. Lebih bisa nunjukin permainan lo. Apa yang dilakukan Coach Pin nih sampai lo bisa lepas bersama dengan walaupun ada player baru?
Gameplay timnya sih yang dibenerin, bukan gua doang, jadi berlima.
Apa contohnya? Apa yang mungkin kemarin belum di-fix, sekarang udah di-fix apa?
Ya, banyak lah.
Berani berburu.
Iya.
Albert thinks that
lebih berani berburu ke dalam hutan.
Albert and Key is mentioning that they are more courageous. They're more out there to look for more picks.
Kan kalian makan.
That is one of the things that has changed.
Sekarang kita harus berani, makanya justru kita
harus berani.
Now they have to be brave because they are tigers.
Ngaruh nggak sih main di venue sama di GH sendiri itu ngaruh banget nggak sama kalian?
They're asking whether or not there's an impact of playing up on stage and in the gaming house. They say they miss playing in the venue.
Match up sama Baloy gimana? Match up sama Baloy?
What about the matchup with Beloy? Beloy is really good.
Ya hebat.
What makes him good?
Hero assassin
His
Roman
heroes?
hebat. Makanya tadi di-ban kan Helputnya.
His assassin Romans are amazing. That's why we banned it out.
Tapi kalian kan senior nih hitungannya ya. Kan terus tiba-tiba ada Randy nih yang ya boleh dibilang kayak kehadiran rookie itu. Kalian kayak gimana sih?
You guys are
nge-playnya tuh kok kayak
seniors.
cepet banget dan sekarang kayak udah klop banget juga nih sebagai
And now you're playing with Randy as a rookie. How did you get to meld with the team quick? How do you get to make the chemistry?
Sempat dia udah main sama kita juga sebenarnya dari waktu trial.
Randy used to
Jadi
play
emang
with
kita
us.
udah udah pernah main sama dia jadi kayak nggak terlalu susah lah adaptasinya lah. Gitu.
They've been playing together for quite some
Bert,
time, so the
Bert,
adaptation
mau nanya,
isn't
Bert, ini kalau
difficult.
misalnya kondisi sekarang kan informasinya kalian udah lebih berani berburu, ya kan? Berarti
Now that
kalau
you guys
bisa
are more
dibilang
brave
ketemu
to look
tim
for
yang
opportunities.
agresif, kalian akan lebih agresif lagi dong.
How do you feel about
Ganyang.
meeting teams that are
Ganyang.
also aggressive?
Buset.
They're going to ganyang.
Boleh.
What is the translation to ganyang?
Jadi ada
Destroy,
yang
there you
persahabatan untuk para penonton nih. Dengan kemenangan kalian 2-0 melawan Geekpam loh, yang mungkin para caster duganya akan ada di Geekpam.
What do you think about caster predicting Geek 2-0 instead of Eagles 2-0? Is there something you want to say?
Buat ini boleh sih.
They
buat
don't have
EVOS
any
fans mungkin, buat
messages.
EVOS fans.
They just really want to play at the venue next time they play.
Tetap dukung kita, masih ada.
Thank you so much to the Eagles fans.
Week masih panjang.
Keep supporting us.
Satu. Kalian tuh tadi menang lawan
Regular
Sun Goldland
season
loh.
is
Itu
still
anomali
long.
pick dari
There's still
Geekfam.
more weeks to
Kasih
come.
kita tutor dong, biar nanti mungkin teman-teman yang nanti nonton nih kalau ketemu sama Sun di rank, itu harus diapain Sun Goldland-nya tuh sebenarnya?
Harus diapain ya?
They're asking
juga,
what to do if
Bunga
they
B,
meet
harus diapain itu
another
Sun Goldland, udah
Sun
biarin aja
or
lah.
Sun in the gold lane.
Biarin aja.
Iya, biarin
He's
aja,
like,
Be.
just leave it alone.
Goldlane-nya mereka
Just
juga
ignore it.
diganyang tadi.
Iya kan? Kurang dia 1 lawan 7 tadi ya?
Iya.
Sunnya 3. Terus temennya
He's like, it was so unfair. It was a
Mau tanya
1v7.
dong, kan nanti di match
This
ketiga ada
one.
match Royal Bestie nih, predik dong, skor dong, Albert sama Hengki nih, boleh.
Predictions for our third match of the day, the Royal Derby.
Predik doang.
Waduh.
Predik aja.
Predik aja kayaknya yang menang,
He thinks
yang lebih siap sih yang menang. Tapi nggak tahu yang
the team that is more prepared will win.
Kalau siap kan berarti bermain aman. Oke, Albert. Menang siapa?
What about you,
Skornya
Albert?
berapa untuk siapa?
What score
Menang siapa?
and for who?
Kalau ini aja ya, prediksi aja.
Ya prediksi doang.
Just a prediction.
2-1 Onyx lah.
2-1 for Onyx.
Oke, Heki, emang lo kira lo aman berapa? Sebut. Sama kayak
What about Yuki?
Bersama katanya.
Dua sama Bang Oji.
Ya,
Both of them at 2.
ada 2
Tied at 2.
Gak valid, gak valid.
Masih kita lihat dari klasemen masih Onyx sih. Onyx kan peringkat 1 kan sekarang.
Thinks based on the standings,
Tapi skornya nggak tahu.
Onyx.
Skornya nggak tahu.
But he doesn't know what
Kayaknya Onyx
score.
menang.
Berarti
Maybe Onyx will win.
bisa 2-1 ya.
Ya.
Oke.
kalau gitu, Albert, thank you, good luck terus, tetap
thank you.
semangat, Albert.
Thank you semuanya.
Alright.
Udah pernah ngerasain
That's for the
playoff,
interview.
jadi
Thank you so
tetap
much,
semangat
Ki.
biar
Thank you
bisa
so much,
masuk
Albert.
playoff, ya.
Buset.
Mengingatkan.
And there it is, the interview. What do you guys think about it?
Hey, they seem very PR trained there at EVOS. You know, they just constantly gave like, I mean, there was one time that they said, yeah, we'll destroy, we'll raid the opponents. But after that, it was just like, all right, we're here, no message. We just want to play in the venue, which is true. To be fair, I think that's the main goal right now. We want to get back to the venue. I think even for us.
Yeah, I want to cast back at the venue too.
Same, dude. I'm already tired.
What about you, Rashi?
You're already tired? I mean, yeah, nothing beats, the whole arena atmosphere.
Yeah.
So I think it's just, you're in the zone more. This is nice and all, but it's just different. I prefer the arena too.
But what isn't nice is how Evo's treated Geek earlier. I mean, you saw that replay, guys. That was
Very mean.
brutality. That was mean. And this will be our MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Player of the match, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It's Randy, the rookie.
It's your boy Randy, man. In this game, he was definitely a lot more active than the Uranus in game number 1. And for the most part, again, you can make an argument that he can only look so good because Geek Fam can't really do much, right? Well, yeah, but the fact of the matter is he was doing well when he was given the opportunity. So, hey, full credit to Randy here. Here are the highlights of the player of the match presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And he is able to follow up on the team. The timing on some of those vengeances when he's dashing and how he's dashing works so well. And dude, Aboy was just not playing the game, man. Randy had his eyes on Aboy as the main target. Now that Geekfam had no marksman, look at Aboy every single time getting swept up to the front, getting stunned up. That feather airstrike was kind of irrelevant, honestly, just due to how EVOS was playing it. So we've already praised Randy. and how his playstyle really fits this whole, predator mindset, the white tigers of Evos. And you're seeing it again here, right? As long as the team can find ways to get ahead, has a composition that wants to go aggressive and get some of these big aggressive plays, I think Randy always is going to have a spot, at least when it comes to the strategy and the game plan.
And you can see it all throughout, just how Geek Fam had no answers. Yeah, the burst down, dude, I don't know why boy even... I understand it was a call, but... the positioning was just like crisp clean for Randy.
Bro, he was playing a utility. You get the items here, right? You got the Fury Hammer, and then like the Meteor, and then the Oracle, and then the Brute Force. He wasn't really building like full damage, but again, considering how ahead he was and how behind the opposing team was, he could serve as an assassin. We saw him delete Kenziski and a boy multiple times, dude. So again, this Arlet, in the right hands, it's just a devastating type of hero. They can do a lot of different things. He falls short in the tanking, frontline department. But hey, there's a box shot for that. So again, now Evos has this angle where they can kind of let Key take the back seat and allow Randy to try and be more aggressive, more proactive as well. So it's looking like a much more solid Evos.
So before we even, opened up this matchup, it was a huge highlight between Randy versus Gobs, with Gobs, having a lot more experience. I think even the audience topic voting showed that Gobs had, more votes compared to Randy. But here, Randy really did prove, once again, for the team that he fits in perfectly. In the interview, they also mentioned that they're a lot more brave when it comes down to looking for opportunities on the map. And the Randy Key duo is also starting to show, and it is something that Evos can utilize this season.
And
it's a great addition.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I think, again, it just kind of rounds out the composition. So now they can technically play for every single lane, or every one of them can be playmakers. So if they can actually get that synergy like down enough so that they can all feel bold enough to actually make plays on their own. We already mentioned how Evos had all this potential from last season, but now with the addition of Randy, I think even more so.
Yeah. And it's just so dominant again from Evos. The way that they played, the execution was really, really good. Again, when you get this kind of composition, it just... I understand now, right? We were talking about how the Phobias was already kind of a deny onto the Arlet, but they still went to the Arlet. You get so many resets in the game with this composition, too many resets for even the Phobias to handle. Because by the time you do deal damage on the Phobias, your whole team's wiped. The Feathered Airstrike gets cancelled. Your Sun also... I can't believe they picked Sun into an Arlet. That's still my main concern for them. Instead of going for a safer goal laner that could try to dodge or play around the Vengeance, they went for a Sun that gets obliterated by Arlet. I remember playing with Sheffin, rank game. Enemy team picked Sun. I was like, alright, Sheffin, go Arlet. Let's just win this game. He picks the Arlet, and it was just a no contest, bro.
So big question is, whose call was it, right? Was it a coach call? Was Kenziski more comfortable playing, the Sun in this situation?
I hope it wasn't Kenziski, because he should know, as the Sun player who plays it in rank, that it's not really that good. Was it just purely because they was up against Granger and it was like, I want to take the Granger and Yi Sun-Shin out. These are two marksmen. If I get the snowball, it'll be pretty good. I don't know. If that was the case still, it was still very one-dimensional. It was just the thought of alright, 2 MMs equals to Sun. It's too naive, to think about it that way in MPL.
Makes sense. Hopefully something changes real quick. But remember, we do have more matches ahead of us. There are a lot of things that we do want to let you guys know, and one of which is free WDP. You heard it right. Free weekly diamond pass. Go ahead and scan the QR code down below. Arashi, have you got your hands on the free WDP?
I sure have. You gotta go for that value whenever it's possible, man. You just go and scan this, and you can get it's a bit of a cashback type of deal. So it's not even that complicated. It's not a full-on process. You scan it, you claim it, and that's about it, man. Free diamonds, free skins equals free wins.
And don't forget, you know, essential ammo for gamers. Of course, you guys need internet. You guys need phone credit. You can do that on the new GoPay app because it is always so affordable. Get 15,000 worth of credit for only 9,900 IDRs. So even more value than just the free WDP.
It's so valuable, especially because you already got the 3,445 rupiah from the GoPay coins. You just add that, and it's technically a discount for the WDP that you can get with gopay.co.id/games. And you can also vote for your champion, win those electric motorcycles.
16 electric motorbikes are available. 16 gaming phones are also available. And of course, there are also other rewards like the MLBB skins, the GoPay coins, as well as headphones, power banks. They're all just waiting for you guys. All you need to do is just vote for your champion every time there is an MPL ID Season 16 match. And you can do that through the GoPay app. So once again, don't forget to scan the QR code down below us. Or of course, you guys can go ahead and open up your Play Store or your App Store to download GoPay. And while you're at it, you know what rhymes with GoPay?
What?
Good day.
Good day, nice Arashi. Here it is.
Wow.
Good day!
Wait, how do you have that? They didn't give any to me.
You're lying.
Yeah, they did. No way. What?
You
No.
must have it.
I had it yesterday, but now it's gone and they didn't restock.
Do you want mine? I can give it to you.
Wait, oh, it's already
There.
gone from your hand.
Other side.
Wait, it's the wrong side. Wait.
Other side. Where is it? You didn't get it?
I finished my good day.
Instantly consumed the miracle.
I'll give it
I
to Arashi
finished
then.
every good day. All right, Arashi, go
Here,
take
Arashi,
it, man.
take it.
Hang on. Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Whoa, wait, how did you do
I'll
that?
pick up another one from me.
I mean, it is what it is, man.
Good Day is a ready-to-drink coffee, and of course, guys, this new one
Oh, man.
has that QR code.
Delicious.
Arashi, show the QR code. Show the QR code.
Right here.
Or I'll cover it if you want to.
Oh, I'll scan that. Give me that scan.
The back here. Hey.
I'm scanning. Hold up.
Here.
Did you get it?
Dude,
It's your guys.
It's too
scan the
guys. What
QR
the heck?
code
it's
and
too
get-
small. You guys gotta
get
get
the
closer,
benefit.
man.
I don't want to show
Dude, we're
mine.
trying to show the audience, not give you the scan, bro.
Okay,
Exactly.
fair enough, man.
Exactly. Because if you
We
scan
don't
the
work
QR
for you.
code, you guys will instantly receive diamonds as well as skins. So you guys, every purchase equals skin or diamond. So that's pretty fun. I love that. It's like a treasure hunt. And you guys can collect all the different editions, right? This one's the Brody one, the Fantastic Mochaccino.
Fantastic.
I want it.
Go drink it, Eterna. I personally like the Raffaella one, the one with the Raffaella. You see that right there? What flavor is that? That's Originale Cappuccino, alright? So, hey, you know me, I'm a Raffaella lover and an Originale Cappuccino lover.
Super good. I love it.
Is that your favorite flavor, or is it the Originale Cappuccino?
I like the other one. What is it? There's an avocado one, right?
Cappuccino? Oh. Why don't you like Raffaella?
I like Raffaella. We're talking about flavors, right? Not heroes, right?
Oh, kind of both, you know. It's a competition. Whenever some like your hero is on a bottle or on any promotional, material, you gotta get competitive with it. You're like, no, mine is better, and then yours is better. You know, it's the battle.
Oh, mine's
what if we
better.
can have a good day battle?
Oh, but they need to send us the different ones.
Don't worry.
What is the battle?
I'll get
Do we
my
just
hands
like
on
throw it
Rafa.
at each
I
other?
mean, yes. Maybe we just pour it together and then see how it battles.
Huh?
Oh no, I don't know how that would work.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. Sounds a bit wasteful as well. I don't know, man. I don't know about
Waste
all that.
is yeah.
What?
Okay,
Subjective.
Huh. But what's not subjective
What?
is simpati, guys. Alright.
Oh, my lord. I know this one.
Okay. You don't know it?
No, I said I know this one.
Oh, you know this one? Then tell us
Yeah.
about it.
No.
Okay.
No, don't worry, I got you. For you guys back at home, I'm joking. For you guys back at home, go ahead, buy Simpati now and get MLBB Diamonds, alright? Get your Simpati now and enjoy tons of benefits from streaming, gaming, shopping, music to safe internet browsing. It's all there. What's even more exciting is every Simpati purchase gives you an MLBB Diamond voucher to help you push rank like a pro. What's even more exciting is every voucher to help you push rank like you're not gonna go with no skin, you know, that's just for just 35,000 IDR, you get a data plan worth 3 gigabytes and 30 minutes of calls and SMS.
That's insane. So don't forget to check it out or visit tcell.id/simpati to get all of that. Simpati. I actually use Simpati. For real.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
The beautiful thing about
It's the best for you,
Simpati
man.
is like wherever you
swap
travel,
to Simpati.
you always have signal.
Wow.
Yeah.
What
why-
is Simpati, by the way? Is that sympathy? Is it sympathy?
I don't know.
Or is it Indonesian for sympathy? No?
I'm not sure actually.
I think it
I think
technically
so.
is, but I feel like you're reading too much into it as well. So
okay.
But yeah, guys, if you're traveling,
So
you know, in
just
the
a
middle
name.
of nowhere, you like
Yeah.
hiking, you know, other than gaming, obviously, you like
Wait,
hiking.
Arashi likes hiking?
Exactly.
I
You
sure
can use
do.
Simpati
I sure
because
but I feel like you're reading too much into it.
that's how
What about
affordable it is.
35,000 US dollars to Indonesian rupiah, guys. That's 576,169,999 rupiah.
Why do you know that?
Quick
see.
maths. Quick maths.
Well,
but of course,
if you
you know,
wanna-
you guys are watching us online right now. We want to remind you guys for next week, for week
Oh my
4, we are
Let's
coming
go!
back offline. So don't forget to grab your tickets right now for Friday, our first day of that week. It is going to be on September 12th, just to remind you. So don't forget to get your
Don't
tickets
forget.
at id-mpl.com/ticket. Oh yeah.
Get your tickets for this one too, man. It's Evos versus Dewa. Will Dewa's kin be able to stop Evos' win streak? Or will it be the opposite? Will Evos also just, you know, smash Dewa, stop the kin streak from happening? But, you know, my boy Kin's gonna do it. My boy Kin!
it's interesting indeed.
That's... Alright.
Markin
Well,
history.
Niall is there too. Gobs is... Okay, this should be a Geek Fam win, right? There's no way Geek Fam don't get a win
Oh, but your boy
again.
Yazuki,
They don't
though.
make the
I
playoffs.
Like,
Yuzuki.
you know,
Because
we
it's
thought-
Yuzuki, I think there's a big chance. But if it's not Yuzuki, oh man.
I mean, we thought it was going to be a 2-0 for Geek today.
Yeah.
No,
If I
They
could
did
see
that
the
to
drafts beforehand, I would vote 9-0 for Evos.
Well, but you can't. So that's not how it
Ouch.
works, man.
Ouch, ouch,
Unlucky,
ouch.
man.
But of course, boys and girls, you know, jokes aside, we do really miss you guys. We do want to see you back at the venue.
We miss you.
You'll get a chance to, you know, take pictures with Mirko or with Arashi. But for now, we are going to go on a break before we head into the Chaos Derby for match number 2. So we'll see you then. We'll see you after the break, boys.
Kalau kata pepatah, kita itu perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih, tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong, Indonesia bakal comeback, dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniatu.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke Eral lah.
Berhasil mendorong Dito menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan kemenangan di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut, udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalian bukan karena gua?
Monster kill!
Monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi. Ah, bosen, banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Tapi sekarang lu kipan dan Shanja. Oh my god.
Maniac!
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisan. Tapi masih ada pergerakan di dan di mana diri yang dikeroyok. Sampai itu sekarang satu blessing to end.
You miss me?
Blessing to end from Skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Yes, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Yes, Good Day MPL. Yo, Good Day MPL. Oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka
Di granat!
Boom, ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Izin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu. Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Brisal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke Eral.
berhasil mendorong Vitorino yang menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kemenangan tidak tersatu sama sekali dan Bedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalian bukan karena gua?
Monster kill.
Monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Tapi sekarang kipannya shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac!
Mau adu maniak season ini.
Pada saat daerah dia sendiri mereka bisa tapi masih ada pergerakan dia dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun itu sekarang satu buah situasi.
You miss me? Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada. Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Yes, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Yes, Good Day MPL. Yo, Good Day MPL. Oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Zima meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke Eral.
Berhasil mendorong Torito menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kembali di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut, daripada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue kecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Satu hijau tapi sekarang lu kipannya di shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisah, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu blessing Johan.
You miss me?
Tuan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat tumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Yo, good day MPL.
aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Mafia, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke era lah.
Berhasil mendorong Toritonya menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kemenangan tidak tersatu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboy.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah?
Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Tapi sekarang lu kipannya shutdown. Oh my god.
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Sekarang dia sendiri mereka bisa pisah. Tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun itu sekarang ada satu buah Joan.
You miss me? Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Yo, good day MPL. Oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita itu perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Brisal from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pep?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban racun kali ini untuk mendapatkan yang terbaik di dasar satu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut, udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboy.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Sakit cuma, tapi sekarang lu gimana shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac!
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Sekarang daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisah, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu peluang situasi.
You miss me?
Tuan blok skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review. Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat tumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, yo, Good Day MPL.
aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral.
berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban racun kali ini untuk mendapatkan yang kemenangan tidak tersatu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboy.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah?
Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Tapi sekarang lu kipan lagi shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac!
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisah. Tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan gimana diri yang dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu peluang situation.
You miss me?
Blok skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Yo, good day MPL. Oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rini Tizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Tizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Ini nggak sih, Pep?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral.
Berhasil mendorong Torizo yang menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan mendapatkan tidak tersatu sama sekali dan Pedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakti Hijume, tapi sekarang lu kipannya di shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Pada saat Jairan dia sendiri dikira bisa-bisa, tapi masih ada pergerakan di ada dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu buah situasi.
You miss me?
Tuan blok skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Kope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Kope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Kope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat tumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Yo, good day MPL.
aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Isi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pep?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral lah.
Berhasil mendorong itu menjadi korban kali ini untuk mendapatkan kemenangan di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboy.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah?
Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Tapi sekarang lu kipan dan shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac!
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Pada saat daerah biasa tidak bisa tapi masih ada pergerakan di dan di mana diri yang dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu buah Zigduan.
You miss me?
Zigduan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Yo, good day MPL. Oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata Anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas penyakit.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Ini nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke era lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan yang kemenangan tidak tersentuh sama sekali dan Pedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi, Dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gue,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Satu hijau tapi sekarang lu ibadah shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac!
Mau adu Maniac season ini.
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di area dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu blessing to end.
You miss me?
Blessing to end from Skyline.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
berlomba bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Yes, Good Day MPL. Woo, Good Day MPL. Yes, Good Day MPL. Yo, Good Day MPL. Oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Zi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Bristol from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke era lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban racun kali ini untuk mendapatkan yang terbaik. Tidak tersentuh sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalian bukan karena gua.
Monster kill.
Monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Tapi sekarang lu ibadah di shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Daerahnya setidaknya mereka bisa pisah. Tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu buah situasi.
You miss me?
Tuan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Kope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Kope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Kope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat tumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Woo, good day MPL. Yes, good day MPL. Yo, good day MPL. Oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Isi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniatu.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke era lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino yang menjadi korban racun kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kemenangan di atas satu sama sekali dan Badian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboy.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Tapi sekarang belum ibadah shutdown.
Maniac.
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Pada sekarang daerah dia sendiri mereka bisa pisan. Tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan gimana diri yang dikeroyok. Namun itu sekarang satu peluang situasi.
You miss me?
Blok skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. berlari terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we
MPL Indonesia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to our second match of the day here at MPL ID Season 16, Week 3, Day number 2. And you guys are now watching the English broadcast once again with me, Eterna, alongside with Arashi, as well as Mirko. But of course, before we do begin, we do want to thank you guys for tuning in to our online broadcast, as well as to our sponsors, because MPL ID Season 16 wouldn't be here without powered by Moonton, supported by PBESI, presented to you by our official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official coffee Good Day. We also have our partners in esports. We have Simpati, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Good Time, our advertisers, Kacang Sukro, Yoritos, and of course, thank you so much to our suppliers as well, Head and Shoulders, UBS Gold, Royal Guard, as well as Imaginary. For our second match of the day, we have the Chaos Derby, Bigatron versus Alter Ego. Now, this is a matchup that everyone has been anticipating. It's one of the crowd favorites here at MPL ID. And to start things off, we're going to ask how Mirko is feeling about this next matchup.
I'm feeling pretty confident, Eterna. You know, after the 2-0 win streak we got in week number 2, and after Alter Ego's very unstable performances as of late, I think Bigatron are definitely the favorites coming into this matchup.
Well, I mean, I have to agree with that, Mirko. I think their draft is looking so much cleaner, at least compared to week number 1, man. It's such a stark difference. It's surprising. So, I do agree. I think now, a lot of people are saying that the draft is where Bigatron were falling short. That's no longer the case. So, I think Alter Ego are the ones who have to prove now to the crowd that, hey, we're still in it to win it.
So this will be the 34th time that both of these teams have met. And technically, when it comes down to their history, it has been BTR winning it over Alter Ego with 18 games versus Alter Ego winning it 15 times. But the last time that Bigatron was able to find a win against Alter Ego was actually leg 1 of last season, because we do remember what happened back in the playoffs of MPL ID Season 15.
Yikes.
Yikes. I think Mirko has something to say about that.
No, I don't have anything to say about that,
Nothing.
right? I don't want to talk about it. That never happened. It was something that happened maybe in only in our imagination, you know. That's, yeah.
Only in our imagination. But like, you know, I didn't see BTR at MSC. Did you, Arashi?
I don't recall. I don't. Maybe. Don't think so.
That just makes
What
BTR
happened?
undefeated at MSC still, baby. Like, I mean, come on, MS. Like, this team crazy, man.
But in all seriousness, we do have to break this down just a little bit, right? Because like you mentioned, Alter Ego with that 2-0 loss against Navi, I think a lot of people were quite surprised with that happening. Do you think it is in relation to maybe some roster changes? And who do you think we might be expecting to play for Alter Ego today, Arashi?
Oh man, for Alter Ego, I feel like they have so many options that you need to know some insider info in order to actually have like a a solid, confident opinion of who's gonna be playing. Because again, it all depends on the synergy as well. They have so many combinations that you never know what to expect. And before going on to that point, there's this show here, the STM Derby from era to era.
Yeah, you were talking about, combinations, and this has been something that's been going on for quite some time, right? If you guys can recall back to the Panik the era with Leo Murphy. What season was that again?
That was season 7.
Season 7.
Was it
so
7?
Season
Wow.
7,
Yep.
the Sayonara era. I think this was season 8.
8, I believe, yes.
Season 8 playoffs where Boy said sayonara to Bigatron, and then now we're kind of in an era where it's the sorry ko era.
Oh my
And
lord.
this is this is staple Nino. Every time Alter Ego doesn't either one make it to playoffs or they get eliminated from playoffs early, we do hear Nino always saying sorry ko Delwin, their CEO.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for Nino. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to really, meet the expectations for the org, for Mr. Codelwin, and also for their new, I think, CEO that might be taking over, Nafari. We've been hearing a lot of news from that guy as well, ex-coach. I don't
Really?
know, but he has a lot of expectations for Zephyr. So again, it's all about meeting the expectations of both CEOs. Could be, co-CEOs, one CEO, one COO type of deal. I don't know, man. Nafari's been popping off recently in streams with Codelwin.
It indeed seems like the case. And you have to remember that Nafari is very confident in Zephyr's intellect, right? He says, yo, back then, you gotta show your genius. He knows that. He was saying, I know you got that genius in you, Zephyr. It's time to show it. So, we haven't really seen all the massive mind games, but maybe it's gonna start this week.
Maybe it will start this week. But also, what will be the starting lineup this week for Alter Ego? Because once again, I think Alter Ego has been so infamous with so many eras, so many faces that have come through for them. Over the past few seasons of Leo Murphy, MPL ID Season 6, we have Rasi in Season 11, and then they transitioned to Dreams in Season 15. So the big question is, will they be sticking to Alec or will they be sticking to Ivan? And which of these two will be able to take Alter Ego further than before? Because as we can all recall, Alter Ego has not been able to claim top 2 ever since Season 6, I believe.
That was the last time they were up there, representing Indonesia for M2, the M2 World Championships as well. For me, I don't know. I actually don't know who's the better option here, Alec or Ivan, just because Ivan's really, really new. Alec has proven to be very inconsistent in the past few games, like whenever he does well in the early game, he actually is able to take control of the game and continue to dictate the pace. But whenever he's behind or whenever he's just even with the other team, it gets really tough for him to make creative moves around the map. He's a very one-dimensional player in that matter. Ivan, though, on the other side, is much more stable, but hasn't really found a synergy with the team yet.
What do you think, Arashi? Ivan or Alec?
Like this point, since Alec has shown that it's pretty straightforward, but he can perform with the team. I feel like there's no reason why you can't build on him anyways. Because again, with Ivan, we've seen him before. He's not a bad player either, but it's not like with time, with good synergy, he's gonna be number 1 in the league type of level. You know what I mean? So try him out, and if he's actually performing better than Alec in scrims and whatnot, then maybe go with him. But if Alec himself, isn't really eye-catchy just yet, I feel like that's not an issue, because sometimes in a team like Alter Ego where everyone can kind of go wild, right? Having someone that's kind of just there, kind of chill, I feel like that's not a bad idea at all.
That's true. Alter Ego have been known to be a very aggressive team. So aggressive that maybe sometimes discipline becomes a question. Do you think that this oh, wait a second. We have a comment here from our CEO, Codelwin. Guys, please comment on Alter Ego's Instagram. Tell Zephyr we don't want to see this trio, Cyrus, Yazuke, and Ivan, back in the land of Dawn. Please change the lineup, bro. It's clear they don't click together.
Oh my lord.
Interesting. Okay, breaking news there.
That's a unique approach. I don't know how to take this, you know, like obviously I would like to believe he's joking. He would definitely, you know, because there's no way you would trust someone like Zephyr to take the entire, like the helms for MPL ID and then suddenly in week 2 say, hey, do what I command. You don't get any choices, you know. I think it's a joke. I at least think it's a joke. I think I'm gonna put my trust on Zephyr, you know? It was the first 2 weeks. It was unfortunate for him that the performances were very, very weird. I agree though. With all that being said, I agree. I think this lineup just couldn't click together. I think Ivan needs to play with Hijume and Rin to really see how Alter Ego can do in the season. That should be the main lineup.
That means, again, pretty interesting. I'm just quite shocked that the approach is like, yo, fans, like, put it in the social media. Like, he can say this to the guy directly, you know, but I guess...
That's true.
I guess he's trying to make a point, right? You know, like, hey, look, the people have spoken type of a deal. So, hey, shows you again that, you know, he's a CEO, but he is very you know, he's well connected with the people, with the masses.
Well, he's a streamer now.
Yeah,
boys and girls, so
he is.
You know, I bet there's like a lot of entertainment factor and there's like gimmicks that he's prepared for the team, and considering how much he's been popping off, you know, in the FYPs and stuff, it does make sense that he would, you know, use the fan base and the people to kind of put that point forward. But always very entertaining with Caudelwin. I'm excited to see what kind of weird thing he's gonna say next, especially if Alter Ego don't win this against Bigatron. I actually had the opportunity to kind of be like, yo, Caudelwin, 2-0, huh? And he was like, shut up.
Classic Caudelwin response, man. He's just so blunt.
Yeah. But here's a little bit of a, you know, snippet to the past performances from Alter Ego as well as BTR. I think looking at this is what, a huge lead for BTR?
Yeah, this was the previous eras basically, right? And
Yeah,
you can
season
see
15.
You can see the aggression from both teams, right? So that's what we're expecting here still. The fact that like both teams, even when during their most calculated, their most calm, whenever it's this matchup between Alter Ego and Bigatron, they kind of almost like devolve, but in a fun way. And honestly, it's great entertainment, but some people are saying like, yo, that's cool and all, and there's like more ego involved, but at some point, how long are you gonna keep this up? And for now, it's still happening, so who knows what we can expect for today's match.
I think from time to time we've been seeing, again, different eras of Bigatron and Alter Ego, but both of them have technically stayed the same in terms of playstyle. They've both been very, very aggressive, very reliant on team fights, and also very throw-heavy. That's really what makes the Derby name a reality, you know, the Chaos Derby for both these teams. It's just whoever gets the better all-in, whoever gets the better, you know, fight will win. It doesn't matter who has the lead. 10k gold lead doesn't matter in this matchup.
We did see that from BTR, right? They were able to claim, you know, really good early game. They were trying to build up a snowball, and then into the later stages when objectives started to matter, they lose control. So I think these are the same things that we're going to be looking at for both of these teams, whether or not they're going to be able to repair that and, of course, reflect that back into the game. Because this is the official team lineup for Alter Ego. They're actually playing with Rin, Hijume, as well as Alec.
Yet again, it's a new combination, but at least for them, it's finally back to what I think is their main lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, the three faces of MPL ID. It's Alter Ego Esports.
The ever-shifting three faces outside of the game and even inside of the game. Another shift, three-member combination here. We'll see if this is the hidden weapon, the main recipe that they've been saving up for this high ego matchup against Bigatron.
Let's hope so, because on the other side, they're going against BTR by Vitality. We're taking a look at the official team lineup, and wait a sec, that's not Nile in the jungle, that's Ron!
Nile has been replaced! The man everybody thought would play the entire season will be sitting on the bench for Ron to shine in the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, the new version of the Red Robots with Ron in the jungle. Bigatron by Vitality.
Oh boy, what happened there? Ron out of nowhere. Not exactly a familiar face either, Mirko. I personally don't know much about the guy. Do you have any idea where he came from?
Yep, same team as Shogun. This is the package that they got just last season, or at least in the preseason for the transfers. Shogun in the XP, Ron was the main jungle for Kagendra too. So again, this is a big question mark, but also I would say kind of safe. For him to be making his debut at home, online, is I think great. Relieves a lot of pressure.
Speaking of questions, facing El Familia, can the Red Robots keep their winning streak? 36% tied in between A and B. Alter Ego will win the Chaos Derby, and Bigatron will take the win. So even the people back at home, they're 50-50 as well. It really does depend. But back to that point earlier, yes, I agree with Mirko's point. I think his debut back in the Game House, it's less pressure. Even if there are, early jitters, this is like the best way to go for it. And I've been hearing that he was actually the regular season MVP. But before we break that down a little further, we're going to look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Well, for Bigatron, the trio mid has to play actively. They are really good at utilizing that combination, and they're in sync. Give Shogun an aggressive hero as well, because this guy has been performing really, really well, especially in the current meta with the options in the XP lane, and get a solid draft to kind of supplement everything. For Alter Ego, you want to ban or deny that Fanny, right? That's always been a question, but now with the shift, I'm not quite so sure. You want to limit Moreno's movements, that's still valid, and do screening on Shogun's rotations. At the very least, they gotta try and match it or punish it. They cannot allow Shogun to execute his game plan. And considering that he's a bit of a new face, technically, they should be able to really, conjure something up to really shut down that EXP lane pressure. And again, find that balance between shutting down the side lane and also taking control of the trio mid. That will all begin from the drafting phase. And for Bigatron, they're actually first pick selection here as the home team.
42% win rate on blue side. Haven't really found as much success on that side. Why do you think that is? Why do you think BTR has been better on red side, Arashi?
On the red side, I feel like they're just been. We've highlighted their improvements in the drafting phase, and I feel like right now, as the red side, you have a bit more flexibility. Again, only if you have the right type of surprises, the right kind of hero pool. And for Bigatron, I feel like from what I can see this season, Shogun in particular has just been that wild card. We've seen him on some crazy picks, and I guess that helps too, to try and make sure that towards the end of the drafting phase, they can just come up with something completely unpredictable and try and get an advantage that way.
I think it's also like the common thing this season, common occurrence right now. Like the red side has just been way more successful compared to blue. The only team who's been successful on blue has been, I think it was, Na'Vi. Na'Vi are the only ones right now who have a positive win rate on blue. And everybody else are just getting more wins on red side. Being able to react, it seems, has been the way to go in the drafts.
So, speaking of the drafts, we're going straight into the drafting phase for game number 1 in our Chaos Derby. To open things up here, presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. BTR, CC Jushin Phobius ban, and Alter Ego, despite the switch up in the jungler, will still be banning out the Fanny alongside the Wanwan and the Boxia. So first pick, who are we looking at? The Arlet.
Constant that breaks the tide.
That's an interesting one. Arlet's first pick. We've seen it kind of left alone until maybe the second phase, but for Bigatron, they really want, again, that aggressive EXP lane. But showing it first pick though, Alter Ego have a lot of chances to try and find a good counter here.
Because I saved my nation from falling
That's not
apart.
something I would expect as a counter, the Uranus pick. The Yi Sun-Shin is pretty solid. Again, you want to take away as many of the CC enablers from the Arlet, but BTR pick up the Lancelot too. So many dashes against already what looks to be an Alter Ego front-to-back composition that's building up. So for BTR, I think Again, normally you would expect the Farsa to come out here up against the Yi Sun-shin and Uranus. You need a bit more burst, you need that range as well to deal with the Yi Sun-shin. But it could also be the deny on Harith first. So either you want to counter the Harith with Farsa, counter Harith and Yi Sun-shin, but leave yourself susceptible to a possible Selena pick by Alter Ego, or you go for the Harith and just deny it straight out.
I shall forge my own
You want to go for Harith, that's an option, but now that the Farsa is shown here, Alter Ego might be considering something else perhaps. Again, for now, they have a pretty flexible first two picks. They can still kind of pivot around with this, but again, they haven't really been shown to be the team with that much flexibility in the hero pools, in the strats and game plans as well. So I'm wondering if they want to just go with something a bit more straightforward and just go in a bit more of a dive composition, try and get that Farsa out of the way and shut down Moreno.
So what kind of hero are we thinking about, right? Because both of these teams equally really like that mid lane pressure. The fact that BTR already have the Farsa, what do Alter Ego go for to kind of put and be able to control the tempo in the early game? I wasn't thinking the Kagura, but the Kagura it is. Why do you think the Kagura pops up here, Mirko?
Dude, we haven't seen a whole lot of this recently in MPL Philippines. Like, Kagura has been part of the meta in the Philippines. It's just we're kind of late to it. We got to see a bit of it with Dewa playing it with Octa. I remember it was week number 1. I believe it was day number 1 or day number 2. But at that time, it wasn't really common. But now, after seeing a lot more Kagura picks in MPL Philippines, I can say it's actually pretty solid. It just really depends on who you're up against. And right now, it actually does make sense, right? Against Lancelot, Farsa, and Arlet, you need a bit more mobility. You need that instant burst kind of deal. And with the Yi Sun-shin already there to provide somewhat of a CC, you can combo it together. It's just now they're very reliant on a combo together. So if BTR can make it very chaotic, as the Derby name suggests, it'll be tough for Alter Ego to look for the combo wombo.
I have a question though. What do you think about the wave clear?
That, I think it really depends on Rome at this point. Like, if Alter Ego get a Kalea or a Cho, they'll win out. Like, at this point, mid lane isn't just the duel between the mages anymore. But if it's just Kagura versus Farsa, I think Kagura wins out of the lane, but when it comes to clear, it should be Farsa.
I think I can agree. The Kagura is gonna have more ways to kind of poke and harass, but when it comes to the straight up wave clear, it's hard to compete with the AoE Farsa brings to the table. But I think later on, once you're already clear, right? If Moreno is trying to roam around, then those side bushes become quite dangerous with the Kagura assassination potential lurking on the sides. So now for Bigatron, banning away the Ruby, they're the ones who seem to be wanting to go aggressive, right? And they're trying to limit the amount of setup that Alter Ego can have right here. Because again, like Rico mentioned, you need some crowd control to kind of set up for the Kagura. That Yin Yang overturn requires a bit of channel time, and you can't really get it. You can't really use it in a surprise fashion.
Okay, so there goes the Cho, right? So we're looking at heroes like the Kalea to try and aid Alter Ego in the venture with the Kagura. We've seen heroes like the Tigreal come through occasionally, but Alter Ego go for the Hilda instead, looking for a little bit more aggression but less playmaking.
Right, so with the Hilda, again, this seems to be a bit more similar to what GeekFam was doing. Two big, beefy heroes with good regen as well. But again, not a lot of range or poke. So they have beefy frontliners, but we are failing to see what they're trying to build, why they're building up such an impressive frontline. For the most part, at least now, Bigatron won't really be able to get an easy pickoff, even with a Farsa. Now with the Grok in the picture though, again, if this is a chaotic, clumped up kind of team fight, Bigatron has a lot of value here with all these AoE tools.
Yeah, that's a lot of team fight. That's good wave clear as well, Mirko.
Yeah, great last pick too by BTR on the Moscow. Something that's just very, very safe in the gold lane. And with the Harith and Ruby taken out, now it's tough for Alter Ego. What do they go for? You know, they're caught in a tough spot where they can go for the Granger. That would probably be the... is it the safest choice? No, I think the Bruno will be the safest choice. But if they need to add in more range, which looks like they kind of do need it in their composition right now. They need a Granger. If not, then they're going to be forced to play Bruno, which means it'll really just come down to the mechanics and the team fights here. And BTR definitely have way more outplay potential compared to Alter Ego. I want to talk about the Hilda pick. Oh my lord, they go for the craziest choice. Something that no one would have predicted. Maybe someone in the comment section who's like stuck in Epic predicted this. Shout outs to you, friend. But man, Hanabi making its debut in Season 16 against BTR in the Chaos Derby. Oh man.
Arashi, Hana baby, talk to us about this.
I mean, dude, Bigatron were the ones who brought it out back then, I feel like, you know, for a bit when it was kind of popularizing. It's not exactly the safe in the same way that Granger is, but technically, you just hit the guy in the front, and you're immune to the crowd control tools. You're not going to be immune to the magical and physical burst from the Lancelot and Farsa, though. It's a bold option. I think it's a bit too dangerous.
I mean, it looks like the lineup rating heavily favors Alter Ego. And that's how we're gonna start things off here at the Chaos Derby. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 here in our second match of the day. We're expecting aggression. We're expecting just pure drama. Hanabi in the gold lane, something that we haven't seen quite too much. I do believe, though, the Hanabi, she has lots of range, right? With the echo of her basic attack? Is that something that they were looking for?
Yeah, you got range in the lane, you've got good clear too, but you have to understand you're up against so much dive, so much range on the other side as well. Like Moreno should be able to dish out a lot of damage. Ron already caught in top spot, Thorn Rose Puncture gets him away. Rindo is looking for it. It's a lethal win for BTR, but they gotta back away with Ron.
There you go, there you go. A debut pick-in for Alter Ego, a debut performance coming in from BTR as well. Alec, though, very aggressive.
Huh? Alec with the flicker, got read out by Ron. Good moves by Ron.
Cool, man. The pressure again from Alter Ego is attempted here. But again, so much dive, so much damage. You're going to be hunted by Moreno and Ron, right? Two separate sources of damage as well. So I think the late game is going to be tough, but we'll see how this plays out. For now, I think Alter Ego have the pressure due to the Hilda and Uranus. Looking at the Emblems by Games Max, you see the tenacity, agility. It's all about being tanky, having pressure in the lane, and then roaming around for the side of Alter Ego. For the side of Bigatron, though, Market Hunter on Moreno's Farsa. Bold move there.
Why do you think that Arfi went for the cooldown on the spells?
Aegis.
Yep. More shielding, and with the Hanabi, when you have a shield on you, you are immune to crowd control. So technically, it functions as a purify as well. Ooh, look at Rondo.
Oh, looking for it. Actually wins it out. I don't think with the retry, but he ends up having to bite the dust now as Moreno's able to kite back, has to flicker away. Nino walking in. Shogun with the Arlet, getting back onto the purple buff as Ron spawns back in the game. And yeah, no retry was used earlier. Moreno getting the feather airstrike coming down already, but Nino walks in, gets the last shot. Shogun with the help of Finn, getting those free resets in as Nino might have to flicker out. And he actually holds it for so long, gets smacked down to the ground by Finn.
Really good comeback in from the red robots there, right? Initially, it was looking good for Alter Ego with those trades and kills, but the fact that Bigatron were able to find themselves some more trades and kills, it's all going back to 50-50, assuming as well that they were also able to pick up the neutral objective. Talent prediction, though, by GoPay, it looks like 2 zeros all across the board. Wait a second. Ron might be caught in a tough position here. Still able to get out.
Dude, the aggression from Alter Ego, man. The flicker from Hijime, they're trying to get something. Shogun, though, might get taken out here.
Okay, is he able to go for vengeance? Oh, another reset saves him. Rin and Nino forced their way up top.
It was an SOD as well, but Nino is ready for it. Again, Alter Ego are having the aggression. They have more playmaking tools in the early games here. We've seen that. But they're over-chasing a lot of these fights, man. And Bigatron, they have a great amount of counter-engage. So Alter Ego needs to kind of be careful about this.
Okay. Needs to keep up with the pacing. Needs to make sure that they don't go overzealous. We do see that Hijime has rotated towards this top side to aid in that particular venture, a recall from Shogun. What are we expecting for the next neutral objective? Do both teams need to go for the contest?
I feel like for Alter Ego, they want to make a play happen before the neutral objective happens, right? So more of a setup or pick-off. Because again, the AoE for Bigatron is just so much. And that's before contemplating the existence of Eman, who can just join the fight from far away as well. So I think Alter Ego have the urgency here.
Okay, Alec gonna be taken away. Oh man, with the final slash, Shogun able to enable that pick now. Ron on it already. Nino still doing a good job trying to zone him away. Goes back on a Shogun who's still there. Has the flicker. Will hold on to it. Retry win for Ron. Not even given the chance over to Rin to pop that Retry. Shogun now jumping again with a vengeance. Able to go back in all the way. Yin Yang overturned by Hijume. Doing a whole lot as Rin takes the double.
So in that regard, it's actually 3-0 actually for BTR. No, it's a 2-4-1 rather. Alter Ego though, in the bottom side. Eman caught in a 3v1 situation.
Oh, he's dead for sure. Has the flicker, tries to survive, but Ijume gets the last basic attack as Arfi cleans house by taking a turret down below.
Really good rotations coming in, but look at this. Alter Ego want more.
The airstrike coming down on Hijume, still able to escape, and BTR are just left scrambled. It'll be Hijume taken down by Haran, who continues the chase with the puncture onto the Lethal Wanderer.
Yeah, Hijume had no mana there, a bit too overzealously trying to go for kills. But again, Mirko, you mentioned that this matchup is kind of symbolized by throws from both parties, and you're seeing that again here. Again, the back and forths, dude. There's always some kind of pick-off, some kind of trade back, some kind of overextension as well. And, you know, if you look at the composition in the late game with Hanabi and Yisun Shin, it's not exactly a working composition, but if you take it to the late game, I think Bigatron are the ones who have to be a bit more careful here, right? They don't really want to allow, both teams to kind of scale evenly.
It feels like Bigatron, despite them holding the control in a 5v5 with so much, setup in their composition, they've been playing to exactly what Alter Ego wants, right? Pickoffs, 3v1s, 3v2s, and it's been working out to Alter Ego's favor. They're actually holding a little bit more of that gold lead, while Alter Ego will still be able to continuously push and pressure BTR. You can see the positioning now from Alec as well for that information. Ron might be punished again here, but...
Ooh, good flicker. Burns out a lot of resources now as Shogun walks up. No Phantom Execution, no for the airstrike, but Ron's still able to walk off. Let's get the power wildness coming down with Final Slash, landing on two members. Shogun doing a whole lot of the back line with a vengeance already. SOD coming down, Finn gets in. Ron loses out the retreat to Rin, who's still able to get it down. Finn now kiting back onto the back. Ron with the puncture. Moreno right there. Finn with a double. It's a flicker in for Nino to get a kill back. Now a stun coming down on him with a vengeance resetting on him. But it's a good defense by Alter Ego. RP walking up, and the airstrike coming down. Over to RP, one last shot to do it! And the wall brings him into the last strike.
So despite Alter Ego being able to take that, BTR have been so successful with these team fights. Look at this once again. Rin needs to be careful here. Finn looking for another opportunity, another moment. Doesn't get it. But there it is. The second item now secured in for Eman because he was able to be so oppressive in that team fight, landing that SOD at the right time.
And Eman can just keep farming from a distance. Nino, though, is a bit too far up.
No, he's good. Uranus, Yin Yang overturn from Hijume. Not going to commit to it.
Oh, wow, man. Both teams, again, the back and forth is kind of crazy, but for the most part, Alter Ego are able to make sure that Arfi and Rin are never really too far behind. And for Bigatron, their advantage comes from having the Moskov, right? Eman has been pushing and farming all the way until the fights actually break out. And you can see Ron is the one actually being constantly pressured by Alec, but they can't really do anything with that pressure now.
Rin walks up, pops the retry. Interesting choice. It will be back up for the Lord, but yeah, it doesn't look like Alter Ego wanted any smoke there.
No, they instantly go back. They're already holding a little bit more of the gold lead now, 1,000 and counting. But again, Hijume's impact, because of the lack of lockdown, it feels like we don't see as much from the Yin Yang overturn.
we're seeing it more so being used as a zoning tool, right? When it's popped and it's channeling, you can see everyone from Bigatron move out of the way. But again, without any setup, there's no way for Ultrigo to guarantee that spell is gonna land, right? Especially against all the high mobility heroes on the side of Bigatron. Now Ultrigo, though, with the pressure, they're trying to get some more of an advantage position-wise on this Lord, but Alec is caught in the front.
Spending a lot of time. Whoa, wrong with the phantom execution. Wrong angle. Hichime with the jump of the Indian overturn. Gets him down with the help of Alec. But look at the Lord. It's been reset now. Shogun gets stunned by the Mountain Shocker. And Ron has to puncture away. Finn with the flicker out. And Mon trying his best to look for a trade down below. And this Lord surely will go to Alter Ego for free.
Quite messy from BTR there. Lack of setup. They were picked off one by one. Exactly what Alter Ego wants. You do see that Amon finally does get that turret in the bottom side, but they lose out on the neutral objective. And they also lose out in the kills and trades that Alter Ego were able to get. It looks like Heiz is actually streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you guys who want to watch MPL ID from a different perspective, you guys can actually tune in to the live restream that Alter Ego Heiz is actually doing back at home.
Gonnies go. Back at it again. But now look at this, Eman, with the farm he's gotten from that whole sequence of events, he's able to get the Swift Trinity at 10 minutes. It's not super early, but it's not awful. But if you look at the levels in gold, I think Arfi isn't far behind either. So despite the fact that Eman has been free farming, Arfi is keeping up.
And on the Hanabi, right? He's doing a good job on the Hanabi. This is not something that we were kind of anticipating. Iman gets caught really low.
It's taken down. The assassination from 2. Now it's Ron trying to go for the kill onto Rin. Will be able to get the shutdown in the bottom lane as Nino walks into the base turret. There's still a turret outside a tier 2, so he won't be able to really put any pressure back on Ron. The rest of the team has dealt with the Lord, but they still want to go for it despite Rin being taken down. Now it's a full dive onto the back line. RP stood no chance against that die. Moreno somehow surviving, flickering around safety as Shogun jumps into Oleg. Moreno going to be taken down inside of the base. Nino under the turret flickers out and still is able to survive.
I think Alter Ego stayed a little bit too long there. They lost RP in the process. They were able to get most of the outer turrets. Inhibitor turrets didn't fall just yet, but I guess that's yet another advantage that Bigatron were able to capitalize over. What? Solo kill Hijume onto Eman?
Kumar Eman.
Kagura, dude. Oh man, that's so much damage when you're walking into the bush, the death bush from Hijume. But again, they got the Lord Ultrigo, and now they're falling behind. They're losing value.
Oh man, everything in the kitchen sink to take Uranus down.
But all in all, they're still able to get that back. Again, the Chaos Derby, it's a title that exceeds expectations. Both teams are really just throwing everything at each other. And at this point in time, is there anything that we should be looking at?
Well, you can see that Arfi is going for this, attack speed. He has the Has Claws, but also the Wind Talker and Corrosion. So it's a bit of a mixed build. It's definitely to maximize the passive, right? He's going to be spamming the basic attacks, and there's going to be extra projectiles just hitting everyone in the midst of a big team fight. But again, you saw what happened to him when the whole team was in front of the base. He just got deleted immediately. Ultrigo needs to find a way to avoid that from happening. So they had the Lord earlier, but then they lost 3 members because they don't have Siege and they stayed a bit too long. Now Bigatron are trying to get the Lord themselves.
Seems like they're just going to go for the burst down onto it now. Oh, Yene overturns to the back line. And Monte over flicker out to safety. Goes for the hits again. Ron wins out the retreat battle. And it's Moreno with the feather airstrike taking RP. Reload Shogun with a final slash gets him down. It's going to be the follow-up from Finneman with the clear. Getting the double, wiping the back line. And now it's just Nino and Alec. Alec running away, but it's into the waves. That will certainly be utilized by Ron. Alec tries to juke into the back, but Ron's still able to find the puncture now continuously. Dishing out damage with Finn. It'll be a long death, but in the end, it's the Phantom Execution as Shogun try to look for the final slash. It is a Lord in the bottom lane now. Shogun walks in with a vengeance. Nino still able to try to buy some time. 5 seconds on Hijume. Nino's trying his best, but Iman shoots him away with the Spirit of Misery, goes straight for the base, and will be able to go for the last shot on it, taking game 1 away from Alter Ego.
And just like that, it's a red robot victory, ladies and gentlemen, to start things off here in the Chaos Derby. It all came to one moment. One final stand coming in from Eman to clean house and eventually take the game by storm.
Oh boy, you saw great moments there from Alter Ego where they were able to find something, find the pickoffs, find the outplays in the team fights. But again, when it comes down to closing the game, they kind of fall short. This fight was so close, man, but Hijume did not manage to go for the assassination. And because of that, look at Eman slowly but surely making his way back, SOD, to jump back into the fight. And from there, like this whole composition from Alter Ego, with the strong front line and the super high damage back line, just wasn't doing what it's meant to be.
Man, Eman being able to deny that burst from Kagura was really just the beginning of the end. The fact that he was able to outplay that situation and eventually wreak havoc to the rest of the members from Alter Ego. It's foresight. It's Eman foresight.
It really is, man. I mean, you fool him once, you can't fool him twice, right? The first time it was a Kumar, second time he's like, I'm gonna be ready for the umbrella, flickers out safety, gets the outplay, and lands the SOD to wipe Arfi and Hijume out, right? That was the big play, because he could have done those little maneuvers to stay safe, but how do you close the game? It has to be with Arfi and Kagura dying, and I don't think Shogun was able to do it alone.
Definitely not the case there. But again, it's a great moves from Bigatron, but I really wish Alter Ego could kind of like be a bit more patient somehow. Because I messed it up like twice, almost 3 times because there was so much action in the game. But they had the Lord, right? And they're the ones who came out of the Lord fight with 3 deaths, you know, for one. Like, bro, you cannot do that, man. And like, it's just not worth it.
I think this is one of the unfortunate moments, I think, before when Alter Ego had the control. They were almost knocking onto the base, but they stayed a little bit too long. It could have been Alter Ego's game to really take over. Again, with so many, tools that Bigatron had over their side, the fact that Finn was able to come back with a re-engage with the unstoppable force, that was super huge as well for Bigatron in these team fights. And I think Alter Ego just... They lost the ball there, man. So player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. We're gonna give it to none other than Eman in that gold lane with that beautiful Moskov. It's perfection. You can see it with his pose as well.
I mean, dude, we have to begin in the early game where the Moskov and Hanabi weren't really doing too much, right? It's all about the skirmishes here, the EXP lanes, the mid lanes, the Kagura versus the Parsa, both with burst damage, one with so much more range. You're seeing it's a bit of an unfair game for Hijume to try and match up to Moreno. And Alter Ego, with that pressure, with the kill threats, were able to get so much value all the way from the early game, getting some of these turtles as well, despite the fact that in a full-on team fight, they're losing out in AoE. They made up for it by making the fights chaotic, right? And by focusing the right member at the right time. But afterwards, right? What did they do afterwards? This was a fight where they were able to get the Lord. They were able to get a man advantage. The turret in the mid lane even was still there to be taken.
Yeah.
But they were just, so impatient. They were diving into the base. And here, Hijume gets that solo kill. But again, how many times are you supposed to get a play like that? Oh man,
It's just really tough. I mean, like, looking at it again, we gotta give props to Ron too, right? Because yes, Eman was able to make this outplay happen. He was able to get this last SOD to turn things, or just to secure the kill in the end, to end the game. The game would have actually, I think, gone to very later on, maybe like 18 minutes, if that didn't happen. If Hijume and Rin were given the opportunity to recall instead of getting taken down by Eman. So it's a rare case of, yes, not being in the highlight reel for the majority of the game, but once he got there, it was done. He was the guy who sealed the deal, put the nail on the coffin.
But I think there's an argument to be made for a lot of them, right? I think Shogun was also able to look for good opportunities.
Agreed.
We saw Finn also opening things up with a Grok. And Do we rarely not see the Grok in this meta? Is this something that we do see in the Philippines as well, alongside the Kagura?
I think for the Grok, I mean, we've seen it in Indo a couple of times. I think we've seen it twice already. It's been all right. So I think it's kind of like 50-50 at this point. So not the best, but it's not bad either. It really just depends on the user, depends on how the team utilizes it. In this kind of composition, it works really well because the whole comp was really just built to dive in, knowing that Alter Ego are playing full front to back with Eason Shin and Hanabi. If you just have, well, at this point, 4 members that can dive in the back, it'll be tough.
That's why, like, the fact that he was able to make this work, the fact that Vitality even thought about bringing this up is also something that we should give props to. Really good draft, I think, by BTR.
Don't forget the walls as well from Finn. There's several times where Nino and Alec are trying to make use of that movement speed, that durability, to really bait Bigachon in, and then the wall comes through and they're stuck. So it's a very underrated form of crowd control that you can have on that Grok, and I think Bigachon did a couple of creative things with it. There was that one barricade that pushed, I believe it was Hijime, back into the feathered airstrike from Moreno as well. So there's cool things like that you can do, you know, use a midi displacement, try and get something. And in this draft, you can actually use it to set up for Eman's Spear of Misery as well. So there's layers here that Bigachon has prepared to try and get more of those outplay chances. And, you know, there were some moments there where you can see the vision, right? And if you look at the damage dealt numbers, unfortunately, we were talking about Arfi, right, on the Hanabi, supposed to be that hyper carry in the back. Didn't even like match up to Rin on the Yisun Shin because he had no space, man. If you look at his items earlier, he had the Wind of Nature, but that isn't going to save him from Moreno if he goes for it.
Yeah.
Purple buffs there as well. Just, I mean, the early game was really, really solid. The way that Alter Ego were able to play it, it's just as we expected in the Chaos Derby. How both teams are just very used to throwing games, man. Whenever they have the lead, they just overstay. I think Nino did a whole lot of that, by the way. Like, yes, you're a Uranus, but there's no real reason for you to walk up that aggressively when the whole team is behind, still farming, or even dead at times.
I think they overestimated the potential that the Uranus had, right? And once again,
definitely,
this composition did not work. Didn't work for Geek Fam. It's not working for Alter Ego.
Nope.
But why do teams still look for this strategy? In what way was it supposed to work?
You're asking me? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of the Hanabi.
Any of you guys?
I think the vision again is just like back then, you know, when the revitalized meta was a thing. You know, you would get 2 frontliners with 2 revitalizes. You saw that kind of play out. You know, we can out-sustain you and eventually you will fall. So I feel like there's a bit of a throwback to that. They're seeing the potential in these tankier, you know, regen-heavy heroes like the Uranus, like the Hilda. But again, I don't mind that personally, but you need to set up everyone else as well, right? In this case, you know Bigachon won't give you the game on a silver platter. So do you not need any kind of engage for Alter Ego, for instance? And again, you pick this Hanabi into a Lancelot Farsa, you know. Wouldn't you want to go with something a bit more safe, right? Or if you want to go for the Hanabi, don't you want something that can kind of protect the Hanabi even more? So it feels like it's a one-dimensional attempt at a composition that requires more layers of calculations.
And it's interesting though, because they picked up the Uranus really early, and they had a chance to look for more tools in the second phase, but they went for the Hilda instead. So one, the Kagura was left with no help whatsoever to look for, you know, the burst opportunities. Luckily, Hijime was able to get that solo kill on Iman in the lower side, but it feels like both of the main carries from the team were kind of left to their own devices. So very unfortunate for Alter Ego. We're almost into game number 2. We're gonna talk about maybe differences and changes that Alter Ego need to make, especially with the drafts, and especially now that they can't blame it on Nafari.
Oh, they don't got the scapegoat anymore. What they got maybe is the coated peanuts that you guys can get as well. Originally from Indonesia, it's Sukro with flavor variants that are perfect to accompany your gaming experience. You can see the one Eterna's holding, that's the original one, with the other flavors being barbecue, gribo, and soybean to make your day even more exciting for sure. Pro gamer snack with Sukro.
It's like gasla. Man, you see how mine looks like, dude.
Where's yours, Mirko?
Dude, again, I'm sorry, MPL, but I finished all the snacks, dude. Like, I keep on snacking, man. They need to stop giving me this many snacks. Sukro, you're too good, man! Look at that.
Rashi, you want one?
Sure.
Here.
This way, wait. That way.
What?
Oh, this way.
No, wrong side.
I threw it.
Oh,
nice!
What a catch!
Beautiful, beautiful.
Definitely got it.
Hey, throw one of yours to me.
I'm out.
Finished. He's out. He ate
Rashi can do it,
everything.
right?
This guy's...
I'm out.
Bro.
Honestly, I can't blame him though. Like, it's all gone, dude. It's gone.
What can I say?
One job, man.
You guys want to give me some of yours, you know, like, so I can continue with my streak?
You live too far, bro.
I'm gonna throw in 3, 2, 1.
Got it, bro.
Nice.
A whole mouthful, apparently.
Bro.
Wow.
She threw 1, but it became 5 in the air, Rashi. You know, kind of like that, the split flares or something? That's what it is, you know?
Split flares? I see.
It's this, bro. Look at this.
Oh. Thank you, Eterna.
Whoa! Wait.
Double.
What? You duplicated it. What the heck? How did you duplicate it?
She brought it back.
Holy shields, man.
Holy shield indeed.
Shield. Movie magic.
Oh, so
Movie
good.
magic, dude. Alright, you gotta stop, Eterna. You're gonna run out.
Yeah.
You're gonna run out if you keep snacking at this pace.
That's true, that's true. Hashtag
You gotta make it
Gasla.
last.
Can't blame y'all. Can't blame y'all, man. I would also just on Sukro all day, every day.
Yeah. Straight up.
Are you FOMO,
So-
Mirko?
What for? What? Like Sukro?
Yeah.
I'm not FOMO. You know why? Because I finished everything. So it's not even FOMO. It's like, man, I need more.
I really
he
want
didn't
the
miss out. He
soybean
just
one.
experienced everything like earlier.
Okay.
I need
Makes
to
sense,
experience
makes sense.
now another win for
Another
the boys.
win. Well, it looks like your boys will be on red side, and like you mentioned, red side has been securing a lot more wins. But they found success on blue side earlier on, so I guess we'll see what happens now that Alter Ego have first pick.
I'm wondering what the draft is gonna look like for Alter Ego. Because again, there's some good ideas there. You just have to kind of round it out a bit more. I get that you want to play your style, right? But you have to also consider you're up against Bigatron, right? You can't really take them lightly. The idea Mirko mentioned earlier to go for the Granger, I feel like that would have been a much better choice in that situation. Would have helped with the scouting, with a bit of the kiting as well. So there's stuff like that that they really need to kind of like think about twice before just jumping on the Hanabi hype train.
It was fun though. It was fun while it lasted.
It was.
And it didn't do too well, I think, in the early game. Sure, like the
No.
Moskov was doing some damage against the Hanabi, but all in all, with how many rotations were happening towards the bottom side of the map as well, with the pick onto Emman, I think the Hanabi was, you know, okay early on, right? So we'll see whether or not Alter Ego have something entertaining left up their pockets as we enter the drafting phase now for game number 2. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Fanny, Fovius, Wanwan, banned out by Alter Ego. Meanwhile, Bigatron, CC, as well as the Boxia, also banned out once again.
So a couple of bans kind of trading hands here. Sushin still. So in the first phase, I think the same heroes are kind of banned out effectively from both teams. But now Arlet still again. So I guess Alter Ego felt like that Arlet was that pesky little factor that kind of allowed Bigatron to have a bit more control.
But BTR can still go for picks like the Kalea here. Kalea has been amazing again for Finn especially. Back in the day, it was his signature pick, even though in this season, they haven't really been able to pull off many wins on the Kalea. It's still a solid choice alongside Lancelot that comes around. I don't think they want to go for the Farsa though, however, right? It should just be Lancelot Kalea first.
Alright, this time they go for the Lancelot. I think the YSS earlier on was like the priority from Alter Ego when they were on red. So we'll see this. Okay, next pick, it actually is going to be the Hilda instead very early. Are they denying an assassin pick from Alter Ego?
Are they trying to make a statement like, hey, that's not how you use the Hilda? We'll see, we'll see. It's still flex technically as well. So Bigatron being a bit more elusive here, not wanting to show two definite options already. Now for Alter Ego, usually they're the more straightforward ones. They want to go for the Farsa as well. There is a combo there with the final /2.
Yeah. YSS also an option. Hayabusa, if Rin wants to utilize that. That's a hero that he favored last season. But the YSS will be the answer alongside the Hylos.
Alright. Again, BTR. I think the Kalea choice is pretty solid here. The Farsa, not so much. I think they have to flex the Hilda all the way to the end here. I'm not a big fan of the Roam, to be honest, especially with it being on the hands of Finn. I think this is much more of a Shogun hero, so they might actually just go for the Roam here too. It really depends. They actually go for the Harith instead, something that can actually deal with the Hylos and the Arlet really, really well in these kind of prolonged team fights with the burst they have with the Lancelot too. So they take away the Harith, they ban out the Ruby, and they're going to start on munching down on some of the other picks. I think they'll leave Granger open though. I don't think they need to go and ban out Granger just because they have enough dive to deal with it.
And if you think about it, the Yi Sun-Shin and Granger has been the combination that a lot of teams have been going for. So I think it makes sense that that could be what Alter Ego is going for. And if Bigatron don't want to ban it out, they can kind of plan ahead, right? What they want to pick if those picks indeed, if the hero indeed does show up for Alter Ego. But for Alter Ego themselves, I feel like they would ban out some more utility. Because for Bigatron, they can play with just movement speed and chase, but I would assume that Alter Ego wouldn't want to be at the mercy of Bigatron's setup, considering how they have been playing.
But even so, they actually go for the Uranus ban instead, so they're assuming that this Hilda will go Roam.
Ooh.
Wow, that's a great ban. The Lunox knowing that, Alter Ego like to pull sneaky picks from under from out of nowhere, and the Lunox has been actually a pick that we've seen from Skylar too to counter the Harith in lane.
Pretty old solution there, still valid. Especially with the Yi Sun-Shin already there, there's good mix of physical and magical damage as well. So Bigatron making sure that they got all their bases covered. Now for Alter Ego, is it still just gonna be another tanky EXP lane? No, it's a Kagura actually. So they're concerned about burst damage, even though they haven't really shown. So do they want to have a vulnerable gold lane yet again?
It's surprising that that's Alter Ego. They are the ones to ban the Kagura. I mean, technically, the Farsa is available. I think in this situation, it might be tricky because of the dive coming through. I think Yve is an option if they want to play with boxes, especially for Bigatron now that they have the Harith. The Cho, though, is going to be shown first. So, Cho is actually still flex. Iman.
Yeah.
No, but there's already the Harith. So it's either EXP or Roam.
Yeah, and it's difficult to read for Alter Ego right now. They're going to be thinking about it, and they're probably going to be like super confused because Finn has never played the Cho this season. Shogun, on the other hand, has played both Hilda and Cho. So it really is confusing. For me, I would much rather have a Hilda in the XP compared to Roam, and the Cho in the Roam compared to it being in the XP. And now for Alter Ego, it's going to be tough for them to really think about like what hero to choose, just because there's so much lockdown on the other side. They have to choose I think a Valentina right now will be a pretty okay choice. They can't go for the Farsa. Oh, the Lo Yi becomes the option with the Granger still, despite the crazy dive the BTR have picked up for themselves.
It is a good combination though, a good damage, basically magical and physical, good range, frontline, AoE. So it's an okay team fighting composition. Whereas for Bigatron, for now, it's looking like they're trying to avoid all those fights altogether and play more for a pick-off style. So final pick to lock this one out against the unpredictable diversions coming through from Alter Ego. Is it gonna be something with more crowd control to deny, right, the big engage chances, or is it gonna be something that's a bit more safe?
I mean, if they want to play with like combinations with the Cho, the Luo Yi was really good. So the fact that Alter Ego took that away is something. Yeah, wow. They still go for the Farsa against the Arlet, against the Hylos as well.
Ooh, wow, what a bold move there. Again, this is Moreno that has been playing on a Bargain Hunter Farsa, right? He has been pretty fearless on this quite vulnerable mage. Let's see how this one plays out.
Let's see how this does pan out, because once again, another debut pick in for Alter Ego. Game number 1, it was the Kagura. Game number 2, it is now the Luo Yi, a hero that we haven't seen so far here in MPL ID Season 16. Will it be enough to force a game number 3? We're expecting yet another game filled with more action as we head in over to the Chaos Derby, game number 2 between Alter Ego and Bigatron by Vitality.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see how this one plays out. Again, such an anticipated matchup. Expect full-on action, especially in the mid lane.
Okay. Does seem like in the matchup department, it's... Oh, I actually thought that they were just going to go for the instant mid-prio into the invade with Shogun and XP, but it turns out Finn's actually going to try to stop Arfi. No, he actually goes back into the lane. He knows that it's kind of cooked there with Arfi playing it so safe.
And looking at the emblems here by GamesMax, Festival of Blood Rupture for Arfi. That's on quite a signature Granger pick. But on the other hand, Bigatron, look at the aggression, the danger that they have. Moreno again with the Bargain Hunter Rupture. Inspire Bargain Hunter for Eman. So both the carries have confidence in their own outplaying skills, and they're going for Flicker as well. So they know the fights are gonna be dynamic, and they're not really planning on playing it all that safe.
Very aggressive from BTR here with the all Flicker. We're taking a look at the audience prediction now by GoPay. 51% to 49, so very 50-50, very split for you guys back at home. And back into the game, we are seeing that BTR are also trying their best to out-rotate. Because technically with Luo Yi on Hijume, that early game damage is definitely there. Not committing over to level 4, they don't need that for that base damage, and they want to prevent the pickoffs. Because these are two teams that really snowball out of control if they have a grasp on the early lead.
But if you look at Bigatron, they have supreme control with the Cho Farsa, man. You can't really match up to it. So for Alter Ego right now, they're setting up a trap, trying to find something of a catch before they go for the turtle.
Okay. There's a nice attempt here, Ron, to be caught in a tough spot. Has to walk away. Oh, final size of Flicker! Committed down by Nino. Big resource spent. The Vengeance reset constantly coming down on Finn, who's able to escape, pop in the regen, Ron on the orange buff. As Rin gets level 5 first, Moreno already on it, pops in the Mountain Shocker, gets the information that Ron is still on the orange buff as Finn tries his best to go in. Shogun looking for the damage, able to go for the Mountain Shocker, locks him down. It's Rin who picks up first blood. It's 2 kills on the board for Alter Ego. Moreno still holding down. No further airstrike yet. Nino, looking to zone Ron, but he's gonna go in. Oh, misses the puncture! Stunned up, Thornrose, passive execution! Nino with the final slash takes him out. The glorious pathway to zone Moreno, and it's an all-out win for Alter Ego.
Just when you think that with Finn on the Cho, with Moreno on the Farsa would have incredible early game, the setup from BTR was a little bit off. Shogun's damage definitely is shown there onto Rin, one of the main reasons why maybe they went in for the Hilda early. But the fact of the matter is, despite the combination and despite the composition that Bigatron have brought, Alter Ego set up for that just so well. It was very unfortunate timing for BTR before that first turtle.
And you saw Alter Ego were the ones who pulled the trigger, right? Bigatron tried to respawn, and Finn with the flicker, Jikun Go tried to turn things around. Didn't work out though, and now...
Ooh, stun over, Ron with the puncture again. That's it. It'll be Ron forced to back away, but Alec, look at the tempo he's playing with the rest of the team. Rin, 2 levels ahead of Ron. They might actually be trying to go for this purple buff take, but BTR are doing a good job at holding their ground. Finn walks out, to go for the Jikundo, but no way, the dragon's stuck on the wall. Finn, gunned down by Arfi. A big blunder.
That is so unfortunate, man. Diversion as well to send Arfi down. So the tempo from Altrigo is something we know that they can play around. Emando
is able to dish out a lot of damage. Alec walks up, looking for the stun, but he actually isn't able to get it. Mistimed skill 1.
Alright, game slowing down a bit more now. Should favor Bigatron because they've been trying to go for these pickoffs, but they haven't really been able to get a decisive one, and now they're going for Rin once more.
With the Dragon and Flicker, able to find Rin, and he finds it perfectly after making a blunder earlier. Redemption for Finn.
And that's the setup that Bigatron had been looking for before the neutral objective, right? Turtle 1, a little bit messy. Turtle 2, now that Rin is out of the board, they're looking for something more, and they're going to start on the next neutral objective.
Gotta be careful. Nino's right there with the Vengeance. Already now looking for the reset. Gets the stun. Now jumps to the back line. Another Vengeance. Final slash and the flicker to slay Moreno. Getting a double. Now Eman caught alone in the mid lane. Has been stunned up, but he still has the flicker. He runs away. RP looking for the shot. Doesn't get it despite flickering in. And now they're juggling the turrets. Almost taken down. They get everything they want with Nino making the play.
What in the world is going on with Alter Ego? With Rin taken down, you would have thought that maybe the team fight would be scrappy, but no. 2 members taken down. Moreno, also one of the main spearheads to the team fights, was also eliminated. Wait a second.
They want to go in, the puncture, very clean by Ron. Phantom Execution not doing a lot of damage though. It's Shogun who chased Rin down. Hijime looking for the shot. Moreno flying by already. Won't be able to get the last shot in. Finn running away with the Jikundo. Shogun gets out too, has enough move speed.
Once again, Altrigo get the advantage, and out of nowhere, they lost their jungler there in an aggressive maneuver. When it comes down to it, Bigatron wins in the pickoff. We see what happens when the right target gets hit with the Way of the Dragon, and there's no Purify on the side of Altrigo. So Moreno and Ron will delete anyone that gets engaged on. But when it comes down to a proper 5v5, Altrigo are the ones with all this AoE, especially with the low Yi, man. You have to remember, it's a lot of damage, a lot of sustainability, and a lot of utility too, because you're knocking people together, stunning them up. You saw Hijime basically tank up the damage from Ron purely with the passive, and now Diversion again.
Look at the move by the boys. Finn and Eman are waiting for it. Arfi is gonna walk back. You can already see Finn looking for the Jikundo here. Will it be worth it? Conceal coming down now with Way of the Dragon as well. Finding Hijime. Eman want to burst down. Hijime no flicker. Gets taken out. What a flank by Bigatron. Finn gonna be taken down there. Sky Piercer stack for Arfi. Shogun next to the chopping block has the flicker and he gets out in time. That's Nino with a flicker in a bit. Mount a Shocker coming out for Rin. Shogun should be dead. Pops in the wilderness and will be taken down by Arfi, giving him yet another Sky Piercer stack.
I was gonna say it was a really good deny away, but wait a second, Ron. Okay, will be unable to get that purple buff. Rin gonna be able to take it away, and perfect timing, as well as collapse onto the last turtle of the game. The fact that Arfi was able to get another Sky Piercer stack. Oh, wait a second, Nino, what?
Solo kill, Nino showing levels to the rookie as Moreno tries to get the kill back. Feather Ash right now burning down. He gets done by Mountain Shocker and Arfi slays him. Nino survives with 1 HP.
That was such an ego play by Moreno though. Arashi, what's going on?
It's just ego plays left and right, dude. I mean, again, the flank was great. They were able to take out Hijime, but the AoE, the damage dealers, Arfi was still there shooting him down. So they can't go for a place like that. They need to go for a calculated pickoff that Altrigo can't force them into a fight afterwards. And right there, the fact that Moreno just tried to even out the scoreboard, trying to get the kill in return, shows you again the mindset, the play style of both these teams. Not a 6k gold lead. Altrigo have all the control. They scale better technically. All they have to do is not mess this up. But, you know, this is the Chaos Derby, so they better be on their toes.
And the thing is, it's a 6,000 gold lead now being built up by Alter Ego, and it's rolling, right? 6.7 now, with Arfi snowballing. Eman, how far is he from that power spike? Did we get to take a look into the items?
Oh my lord. Alec with the flank already. Shogun taken down by Rin. Dominance from Alter Ego in game 2.
Oh man. Right now, it's going to be so tough for Bigatron because their composition doesn't really have a frontliner. So they can't even like scout efficiently here. They have to really wait in the safety of their base and maybe wait for Alter Ego to overstep. And even then, they're just waiting for Alter Ego to go for a big diversion play.
Free Vengeance, 2 on him. Ron, phantom execution, dodges away from the final slash. Zalek goes in for the Law and Order, able to get it. Now the Yin Yang. Oh, diversion! Hijume, can he get it? Yes, Yin Yang reaction coming down. Finn able to escape. Moreno finds it for their airstrike over to Arfi. And Finn's able to dodge all the shots except the last one from Arfi, giving him another big stack on the Sky Piercer.
Uh-oh, he's at 5-0-0 now, almost at 6. And now with a member eliminated, with Finn out of the board, so much pressure on the rest of the members to look for an opportunity, and so much that I don't think Bigatron are willing to look for anything. They don't go for the contest. Alter Ego will be quick to pick up this Lord, and things are just going downhill for Red Robots.
Good read by Nino. Doesn't take it though.
There's an angle here for Bigatron to play for base defense. With the Hereth Farsa, their clear really isn't horrible. But again, they're going to be trying to do that while being peppered by the Detonatas, by the rotations and dispersions as well. So a lot of poke, a lot of ways for Alter Ego to chunk them down.
We have a game fact by Gopay. Harris becomes Emon's most picked hero throughout his MPL ID career, with a total of 20 picks and a 65% win rate. And man, we gotta be honest right now, it doesn't look like Harith is doing much or having a good time. I think quite far from perhaps the power spike. The Lord is still marching there in the bottom side of the map. Very curious to see what the items are looking like, because Alter Ego are holding control over 10,000 gold lead. That's a push.
Uh-oh, Nino finding final slash. The Mountain Shocker lands, and that's gonna be good peel over from Alec. What a Law and Order. Stops run. 2 members down already. They can play for clear, but if they only have clear, it's tough.
That's a tough one, man. Finn, the most mobile player on Bigatron, just got punished immediately right there. Alter Ego looking for more, and they can get more. Are they gonna risk the end though?
Whoa! What a reaction by Eman, reading into the final slash. That was a Vengeance final slash flicker, and he got it. Finn now looking for the Jikundo with the Rager's Dragon, able to find it, but it's only onto Alec. That's not a good target, Nino! Wreaking havoc in the back! A horrible trade for BTR, not getting anyone for the Costa 2. Shogun burns down, but he manages to make it back to the fountain in time.
2-0 trade there. BTR losing 2 inhibitor turrets as well. Eman finally getting the Holy Crystal, but is it too late? 2 minions are still marching there, looking for yet another opening. This is Alter Ego and perhaps the final push.
Nino again not landing the final slash, and it really just comes down to how good Eman is. The reaction on both of the final slashes have been phenomenal, and it really just is up to him at this point. Yes, he hasn't been able to be
late game Harry
at all, but yeah.
Finally now we saw
game.
the items, by the way. Eman just barely got the Holy Crystal, whereas for Arfi, I mean, look at that, 60 stacks diversion.
Oh, they're trying to turn the tides around. Eman finally gets taken down. Rin gets the killing spree. Arfi, another onto him. No wave. So they're unable to end. They have to go for the Lord, but they've done what they need to do. Hold up, they have a wave in the mid lane, 20 seconds and Eman. This could be an end angle.
Uh-oh. Shogun's also out of the board here. 2 waves are crashing yet again. This is a 5v3 situation.
It'll be over, Ron able to dash away. Oh, perfect dash with the Phantom Execution. Now the Feather Air's trying to clear out the way, but the base will just get targeted down. And we will see game 3. Alter Ego, a dominant game 2.
They did it. They did it. Debut pick with the Luoyi didn't work out for them in game number 1 with the Kagura, but in game number 2, they were able to seal the deal. Despite such huge mid-prio coming in from BTR in game number 2 with the Farsa and the Cho, Alter Ego's composition, the way that they executed it as well from the early game allowed that snowball and Alter Ego forcing the third game in this Chaos Derby.
They geared up for a brawl. They have the AoE, they have the early game. And with this composition, it just worked out so well for them. They have a combination of good damage and a good way to start the fights as well. Nino was just playing so well. He was 0 deaths all the way towards the end there. And he was the main initiator, and he was one of the main guys taking out Moreno and Eman in the backline too. So, dude, guy was doing everything.
That's why, like, Alter Ego picked up the Arlet early, and then Bigatron committed with the Lancelot into the Arlet. And I think we've seen on multiple occasions that the Lancelot doesn't really do well against the Arlet. There are so many times where, you know, the Lancelot's trying to dance and dash, and Arlet just with a few skills will be able to take him down. And I think we saw on multiple occasions the Lancelot getting shut down because of the Arlet in the vicinity.
I think the Kalea was up for grabs too, right? I don't know why they didn't just go for it. It was something I also was thinking about after picking the Lance, because the Lance in itself is solid because you don't want the Arlet and Lancelot to be on the same team. That would be just too much mobility, right? And it would cause some of these single target lockdown heroes to find it difficult to catch the other. I'm talking about, again, the Kalea and Cho. But in that game, the Kalea was left open all the time. It was the Cho that ended up being picked up, and I think that's really what costed them. Again, if you take a look at this game, if they had a Kalea, sustain would have been great for them in these team fights where they got poked down by a lot of the artillery strikes coming in from Alter Ego.
Yeah, I think so. I think they were trying to really flex out and outplay Alter Ego in the drafts, and this time Alter Ego said like, all right, I mean, we know how you play, we know how you get down, you know, so hey, let's get all these brawling tools and we'll beat you at, you know, the Royal Derby, the Chaos Derby special.
The Chaos Derby special, looking for chaos, looking for action, one of which Nino has been a part of for so long, and he deserves the player of the game here for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Him on the Arlet, I think at the very end, not getting killed a single time. 5-0-11. That's how active he was in this game.
And it's just crazy, man. That's partially also because Bigatron aren't really set up to try and pick him off. You saw that towards the mid game because the early game really didn't go as planned for Bigatron. The only characters, the only heroes that can really target and burst down are the backliners, right? So the Hylas and the Arlet are just not an option. So as a result, you're seeing Nino have free reign to just get in there, do damage, do the crowd control, and get out. And even towards the end, when we saw Bigatron with a desperate move to try and take out Alec on the Hylas, you saw what happened, man. It got immediately turned around. And there's still the option left for Alter Ego to do what Eman did to them in game number 1, to rejoin the fight from a different angle with the diversion. And just like that, most of what gave Bigatron the win in game 1 was kind of taken away and made their own by Alter Ego.
And I think at this point, there were just too many stacks on Arfi for them to deal with it, right? And in the end, Eman was just relying heavily on mechanics. If he had the mechanics to pull it off, or if he had the resources to actually enable the mechanics, he would still be able to react to a lot of these plays. But when the flicker was down and everybody was coming on with the Glorious Pathway, it was impossible for him to outplay there.
And in addition to that, going back to the point of Nino, looking at the highlights as well, Arlet is just the perfect hero to re-engage against a team that wants to go for pickoffs. So you'll find moments where Finn locks in someone with a Wave Dragon and so on and so forth, but then Arlet comes in, Nino comes in, and is able to re-engage in a different way to make sure that the pickoff doesn't happen for Bigatron, and Alter Ego gets something better in return. So it just worked out so well when we look at the highlights.
It's the fact that he can zone, right, with the AoE, and he can actually solo kill Ron, Moreno, Eman. In the mid game, he was independent, dude. If Bigatron didn't respect it, even if everyone else was doing something else, if Nino goes in and they don't respect his damage, they get taken out. So what Mirko was saying, Eman really could have made plays happen. He could have done some damage, defended, but that final the base fight where Bigatron lost both the mid and top side base turrets, Eman was fighting without even a holy crystal. Like, man was struggling, dude. There was no income whatsoever for Bigatron.
It was tough, really, really tough. Again, I think it's also because they just had to constantly trade in between who to give gold to, right? It's a very resource-heavy lineup. For Farsa, for Lancelot, and Harith, all of them really wanted gold. And the only way to enable everyone is for them to snowball in the early game. And they couldn't get that. Again, I think it was a mistake from Finn, to actually start level 1 by going for, by sticking at the bottom lane instead of looking for the prio in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a call that we can question here, because we've seen it for Bigatron at least, when they are able to get that trio mid prio, right? They're usually able to get massive value from it. And considering they have a Lancelot Farsa, you saw that even after the initial few failures, when Finn was able to actually get someone, there was still plenty of damage to go around. So if they started, or if they continued the game with that priority in mind, the mid prio, they not only enable Moreno, but they're also shutting down Hijume, right, on the low Yi. So I feel like that can be improved on in the final game here.
So what's to do 1-to-1 between these two teams? I mean, we expected things to be chaotic, and it truly is. What were your predictions again, boys? Mirko, what was yours? 2-0 for BTR.
2-0, yes sir.
Okay, for Arashi?
I think it was a 2-0 for Bigatron as well.
Oh, okay.
Did you go Alter Ego?
I went 2-1 Alter Ego.
There you go.
Ooh.
But it's 50-50, man. It feels like the drafts are going to be very telling to how things go, because even if Alter Ego lost that second game, I feel like there were still a lot of mistakes that they made in the game. And then the same thing can be said from game number 1. Bigatron was able to win it, but we saw a lot of mistakes coming in from them as well. So it also depends on who's the more disciplined, team as well, I think, for the next game. What do you think, Arashi?
I have to agree. Although for Alter Ego, they showed great discipline in this game, right? There were some moments there where, they really could have gone even more aggressive, especially with the diversion. But they're like, okay, cool, we don't have to go with the diversions, right? We're already so ahead, we can just match them into team fights and then use diversion for something else. Which is why you saw, I think, the diversion used as a rotational tool like a good 6 times maybe throughout the whole game. So there wasn't really a huge flank diversion happening again and again. For the most part, it's just to kind of elevate Alter Ego's tempo more and more. So I think now that both teams have kind of been on the back foot, they've kind of been reminded that they need to stay disciplined. I feel like the drafting phase becomes a bit more important than the discipline factor here.
It's also the change of the diversion, right, that really makes you have to change the way you play the Luo Yi. Now it's visible when you pop in diversion, so you can't really be going for all those flanks as many times because it'll just be very easy to read. But the way they used it, I think is great. Again, just using it to get tempo around the map instead of trying to go for those big plays like we've seen before the change.
Yeah, it's always Arfi, go back down. Arfi, go back down.
Yep.
And then I think it was one of the Lord pushes where they wanted to look for a pickoff. I think that was the only whoa moment from the diversion. But I do agree. I think all in all, it was used more utility based than looking for an objective or a pick or a crazy play from Alter Ego. So coming to game number 3, who will you expect to be on blue and who do you think will be on red? Let's start with you, Mirko.
I think after seeing the 2 games, Bigatron should go back to blue. I think the Arlet first pick has been phenomenal, and both teams haven't been able to actually respond to it properly. So, but the thing is, they could also just stick to red and ban the Arlet. So it really comes down to how you handle the Arlet. If both teams want to let go of the Arlet, I think blue side for sure.
It's a bit of an ego battle, huh, Mirko? But considering the context here, this might as well come down to an ego battle, and that's the case. Then I guess blue as well. I would predict blue.
Speaking of ego battle, I mean, we're looking at this lower third. Shogun in the EXP lane, number 2 as an EXP lane in terms of teamfight participation. No Nino here. What do you think, Arashi?
I mean, it's very impressive. A lot of people were doubting, like Shogun, you know, is he all that good? Is he gonna be that impactful? But I mean, looking at it, right? Even the games where they didn't win Bigatron, I think we still saw great showings from Shogun. So I personally am quite impressed with the guy. You know, I think despite initially showing up with the odd picks, the off-meta picks, I mean, he's making it work. And in fact, with the meta kind of allowing more EXP laners to kind of slip through the holes, I think there's a lot of potential for this guy to continue doing well.
So too. Again, the whole conversation is right now, Shogun or Kin. And I think for me, especially last week, just from the quality of opponents, I gotta say Shogun. But later on, I think Kin might be the better individual star, right? We're seeing this team fight participation stat for Lutpi and Shogun. Okay, I thought we were just gonna say like XP lane average kills or average assists being Kin, but we are gonna be focused more on this matchup. So it is Randy. We can't really take this entirely because he's only played 2 matches, to be fair, right? Like Nino's played way more, so there's way more of a sample size. Number 5, solid. I think this guy is good from, I think season 14 when I saw him play. He was already really, really solid in the playoffs. He needed a bit more time to adapt, and now he's fully ready to take on the XP role from the transition from gold. You gotta remember, he was gold back in the day.
But what do you think about this, right? Because we do see some EXP laners where they're a lot more individualistic in character. So do you think percent TP is telling of the quality of an EXP laner?
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like now still, considering the meta still involves a lot of EXP roaming around, right? Like Miko mentioned just yesterday, I think. Right now, the EXP lane isn't like a dueling 1v1 kind of lane. It's still very much a team-heavy lane. So I think TP is a good metric to be looking at if you want to judge if this EXP lane is doing what he's supposed to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's very important, team fight participation in this meta, because right now more XP laners are just going concussive blast, so it just shows you they're just there in the lane to clear out and to rotate. We've seen many times, you know, when we get to take a look at like Paquito lanes, it just doesn't do too well because you're not able to participate in fights. You're just purely a laning hero, and yeah, in this meta you just need fighting heroes. You just need participation heroes.
Okay. Because we've been seeing heroes like the Paquito, not just the Paquito, but also like the Benedetta of all EXP laners. And taking a look into the history of, both of the EXP laners that we're talking about, Nino on the Uranus, Shogun on the Arlet. Do you think that heroes like the Uranus is like a good pick to utilize? Because if we're talking about teamfight participation, Uranus is quite a passive hero.
Well, me personally, I feel like there's still a great spot here for heroes like the Uranus, like the Esmeralda as well. But again, it's very situational. You can't really just pick it any time. You have to kind of build around it, right? You want to make sure that you make use of what makes the hero unique, the healing, the sustainability, and if you can balance it out, have other tools to start fights or protect your backline, and you really just need a front line, there is value to that as well. So again, it depends on your strategy, and if your strategy revolves on having a strong front line, I feel like you can still have a lot of impact on the Uranus, man. Because even though you're not really starting fights or dishing out a ton of damage the way an Arlet is doing, if you're a marksman with low gold, right, no items, and then Uranus is stuck on top of you, that's a bad time, dude.
Yeah, I don't think Uranus is passive, by the way. Like Uranus, in terms of skills, there's no big CC tool. Maybe that's what you mean by passive. But in the way you play, you're very aggressive. It's a hero with not a lot of damage, not a lot of instant damage, not a lot of CC, but you are one of the most aggressive XPs on Uranus. You're constantly going in on 5 guys, trying to bait out resources, distract, and again, the good Uranuses know how to be super aggressive.
To shift things a little bit, coming into, match point, I think this is something that we were talking about earlier on about the Arlet first pick so far on blue being able to win out the games, BTR game number 1 and then Alter Ego in game number 2. Miracle mentioned that maybe they just want to ban it out. But what do you think, Arashi? What are your thoughts on the Arlet?
I feel like considering the way these games eventually get settled by a big team fight, I think it's important to get it, right? So I feel like if you are on red, you'll ban it. If you're on blue, you'll take it. So with that information, right, with that assumption, I feel like we won't see it in game 3 because whoever's not first picking is gonna ban it away, I think.
Because either way, I'm gonna be picking, good time, boys and girls. Right? Whether you win, whether they lose, whether I lose, whether TLID loses, I'm still gonna be choosing good time. So, to make sure that I have a good time, alright? Where's my good time? Wait.
Hey,
give me a
go
second.
and find it. I'm gonna have to find it as well. I believe it's outside. I can get milk. Hey, if producer man lets me, I can get milk real quick with good time to show you how the combo works because I've been munching on good time with milk every day, bro.
Go get it. Get the milk. Producer, is it okay? Producer man? I'm gonna open mine.
Yo, I could just run. I could just run right now. I could just be like this. Look.
Okay. While Mirko is running to get milk.
We have a close-up. There we go.
There's a double chocolate one.
Yeah, we got double chocolate as well, Eternal. Like, what do you think? What do you think? Do you prefer this or the original?
I like both. They're both really good. Which one do you like?
I gotta agree. I mean, I'm liking this double. I didn't think I would like this double choco, right? I think it might be too chocolatey, but it's working great because I hate to do the same thing, but
you know how fast I am?
just earlier and it's gone.
I'm fast as heck, boy. Let me do this right now.
All right, let's see it.
This is the best combo right here, baby.
That was fast. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
I'm gonna do it again. Do it again.
Dude, that's a classic.
See this cookie? See this cookie? See this glass of milk?
Bang.
I'm gonna dip it all in, bro.
Oh, that looks really good.
Take over. I'm just enjoying this, man.
jealous.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty jealous.
I wish I had milk right now, actually.
Me too.
I might have some in the fridge.
I
have a ton of milk, guys.
Mirko likes
I want
milk.
some milk.
I love milk.
I wonder if the boys here from Alter Ego love milk too.
Hey, you know what? The boys all love milk.
Okay.
You know it.
Speaking of the boys, it looks like Bigatron are on blue side.
All
so
right.
does this mean Alter Ego for the 3rd time, or both these teams for the 3rd time, will let go of the Arlet and let the Phobias get banned?
I guess we'll see. Drafting phase game number 3 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Wait.
Why did BTR ban the Arlet?
Bigatron banned it. What?
Huh?
I think it's because they want a Lancelot, right? It has to be because they want a Lancelot. Or Jusin?
Uranus?
Yeah, Jushin's open.
I think you go for Jusin over the Lancelot and the Uranus here when it's up for grabs. But Alter Ego could go for the Lancelot now. I think it's a better choice to go for Lancelot. But you also need to take away the Kalea because BTR can just go for Kalea, Yi, and Shin if it's Lancelot, Uranus here.
Yeah, that does sound like a pretty good combination. For Alter Ego, they can just leave out their mid lane pick for final pick, right? See, gauge the waters a bit more because Hijime is a very experienced player, and if he knows what he's up against, usually he makes a good choice on who he's up, what to pick into that situation. Lancelot, Uranus first, so Nino won't be as proactive, but he's still going to be very aggressive as we discussed earlier.
And there's essentially like no stopper. I was about to say no stopper, and then Bigatron go for the Cho. So there is a world where this Lancelot it gets controlled, and the Joy to answer that out as well. So what other stoppers are we thinking of?
Kalea. I think the Kalea fits for Alter Ego.
If they do go for that, though, their mid lane is definitely gonna be a bit more squeezed down. But no, they want the Eve matchup, and they kind of want the card control immunity with the real world manipulation. But against a Joy, it's still quite vulnerable. So I fully expect Alter Ego to have a bit more crowd control tools available. We've seen what happens to both these teams when they don't have crowd control, right? They get ran over the moment their opposition gets a bit of momentum.
And in this situation, I think it's particularly more important for Alter Ego right now because they don't have anything at all. Sure, they have the real world manipulation to, slow things down for the Joy, but they don't have direct control over the Joy. That will be a problem, I think, when it comes down to neutral objective takes. So coming to the second phase, BTR, they are looking to kind of slow that down, right? Hylos gets banned out, a stopper, a controller of a sort. Alter Ego for the Esmeralda ban, allowing the Uranus to have a little bit more of a better time. What else do you think will be prioritized?
I think for Alter Ego, they can ban out a few more strong laners so that the Uranus can actually have a great time roaming around. The Benedetta becomes the option. It's a hero that Shogun has picked up before. So on one hand, Bigatron was trying to limit the slows, the crowd control. They're trying to make sure they don't get forced into a long fight because they have the Cho and Tsushin, right? They want to go for a short burst of action and then dip out. For Alter Ego, they're trying to make sure that the Uranus is going to be a relevant factor here. They can stay in the front and, if need be, take the way of the dragon and still come out on top.
Okay. The Benedetta gets banned out by Alter Ego, so again, a lot of respect over to Shogun, who's been able to get a lot of big plays on the Benedetta. I think for BTR, movement has to be the name of the game for them. Like, they already have a Joy, Cho, and Jusin. I think they got to double down on that. Play the Claude, Moskov, and in the XP lane, that's where I'm really starting to struggle to find a pick that works here. Against the Lance, you would want the Phobius or Arlen, both of them.
In the EXP lane, huh? The Peter comes to mind, but we've already discussed why that's a bit difficult, to kind of use in the current meta. Aside from that, would the Lapu kind of make sense?
Command confirmed.
Your team
Rhino on
I think so. Garok. Right. With the Grok, I guess, you can go for more combos. That's an actual crowd control tool as well. So Alter Ego, they won't be stuck just using slows. They actually have hard crowd control for aggressive uses, but also for defensive uses, worst case scenario.
So Alter Ego are doubling down on their teamfight presence, right? With the Grok, they have the real world manipulation as well. So the box is definitely very clear for Alter Ego. BTR, once again, with the Cho, it's going to be a little similar to how things went down for game number 2, depending on what the EXP lane is. I think the Claude earlier mentioned by Mirko makes sense. You want to also be able to get into the back line, be a problem for the Eve, make sure that the Eve can, cancel the real world manipulation. The real world manipulation on her own. The Gatot is the source to control. So how do Alter Ego round this out? They also need a gold lane here.
I think the Moskov fits in the best here. You're up against Claude, it's pretty solid. You go against the Joy, it's great too with the Spear of Misery. And you have a way to participate faster than the Claude, while also holding him down in lane.
I think that makes a lot of sense, but no Granger. So it's like the go-to pick for Arfi for the longest time, and technically now, there's a bit of synergy here. There is a great front line, there is good long-range poke from the side of Alter Ego, and there is someone to go and clean up duty. So you're seeing how they want to play the team fights. It's up to Bigatron now to really deny that. Go for those catches, force out and chase down Alter Ego before they get whittled down.
That's a lot of pressure on the Joy here for game number 3. No surprise picks this time around, no debut picks this time around, but you can expect nothing less from these two teams. With the Granger pickup in the gold lane, it looks like Alter Ego are expecting to find and get the ball rolling early. So let's see how this pans out. 1-1 match point for both of these teams as Alter Ego are looking to reverse sweep Bigatron. The big question is, will they be able to do it? Game number 3, in the Land of Dawn we go.
It's time, man. Will it be the repeat of what we saw in the playoffs, reverse sweep, or will BTR finally get their sweet, sweet revenge after having to wait a few excruciating months?
It all begins in the early game, and you can see both teams kind of duking it out. But again, Alter Ego are the ones with a bit more aggression available with that Yi, right? More poke, more AoE. The Sushin is great, but it's pretty all in, and you're seeing that's why the tenacity on 3 members for Bigatron. They want to make sure that they start a fight and stick to it.
Oh, lethal win for Rin this time around. Shogun, though, putting the damage down. Nino actually chose the vengeance this time around. Finn goes in to revitalize, forcing Shogun to flicker out Alter Ego with the early aggression.
That's it, right? That's the beauty of the Yi. The spammability of the Yi is definitely apparent. We can see also the early game damage that the Grok has. Really good clear as well to balance things out against a Jushin as well as a Cho. Meanwhile, in the gold lane, Arfi and Iman doing their thing. No rotations to the gold lane just yet, as it seems like Alter Ego and Bigatron, they're more focused at the center.
Yeah, you're gonna start in the center, maybe start off going into the jungle a bit more, and then later on, especially before the turtle is up, they wanna maybe swing one of those lanes in favor of their team. But dude, Rin now has a chance to do a lot of damage.
Oh, he's gotta be careful though. It was already a fully stacked passive on the Lantern Flare. Luckily, he's still able to get out, getting the prio over to Hijume. Finn pops in regen. And Hijume doesn't actually read out that move. Now, it's Ron walking up with a joy. Oh, an instant flicker to respect it by Hijume.
All right, already resource wasted, burnt out before they go for the neutral objective. Alter Ego, they're actually the first to pop off.
Great way the dragon and an all-in with the Crimson Beacon. Rin still able to survive. Moreno flickers in and the gamble doesn't pay off. Moreno caught in the midst of it all now. Nino and Alec will get the kill for Hijume as BTR are only left with the turtle.
2-for-0 trade, they get the neutral objective. In this particular regard, who do you think it was worth it for?
I think it's a bit more worth it for Alter Ego, man. They are the ones who want some gold. Arfi there going aggressive as well. But again, Bigatron started the playoff, and Alter Ego getting 2 kills on Hijume is a massive deal, considering that the game is revolving mainly around this mid lane. But Ron here getting the lead though still. But Alter Ego, if this goes on, I feel like in a team fight, they still have more to do, right? I think Bigatron are the ones who are really looking for some kind of snowball, especially with the Tsushin pick.
But the big question is, how will they be able to attain that, right? I mean, technically the Claude also needs a little bit more time to get the ball rolling as compared to the Granger, who has already picked up that first item, and so far the Granger has been left untouched. We saw what Arfi was able to do in game number 2, and he's also trying to replicate the same into game number 3.
You're seeing the cut here from Nino again and again. I actually like the Vengeance pick by him as well, the Battle Spell Vengeance, right? Because technically he doesn't really need to be fast. He doesn't need to cleanse off any kind of crowd control. As long as he doesn't get picked off, bursted down from 100 to 0, it's still gonna be a problem for Bigatron. So with the Vengeance, he has a better chance at surviving initially, right? And then even if he gets taken out afterwards, his team will be able to get so much more value.
Speaking of value, Rin trying to take the value away from Shogun, who's cutting as well now. Trying to buy some time. Thorn Rose coming down, but the turtle will be spawning in 10. If Shogun baits out just enough time, this will be a free one. Goes for the Jiku, no flickers out. Hijume with a flicker out as well. Arfi gonna be caught in with a revitalize. Alec won't be able to survive this one. Gets cut down under the turret, all because of Shogun's distraction up top.
Really good mirror play coming in from BTR. Alter Ego wasn't even able to get Shogun down, so the value really wasn't there. With Alec down though, it doesn't seem like Alter Ego want to look for anything. BTR as well, they don't fully commit onto the neutral objective. They don't fully commit onto the turtle. They're perhaps looking for a pick before they do.
Didn't have red tree.
Bit too risky to go for that, I guess, but now Alter Ego are in place.
Okay, Shogun knocked up, still able to go for Jiku, no fit with AOG. Oh, what a ton! Into the back line! It's a kill over to Hijume. They're trading with Shogun and Finn. Still Moreno caught Nino spinning around. Eman with the roll out. Rory going to be taken down by Eman as he gets the BMI and the Blazing Duet. A flicker back to turret. Arfi trying to get the shot down, but will not be able to do so. BMI back into top.
3-4-2 trade there, and it looks like the turtle is still up and available, but that huge play coming in from Eman, he doesn't even get touched. He doesn't get taken down. Arashi, what do you think about that?
Well, again, there's no easy way for Altrigo to really catch Eman and pin him down. So he can really use those mechanics to get out of danger again and again. And now finally, Bigachon picks up the turtle. For the longest time, both teams have been using it to really try and bait something out, get a bit more of a fight, a bit more of a pick-off. I think it's great that Bigachon used that play, made that decision. But again, they're still not out of the hot water just yet. Gold lead is still even. Conceal.
Hold up. Conceal cancelled by Shogun. Just like that, walks up, does some kung fu and runs back.
So no
Really
pick-off
good moves.
for Alter Ego at this point in time, considering that they might actually really need this, right? 6 minutes in, Eman at 301, already with the second item, so he might get that third item quick, and if he comes online before Arfi gets that power spike with the items, it might be a problem.
Wow, great move. Still has a flicker. We'll be able to get that. Now Arfi. Oh, real ablation. Last shot from Arfi gets him down. But look at the amount of resources spent. Nino trying to do the same thing, but will also fall up top into run, into a turret should be. But look at the rotation from Alter Ego. Straight into the mid lane they go.
Man, both EXP players are just taking it, man. They just can't do anything when the whole team just dives on. But again, for the rest of the team of Alter Ego, if they kind of go on a dance situation, the poke damage very much is relevant in this mid game. With Hijume and Arfi picking up 1 or 2 items, it's going to be more than enough to really be a nuisance for Bigachon. Their main problem right now is dealing with Shogun, because he is taking away so much pressure, and he's been able to evade from the catch attempts thus far.
0-3-1 at the moment. The conceal play in the bottom side was also cancelled by him, so you can tell that the map awareness, the mobility of Shogun is definitely apparent and definitely a problem for Alter Ego. The next turtle has actually spawned in the Land of Dawn. Rin at level 10, Ron at level 11. Look at that damage coming through.
Uh-oh, but Eman's already half HP, forced to use regen. Rin in the mid lane, Moreno trying to hold his ground too as Hijume shoves it in together with Rin. Shogun, into the back he goes, Finn gonna be caught on the oh, Eman with Lazy doing to the back line, Hijume gonna be caught already! Still able to flicker out to safety, but Ron comes in and Eman is able to flicker out from the Thorn Rose. It's a battle again up top now. Dodging away Eman! One more puncture and it's a shutdown to Rin and the turtle to Alter Ego. Shogun with the Jikundo and the way to Dragon, now with the Shunpu to escape as Ron clears out in the mid lane, and Finn and Moreno are trying to buy some time here for Ron to take the turret. Arfi distracted, but will be able to make it into the mid lane. That's going to be the charge in. Finn caught and Arfi getting the killing spree. Puncture over, Moreno caught. It's a free Thorn Rose, but a Crimson Beacon to react to it.
So much value for Alter Ego, so much value for the 3-face mask. They pick up everything on the board. They're going to be able to push in this mid-side turret as well. Rin also going to be able to take away the purple buff from Bigatron. And now BTR are the ones struggling, falling behind. This is a 2,600 gold lead being built up by Alter Ego.
Seems like Alter Ego are falling short in the actual fights, but afterwards, right, they're gaining all of this gold lead, all of this value after the initial neutral objective by the chase, by these longer drawn-out fights where the sustain from Nino really is paying dividends. You saw how he kind of traded with Eman, right? Got Eman to half HP, and he got pretty low himself, but abusing the Uranus regeneration, I think Alter Ego are doing a great job of playing this fight out. Their only problem so far is Hijume getting caught out because he is on a backline mage and Bigatron are just scrambling all over them. So he's caught usually behind enemy lines. That's the only issue that Alter Ego is facing.
But it feels like in that particular situation, it was like some sort of bait, right? Because now Alter Ego, they're anticipating that when the real world manipulation gets opened up, Emon will usually blazing duet to the backline, and that's why Emon was caught super low and eventually taken down, shut down by the Lancelot. So we can see it from both perspectives. It's really down to the mind games now. Can Alter Ego anticipate that once again? And can Emon look for maybe something different, something less predictable in these team fights?
And Aman still is on a flicker, right? So he is very, very vulnerable, especially against a marksman like the Granger. If you are mispositioned, he can very easily get nuked down.
Uh-oh, look at Nino. Again, distracting so well. 3 levels ahead of Shogun. The shots from Arfi too. Emon has a lot of work in store for him, man. Having to deal with everybody here. Rin just bursts it down together with the team, and Finn is caught all alone. AOG to the front. That's going to be the charge into it. RWM coming down, but Arfi's going to be taken out very low. In the back line, Moreno jumps in. Arfi cleaned up by Ron. As still, Emon is able to stay alive. Shogun has a way to drag it. Will be able to go for it with the Jeet Kune Do. Locking him down. Emon doing a lot of damage. Now with the BMI forward. Nino still able to stay alive. Ron, no electrifying beats. Turn the mid lane will fall. And the Lord will spawn on the bottom lane as Amon will be sent down there. That's the win of nature collected for him. It will be Nino next to the chopping block. Still too tanky for anyone to deal with.
3-for-1 trade. Ron gonna be able to pick up that triple kill. Huge coming in for the team. You can still see that the Uranus is trying his best to take him down. Very aggressive in by Nino on the Uranus. But eventually, the time bought was not enough to fully utilize or capitalize over the Lord. Cleared out very quick. Emon doing his job.
It's going to be waves available for Alter Ego though. Unfortunately, even on top side, Alter Ego won't be able to get the turret. Whoa. I might have spoke too soon though. Whoa.
That's a very aggressive move. That's a big ultimate. Shogun to the back, able to find the way of the dragon on RP! Emon goes for the blazing duet! Shogun! What a play! Now Ron walks up, gets the assassination on Ijume!
Oh boy, you want to talk about ego gaming? What was that, dude? He Jeet Kune Do through the entire team and found Arfi. Dude, 4 members down. This might be Bigachon's end angle.
What a Jeet Kune Do again, and this should be Rin taken down, thrown back by Moreno. They tank up the turret shots. The base will get targeted down. Even with the minions having just a sliver of health, it's revenge for BTR by Vitality.
Picking up game number 3, very different to how things went down in the playoffs of last season. BTR going to be able to deny that reverse sweep from Alter Ego, picking up this 3rd game in just one fell sweep. One moment was all it took. Shogun being able to open things up was so crucial to how things went down. And BTR now another additional point up on Alter Ego in the 34th time that they meet here in the Chaos Derby.
What a pick. Wow. Shogun. Oh my, what an angle. Ridiculous stuff, man. And honestly, big mistake for Hijume. Why did the team commit to... Wait, what was that? Like, was it just for tier 2 top? I don't understand. Arashi, explain it to me. What was the commitment on the ultimate there?
Well, I feel like they saw Moreno and they felt that they could go for... See, there's no... I don't think there's anything particular that told them like, hey, this is the moment to go. But I think it's like a feeling thing. It's like, because they play with tempo, right? And so they're like, okay, we just got the Lord. We're just all back. Bigachon are still scrambling to clear the waves and all that. You know, if we can get Moreno here, they're on the back foot. We can use the waves a bit more, get a few more structures. And it's a good time. Unfortunately, it's a Sushin, right? So first of all, that's already a tough situation. Then the Sushin got out and they're stuck clumped up in the jungle, dude. So that's just not their win condition, right? We saw that the potential they have there is to just trade, to try and go for the poke damage. In a fight like that, where they allowed Bigachon to get behind them, once again, it doesn't matter if Hijume was doing well. It doesn't matter that he got 2 kills in the early game. He just got, smushed up in the middle.
So there's like one way to see it as another overstay from Alter Ego, which is something that we saw from game number 1, but also maybe something forced by BTR, just like a really good bait from the Jushin too?
Well, see, I don't think Moreno was doing anything extra, you know. He was up there clearing the waves because the waves were almost taking down the turret. He wasn't doing anything special, man. All three
Yeah,
are the
I
ones
don't know.
who saw him, they're like, it's his turn. And they just bum rushed in. Yikes.
Sorry, Ko.
Cordell win.
Sorry,
Unfortunate
Cordell.
stuff.
2-0 against Navi, now 2-1 against BTR.
Yikes.
Alter Ego just haven't been finding success lately.
Nope, unfortunately not.
Oh boy. I mean, it's just, again, great moves from Bigatron. Again and again, you're seeing it, like Hijime and Arfi always getting targeted, always bursted down. You're seeing several fights here where Nino survives, but it doesn't matter because his backline is nowhere to be found. And look at the AoE that Alter Ego just took there. Dude.
Too much to handle, way too much to handle. And really, you gotta give props to BTR as well for understanding when their win condition will actually strike, which is the power spike that they were waiting for in the mid game for Joy, for the Claude too. Player of the match for sure is the boy, the kid, the Red Raider.
Eman. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Because it was insane, because you'd think that, you know, on a Claude, obviously there are a lot of tools that you can utilize in the lane against the Granger, but the fact that he was ahead in gold against Arfi, also very patient. He involves himself in crucial moments, but not so much that would sacrifice his life. He was able to get the power spike really quick as well on the Claude, the Swift Trinity. It really just goes to show the quality of this player once again.
Oh, it's so good. Knowing exactly when to back out, when to actually go all in. And again, he was definitely the guy who was already designated as like the late game carry. They know the game was gonna go late, which is why they kind of went for this trading strategy. They kind of avoided Alter Ego's pressure. And I was sure in moments like this, you know, he gets taken out. But at that point, you know, it's not the same situation. And here, after taking the neutral objective, Alter Ego again didn't recognize the danger that they are in when they're up against a team with these long-range ultimates. So the moment Finn got behind them, it kind of got Arfi and Hijime stuck in a box. And you're seeing the same thing happen here. The fight was so chaotic, and for Eman, that's all fine and dandy. He's gonna do even more damage. For Arfi, that's like the worst possible way these fights can go.
And you can see again here in the final moments how they were just so composed. Again, very different from the BTRs of the past, right? Where usually when they get to the final moments, they end up you know, getting the C word, choke a lot. But here they really understood the assignment, even just tanking up the turrets, little things like that, chasing Rin, not everybody doing it, you know, understanding the micromanagement of every single person, what everyone needs to do in that situation. Brilliant. If they hesitated just a bit there, they wouldn't have been able to end the game. If you go back to see the replay, look at the minute waves, by the time they ended the game, the cannon minute was 1 HP, like literally 1. So any form of hesitation would have prolonged the game to an Alter Ego defense maybe, and maybe into the next Lord.
And the next throw as well, potentially. So
potentially,
definitely was a big moment there. They sacrificed Ron to tank up the crystal there, just to ensure that that final minion stay alive. So all planned, all calculated, and the comms, right? I'm curious. I don't think we can hear like the mic check, but I bet in that game there was chaotic comms, but then there was just some slivers, some moments where they're all like in sync, you know, because there's some fights in that game that really seemed, I don't know, it looked impromptu, but Bigatron did everything they needed to really guarantee that win, basically.
I'm happy for BTR, right? The adaptations that we're seeing match after match after match in this season, because early on, I gotta say, like BTR looks like they're not in sync at all. They're not on the same page. But we're finally getting to see them play as one. You even mentioned that perhaps the comms were good. Maybe it's just synergy that's happening in the game. Just a little bit more discipline, a little touch here and there, and I think BTR are looking like a strong team.
Look at the damage, man. Eman did as much damage as Hijime and Arfi combined.
Wow.
And On the other hand, look at the damage dealt by Nino. This is what I'm talking about. He was able to survive for so long and, be quote-unquote aggressive, right? Deal so much damage, more than the mid lane and the gold lane. But what's the point? If the mid lane and gold lane can't survive the initial engagement, it's only a matter of time before the big final boss Uranus gets taken out. That's something that Altrigo needs to kind of recognize, that sometimes what needs to be done isn't exactly... see the bigger picture,
Is the damage dealt also because of the vengeance choice?
Partially. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because it all just went down to that final point. So unfortunate for Alter Ego.
Mirko is looking kind of HD right now.
Perfect. But there it is, 2-1 for BTR for the Chaos Derby here in match number 2. Remember, we do still have match number 3. We have the Royal Derby for our closing match, so don't forget to stay tuned for that. Exactly. Royal Derby. Arashi, you shaken?
I'm looking forward to a good match, dude. But hey,
okay.
There's going to be an
But before
interview
that,
here.
we are going to go to an interview with Mirko, translating this interview with BTR.
STM ke-33. Gimana, Ron?
This is the 33rd Chaos Derby.
MPL langsung di match yang cukup besar.
How does it feel playing in a big match in your debut?
Pasti tegang lah. Awal-awal.
Yeah, it was tense for me.
Sekarang udah masuk.
At the start, it was very, very tense. I was nervous, but now I'm not anymore.
Ada yang meyakinkan nggak dari member Bigetron kayak Ron tenang aja Ron, atau mungkin kayak ada yang ngasih?
Is there anyone on the BTR side that were giving you motivation, saying like, dude, it's fine, cheering you up? Yeah, Nile was giving me a lot of support.
Woi, cukup menarik ya. Tapi kali ini Ron, gue mau nanya, kalau ngomongin performa lo di match kali ini,
speaking of your performance in this match, how would you rate your performance in this match? 0 to 100.
50 lah.
50 for Ron. Wow, just half.
Wih, gila, berarti masih bisa meroket lagi ya.
Bisa.
So there's still a lot of potential, is what Ranger Mouse is saying.
Kan Bigetron sekarang udah mulai positif nih dari hasil-hasil.
Bigetron are looking pretty good right now, Got 3 wins. What's the secret behind the 3 wins back to back to back? We just needed to focus on bonding. Because in week 1 we were lacking that chemistry that was needed to get the win streak.
Oke, kalau ngomongin chemistry ya, berarti ini ada perbedaan dong berarti ya Ranger Mas ya, karena
so
dari
there's
kita
difference
udah mulai ganti-ganti jungler.
When we're talking about chemistry, because you guys are already swapping junglers.
Sama Ron nih. Perbedaannya apa sih? Karena kan kamu yang sudut pandangnya roamer yang lebih enak
playing with Nile and Ron, because as a roamer it's very different playing with different junglers.
Sama-sama aja sih. Hero pool sama.
They're both the same.
Paling yang beda, yang bikin beda.
The only difference is experience.
Oke, Nile lebih tinggi deh ya pengalaman ya. Nah, tapi kalau bisa kita
Nile
bilang,
has a lot more experience.
Alter Ego ini kalau nggak salah kata Codelwin itu adalah roster terbaik ya, dan kalian berhasil menang.
Codelwin said this is the strongest Alter Ego lineup and you were able to beat them in the Chaos Derby against their best lineup.
Apa rahasianya kalian bisa menang di match ini?
What's the secret behind the win?
Rahasia kita mainin roster terbaik juga sih.
We also played our best roster with Ron. Okay.
Ternyata roster terbaik ada di Ron.
So the best roster turns out to be with Ron, not Nile.
Ron. Tadi di game tadi yang paling nyusahin siapa, Ron?
Who is the hardest opponent, most difficult opponent in that match? No one, Ron says. None of them, gave me a hard time.
Nino.
Oh, Nino gave him a hard time.
Gue tadi berpikir dia bakal bilang Alec loh, karena di game 1 kan ditempelin Alec kan tadi. Gimana ditempelin?
They thought it was going to be Alec who was the most difficult to go up against, but because he was always in Ron's jungle.
Menurut kalian, apakah dengan Nino tidak menggunakan hero crowd control menjadi salah satu keuntungan
According to
kalian
you
di game
guys,
ketiga?
with Nino not being on a CC heavy hero, was that an advantage for you guys?
Tidak bakal pakai hero kayak gitu. Jadi
No, we expected him to play those kind of heroes, so no, we were ready for it.
Dari experience sendiri juga. Oke deh, untuk keduanya nih yang terakhir ya, berarti minta ini dong.
Last question.
Salam-salam buat Biggie Troopers nih yang lagi nonton dan dukung kalian.
Give the Biggie Troopers who are supporting you guys a message.
Ya buat.
Ya siapa ya, bebas.
Thank you udah.
Thank you.
Udah nonton, udah dukung.
Thank you for watching.
Semangat terus.
And yeah,
Oke, itu dia
good
berarti ya
spirits.
dari
Saksikan
Ron.
ya.
That's it for the interview.
Saksikan performance Ron yang masih 50% dan akan 100% ya.
Yeah, Ranger Mas is saying to all the Biggie Troopers to wait and watch and to anticipate the full potential of Ron, who's apparently still 50%.
Ingat,
He's only at
buat yang manis gak
50%.
boleh puas, harus terus
See ya,
grinding ya.
my goats! See ya, my goats! Did you hear my goats?
Yeah.
We did.
There's a lot of
Nice
spirit in there.
translate, nice translate.
I love my goats, yes sir.
But it's so
50%
cute
of Ron,
to see
by the way.
Ron, right?
Yeah.
50%? So
It's crazy.
humble. Wait, is that humble or not humble? I can't tell actually.
It,
Like, is
yeah, it's vague. Could be like, no, this is nothing. You know, I'll beat Alter Ego with just half my effort.
Exactly.
No, I think it's humble. I think he meant it in a humble way. He said, no, it was a 50%. You know, I need to improve a lot more is what he means, I think.
Okay. So do you agree? Do you think that that's the strongest lineup for Bigatron?
I think they're joking. I don't think so. I
Okay.
think
Who said that?
Ron
Was
is
Finn
really
the one
good.
to say that?
But what?
Did Finn say that?
Yeah, Finn said that. I think it was jokingly. He was smiling as well, but it is Finn. You know, you never know. The guy he's vague, man. They're all so vague. Even Luke.
That's
He's
true.
not there anymore.
That's true.
Yeah.
Where is
it's so
Luke?
vague of him.
Luke is streaming now. So shout outs to Luke, also my goat. Man.
Our boy Luke. The best according to Mirko. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing much of him this season, theoretically. But hey, I mean, team's doing pretty well, Mirko. If there's one thing you would want them to kind of improve on even more, you know, what would that be?
Consistency in drafts. Like their game 2 drafts are always very high risk, which is great sometimes, like the one with the Cho, but other times we see this game 2.
You know what I think? I think they should be playing MCGG instead.
No,
Wait.
it's so addicting.
Is
This
that
game
Flame?
is way too addicting, alright? Technically you can, but if you want to focus on your goals, guys, maybe you can just focus on MCGG full, because this is gonna take every time, all the free time you've got.
It's true. It is addicting. And not to mention that the World Championship is finally back. It's finally here. And there is a new opportunity to become the World Champions again soon. It's called the MCGG Rising Stars, which will be launched on the September 12th. And everyone can participate and potentially win the World Championship, which means you guys back at home. So if you guys think you're good enough, you know, go ahead, join the MCGG Rising Star.
Check it out, right? What are you waiting for? Mike, I know you're watching.
Luna,
Well,
You guys want to talk more about my
Penelope?
goats? Because my
Oh,
goats have
man.
been nominated for Mobile Esports Team of the Year, and you guys can vote for my goat, okay? My goats here, Team Vitality MLBB. There's also a goated player for the Women's MLBB, also nominated for Mobile Esports Player of the Year, Vivian. Shout outs to Vivian. And if Vivian wins this award, it'll mark a huge milestone for the MLBB women's scene in 2025.
absolutely. So don't forget to scan the QR code. Make sure you cast
My
in your
God.
votes because the mother of tanks, that's her.
That's
That's
her?
Vivian.
Mother of Tanks.
Mother of tanks.
Very.
What did Ashley say again? I forgot.
She wanted to be the mother of tanks, and then Vivian said, maybe you can go to sleep because in your dreams you can achieve it. You know, so there was a lot of banter at MWI. It was fun. It was really fun.
Come to my dream.
Come
My
to
dream
my
very
dream.
good.
I mean,
Man.
that's some
So
good
cute.
banter though, for sure.
We could use a bit more of that.
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
men's side.
That's why I loved it so much. Like, I wish like the guys could be as spicy as that.
Well, they can now because you have your Ritos to enhance that flavor first, right? And you guys can go and grab whatever you want. Oh my god. Why do you always have that ready, dude?
Bro,
She's been snacking throughout the broadcast. That's the only
That's true.
explanation.
when I'm quiet, I'm muting my mic.
Whoa.
You actually muted your mic.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
That's what I do.
So that's how she gets away with it. You know what, Eterna and Narashi? If you hear me disappear during play-by-play, you know what I'm doing.
You're
getting that snack. Not only boosts your mood instantly, but also makes you even stronger to the Land of Dawn, by the way. So you can make sure that you get this Doritos. You can get the extra diamonds as well, by the way, right? Inside the package, there
Open
is
it up,
gonna be,
Eterna.
you can scan. You're gonna get extra diamonds built into the snack package itself.
You see it? You see it?
Wait, sorry. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
I see it, I see it, I see it.
Show it to the viewers back at home. Don't be stingy. No, what? That was such an
so
instant rejection, dude. Just straight up no. You guys don't get
No,
free
I'm
diamonds.
stingy.
Well, go ahead and buy yours now. You don't need to ask for Eterna's now. You can actually just buy it. You forgot to mute
Where are
your
yours,
mic.
Miko?
You want me to get mine? Again, if producer lets me, I will run out and grab mine.
You don't have yours ready? Look at these links, bro. Eterna, have you
Oh my
seen this?
lord, why don't you give me one,
showed it
Rashi?
off.
Why you hogging
I showed-
everything, bro? What the heck? Why do you have
I
that
showed up
many,
and realized
dude?
it was
They
like,
sent me like
whoa.
3.
How much did you get?
Enough.
Oh, Rashi, that's a whole lot of Doritos, man. That's a bit too much for you. You could finish all that?
I've been eating, and this is what's left. I stocked on top of what they gave me. Because I know I'm gonna need more.
Oh man, we're gonna have to restock later when we get back to the MPL arena. Yeah, you heard that right, because we're going back offline next week, baby!
Yes, sir.
Do the dance, do the little MPL arena dance, Rashi. This is the yellow derby right here. Navi versus Onyx.
Some weird dances we're doing here.
Dude, it's the only kind of dance we can do, you know, like while sitting.
In our seats, yeah.
So,
Ooh,
boys and
Rondo and
girls,
maybe.
don't forget to get your tickets at id-mpl.com/ticket. I did it. I did it.
Don't forget the Joe versus Niall special. Again, might be Fabian actually making a comeback into the jungle because he did just play in the mid lane. Wasn't too good. Gobs versus Yazuki.
No.
Yazuke, depends on how you like it. Mr. Oranger Amas calls him, what? Jasuke. Jagung, susu, keju. That's corn, milk, and cheese.
Milk.
Yep. Yeah. What about Muezza?
Arashi's favorite.
My favorite? How did this get started, man? I don't remember.
Oh no.
I remember saying
just-
anything about Muezza. I think it's
Hey.
good. I think it's good.
I just, I make an
Mozzarella.
assumption. Yeah, just assumption. It's just me assuming, Arashi. It's not that deep. It's okay.
Jumping into conclusions.
Why? Do you not like Muezza?
Yeah, Arashi. Why
like
do you not
Muezza.
like
He's a cool
Muezza?
guy.
Why are you so offended?
When he
Why
first showed
you-
up in the MPL ID, he was pretty friendly to us, dude.
Yeah, he's a cool dude, you know. I was actually sitting with him while watching the season 14 playoffs with him and Ray. So I heard, a lot of analysis from them, and I found a lot of like the players from Dewa are actually very knowledgeable. Like they got great knowledge. And they're very good vocally expressing the knowledge. Like they have a future in casting later in the future. Maybe if KB retires
That's cool. That's cool.
or Lim,
Hopefully they can implement it
Gets
so they
trapped by the
can
magnet.
make it to playoffs. Why are you smiling?
No, because I said something under my breath.
What did you say?
It's a joke about Lim. It's okay.
Talking about attractions.
Yeah.
Oh, I
'Cause he's a
understand. I
magnet.
understand. He is a magnet, but I'm a magnet for drama, which is what we're going to be looking at for the next match. But before we get into that, we are gonna go on a short break, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more MPL ID action. See you, boys.
Royal Derby time.
dikabarkan akan ada jungler dan EXP baru. Sebuah pertanyaan, apakah para Kingdom disuruh untuk percaya proses lagi?
Yang mental Ruby itu biasanya lebih pengen ngebantai yang udah pengen kayak juara terus lah. Kayak pasti motivasi mereka tuh ngebantai yang juara satunya terus. Jadi ya tim-tim lainnya juga pasti bakal lebih bakar lagi.
Kalau bisa dibilang Dream Team itu yang pas season 13 doang sih. Kayak gue tuh juga di situ kayak kaget posisinya tiba-tiba kayak agak susah buat lolos playoff juga kalau nggak salah.
Congratulations to all the Dream Team of the season.
Mungkin yang gue lihat dari Onyx lebih ke ini sih, kayak sistemnya beda sih. Ditambahnya gue masuk, mereka kayak makin berapi.
Menunjukkan bahwa mereka lah untuk menjadi pemuncak klasemen Onyx. Kokoh tanpa kalah satu pertandingan pun. Onyx yang kali ini menurunkan Savero menjawab pertanyaan kita di awal. Mungkin mention dikit kayak, emang benar Skylar akan tetap jadi main line up, tapi ada sesuatu yang dicoba oleh roster dari Onyx.
Menurut gue Savero itu potensialnya tinggi banget. Tapi dengan potensial, kita kan belum nyampe ya. Savero ini baru 1 season kemarin. Dan ketika kita lihat di MSC, memang belum matang banget dia cara untuk impact internasional. Itu yang dibawa juga dari Skylar yang udah mature, udah ngerti, udah punya pengalaman banyak dari MSC yang zaman dulu, M3, M4 bahkan yang dimainin.
Membawa satu rookie kembali mampukah menjadi jawaban? Mari kita lihat apa yang sudah mereka persiapkan.
Masih berusaha untuk bisa mendapatkan Karaboy. Bisakah dia bertahan? Tapi setidaknya Best dihancurkan.
Sun Gauntlet kembalinya pula Hellcurt dari Maloyski. Akhirnya menelan pil pahit 2-0 tanpa balas.
Semakin kita kalah kan belajar semakin banyak. Mungkin ya dengan roster baru ini kedepannya kita bisa lebih explore lah. Itu sih ya, mungkin ada positifnya di week ini. Ya seenggaknya kita nggak kalah semua.
RRQ itu masih adjustment pasti, soalnya setahu Suyin tuh banyak megang flow of the game. Jadi aku rasa sekarang mulai dicoba dibebanin mungkin ke Rin sama Idok ya. Jadi jungle bisa lebih free, sama Res juga mungkin masih belum terlalu masuk cara team fight-nya, nggak, soalnya beda karakteristik menurut aku.
Kalau melihat Res yang sekarang, kalau dia bisa nyocokin sama tim RRQ ya harusnya dia potensial.
Balik lagi tergantung ke api mereka. Jadi kalau misalnya mereka benar-benar berapi-api, kayak egonya nggak yang pada tinggi, pasti kayak mereka bisa kerjasama. Tapi kalau misalnya ada satu orang aja yang punya ego tuh, ya itu bisa jadi masalah.
Penambahan roster yang sekarang itu kayak beri kita suasana baru lah. Terus kalau dibilang kita yang berlima kemarin itu cuman mentok 2 kali di runner up, menurut aku itu belum rezeki sih. Semoga kita bisa lebih improve lah dari season sebelumnya.
Junes sama Res, Jiren sama Sujin. Kalau emang somehow works kan, ya bisa ngasih opsi gameplay juga kan ke RRQ.
Akankah Raja dari segala raja atau Raja Langit yang bisa mengamankan kemenangan pertama untuk Royal Derby?
Ya mungkin kalau lawan RRQ sih gue lebih ke confident sama diri gue. Dan kalau misalnya gue mengingat masa lalu lah yang gue bawa itu, kayak gue tau lah mereka player-playernya kayak gimana gitu, segala macam latihannya mereka gitu-gitu. Dan gue bakal ngasih yang terbaik buat di Royal Derby nanti kalau gue kepilih.
Kita bilang Onyx nambah ngeri banget, apalagi kedatangan Skylar. Savero sama Skylar, gue tetap pilih Skylar buat ketemu gue di week 3 lawan Onyx.
Untuk lawan Onyx di leg 1 ini, mungkin kalau kita bisa jalanin prosesnya sekarang, gue lihat dari proses kita juga di scrim bisa lah. Buat yang pernah bimbing gue di RRQ, semoga dia bisa main lah di Onyx pas ketemu kita di leg 1. Dan semoga gue bisa ngasih yang terbaik lah ketika melawan dia.
bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Zi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Panyansi.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pep?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral.
Berhasil mendorong Torito menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan kemenangan tidak tersentuh sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gue,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka. Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry. Sorry kok, gue kecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Tapi sekarang lu kipannya disyajah. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisan. Tapi masih ada pergerakan di dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun itu sekarang satu peluang Singtuan.
You miss me?
Singtuan belum skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, yo, Good Day MPL.
aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Rumor sempat dikabarkan akan ada jungler dan EXP baru. Sebuah pertanyaan, apakah para Kingdom disuruh untuk percaya proses lagi?
Ini mental Ruby itu biasanya lebih pengen ngebantai yang udah pengen kayak juara terus lah, kayak pasti motivasi mereka tuh ngebantai yang juara satunya terus. Jadi ya tim-tim lainnya juga pasti bakal lebih bakar lagi.
Kalau bisa dibilang Dream Team itu yang pas season 13 doang sih. Kayak gue tuh juga di situ kayak kaget posisinya tiba-tiba kayak agak susah buat lolos playoff juga kalau nggak salah.
Congratulations to all the dream team of the season.
Mungkin yang gue lihat dari Onyx lebih ke ini sih, kayak sistemnya beda sih. Ditambahnya gue masuk, mereka kayak makin berapi.
Menunjukkan bahwa mereka lah untuk menjadi pemuncak klasemen Onyx. Kokoh tanpa kalah satu pertandingan pun. Onyx yang kali ini menurunkan Savero menjawab pertanyaan kita di awal. Mungkin mention dikit kayak, emang benar Skylar akan tetap jadi main line up, tapi ada sesuatu yang dicoba oleh roster dari Onyx.
Menurut gue Savero itu potensialnya tinggi banget. Tapi dengan potensial, kita kan belum nyampe ya. Savero ini baru satu season kemarin. Dan ketika kita lihat di MSC, memang belum matang banget dia cara untuk impact internasional. Itu yang dibawa juga dari Skylar yang udah mature, udah ngerti, udah punya pengalaman banyak dari MSC yang zaman dulu, M3, M4 bahkan yang dimainin.
Membawa satu rookie kembali mampukah menjadi jawaban? Mari kita lihat apa yang sudah mereka persiapkan.
Masih berusaha untuk bisa mendapatkan Karaboy. Bisakah dia bertahan? Tapi setidaknya Best dihancurkan.
Sun Goldland kembalinya pula Hellcurt dari Maloyski. Akhirnya menelan pil pahit 2-0 tanpa balas.
Semakin kita kalah kan belajar semakin banyak. Mungkin ya dengan roster baru ini kedepannya kita bisa lebih explore lah. Itu sih ya, mungkin ada positifnya di week ini. Ya seenggaknya kita nggak kalah semua sih.
RRQ itu masih adjustment pasti, soalnya setahu Susuyun tuh banyak megang flow of the game. Jadi aku rasa sekarang mulai dicoba dibebanin mungkin ke range sama Idok ya. Jadi jungle bisa lebih free, sama Res juga mungkin masih belum terlalu masuk cara team fight-nya, nggak, soalnya beda karakteristik menurut aku.
Kalau melihat Res yang sekarang, kalau dia bisa nyocokin sama tim RRQ ya harusnya dia potensial.
Balik lagi tergantung ke api mereka. Jadi kalau misalnya mereka benar-benar berapi-api, kayak egonya nggak yang pada tinggi, pasti kayak mereka bisa kerjasama. Tapi kalau misalnya ada satu orang aja yang punya ego tuh, ya itu bisa jadi masalah.
Penambahan roster yang sekarang itu kayak beri kita suasana baru lah. Terus kalau dibilang kita yang berlima kemarin itu cuman mentok 2 kali di runner up, menurut aku itu belum rezeki sih. Semoga kita bisa lebih improve lah dari season sebelumnya.
Junes sama Res, Jiren sama Susujin. Kalau emang somehow works kan, ya bisa ngasih opsi gameplay juga kan ke RRQ.
Akankah raja dari segala raja atau raja langit yang bisa mengamankan kemenangan pertama untuk Royal Derby?
Ya mungkin kalau lawan RRQ sih gue lebih ke confident sama diri gue. Dan kalau misalnya gue mengingat masa lalu lah yang gue bawa itu, kayak gue tau lah mereka player-playernya kayak gimana gitu, segala macam latihannya mereka gitu-gitu. Dan gue bakal ngasih yang terbaik buat di Royal Derby nanti kalau gue kepilih.
Bisa dibilang Onyx nambah ngeri banget, apalagi kedatangan Skylar. Savero sama Skylar, gue tetap pilih Skylar buat ketemu gue di week 3 lawan Onyx.
Untuk lawan Onyx di leg 1 ini mungkin kalau kita bisa jalanin prosesnya sekarang, gue lihat dari proses kita juga di scrim bisa lah. buat yang pernah bimbing gua di RRQ, semoga dia bisa main lah di Onyx pas ketemu kita di leg 1, dan semoga gua bisa ngasih yang terbaik lah ketika melawan dia.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Izzy mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Brisal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji Clara lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban racun kali ini untuk mendapatkan yang kembali dan tersatu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi deh.
Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gue,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked.
Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac!
Sakit Juve, tapi sekarang lu ibadah shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac!
Mau adu Maniac season ini.
Sekarang dia sendiri mereka bisa pisah, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang bisa satu buah si Joan.
You miss me? Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa? Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, yo, Good Day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Rumor sempat dikabarkan akan ada jungler dan EXP baru. Sebuah pertanyaan, apakah para Kingdom disuruh untuk percaya proses lagi?
Ini mental Ruby itu biasanya lebih pengen ngebantai yang udah kayak juara terus lah. Kayak pasti motivasi mereka tuh ngebantai yang juara satunya terus. Jadi ya tim-tim lainnya juga pasti bakal lebih bakar lagi.
Kalau bisa dibilang Dream Team itu yang pas season 13 doang sih. Kayak gue tuh juga di situ kayak kaget posisinya tiba-tiba kayak agak susah buat lolos playoff juga kalau nggak salah.
Congratulations to all the dream team of the season.
Mungkin yang gue lihat dari Onyx lebih ke ini sih, kayak sistemnya beda sih. Ditambahnya gue masuk, mereka kayak makin berapi.
Menunjukkan bahwa mereka lah untuk menjadi pemuncak klasemen Onyx. Kokoh tanpa kalah satu pertandingan pun. Onyx yang kali ini menurunkan Savero menjawab pertanyaan kita di awal. Mungkin mention dikit kayak, emang benar Skylar akan tetap jadi main line up, tapi ada sesuatu yang dicoba oleh roster dari Onyx.
Menurut gue Savero itu potensialnya tinggi banget. Tapi dengan potensial, kita kan belum nyampe ya. Savero ini baru satu season kemarin. Dan ketika kita lihat di MSC, memang belum matang banget dia cara untuk impact internasional. Itu yang dibawa juga dari Skylar yang udah mature, udah ngerti, udah punya pengalaman banyak dari MSC yang zaman dulu, M3, M4 bahkan yang dimainin.
Membawa satu rookie kembali mampukah menjadi jawaban? Mari kita lihat apa yang sudah mereka persiapkan.
Masih belum satu bisa mendapatkan Karaboy. Bisa kan dia bertahan, tapi setidaknya Best dihancurkan.
Sun Gauntlet kembalinya pula Hellcurt dari Bang Loiski. Akhirnya menelan pil pahit 2-0 tanpa balas.
semakin kita kalah kan belajar semakin banyak. Mungkin ya dengan resolusi baru ini kedepannya kita bisa lebih explore lah. Itu sih ya, mungkin ada positifnya di week ini. Ya seenggaknya kita nggak kalah semua sih.
RRQ itu masih adjustment pasti, soalnya setahu Susuyun tuh banyak megang flow of the game. Jadi aku rasa sekarang mulai dicoba dibebanin mungkin ke Rin sama Idok ya. Jadi jungle bisa lebih free, sama Res juga mungkin masih belum terlalu masuk cara team fight-nya, nggak, soalnya beda karakteristik menurut aku.
Kalau melihat Res yang sekarang, kalau dia bisa nyocokin sama tim RRQ ya harusnya dia potensial.
Balik lagi tergantung ke api mereka sih. Kalau misalnya mereka benar-benar berapi-api, kayak egonya nggak yang pada tinggi, pasti kayak mereka bisa kerjasama. Tapi kalau misalnya ada satu orang aja yang punya ego tuh, ya itu bisa jadi masalah.
Penambahan roster yang sekarang itu kayak beri kita suasana baru lah. Terus kalau dibilang kita yang berlima kemarin itu cuman mentok 2 kali di runner up, menurut aku itu belum rezeki sih. Semoga kita bisa lebih improve lah dari season sebelumnya.
Junes sama Res, Jiren sama Susuyun. Kalau emang somehow works kan, ya bisa ngasih opsi gameplay juga kan ke RRQ.
Akankah Raja dari segala raja atau Raja Langit yang bisa mengamankan kemenangan pertama untuk Royal Derby?
Ya mungkin kalau lawan RRQ sih gue lebih ke confident sama diri gue. Dan kalau misalnya gue mengingat masa lalu lah yang gue bawa itu, kayak gue tau lah mereka player-playernya kayak gimana gitu, segala macam latihannya mereka gitu-gitu. Dan gue bakal ngasih yang terbaik buat di Royal Derby nanti kalau gue kepilih.
Bisa dibilang Onyx nambah ngeri banget, apalagi kedatangan Scalar. Safira sama Scalar, gue tetap pilih Scalar buat ketemu gue di week 3 lawan Onyx.
Untuk lawan Onyx di leg 1 ini, mungkin kalau kita bisa jalanin prosesnya sekarang, gue lihat dari proses kita juga di scrim bisa lah. Buat yang pernah bimbing gue di RRQ, semoga dia bisa main lah di Onyx pas ketemu kita di leg 1. Dan semoga gue bisa ngasih yang terbaik lah ketika melawan dia.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih. buat jadi juara.
Isi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Panyaku.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke era lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan kesempatan tidak tersentuh sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi Dek.
Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gue,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Satu Hijume, tapi sekarang lu kipan dan Shanja. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri di kakak bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang bisa satu blessing duet.
You miss me?
Blessing duet belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa? Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, yo, Good Day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Wah, kalah lagi.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
mengumumkan akan ada jungler dan EXP baru. Sebuah pertanyaan, apakah para Kingdom disuruh untuk percaya proses lagi?
Ini mental Ruby itu biasanya lebih pengen ngebantai yang udah pengen kayak juara terus lah, kayak pasti motivasi mereka tuh ngebantai yang juara satunya terus. Jadi ya tim-tim lainnya juga pasti bakal lebih bakar lagi.
Kalau bisa dibilang Dream Team itu yang pas season 13 doang sih. Kayak gue tuh juga di situ kayak kaget posisinya tiba-tiba kayak agak susah buat lolos playoff juga kalau nggak salah.
Congratulations to all the Dream Team of the season.
Mungkin yang gue lihat dari Onyx lebih ke ini sih, kayak sistemnya beda sih. Ditambahnya gue masuk, mereka kayak makin berapi.
Menunjukkan bahwa mereka lah untuk menjadi pemuncak klasemen Onyx. Kokoh tanpa kalah satu pertandingan pun. Onyx yang kali ini menurunkan Savero menjawab pertanyaan kita di awal. Mungkin mention dikit kayak, emang benar Skylar akan tetap jadi main line up, tapi ada sesuatu yang dicoba oleh roster dari Onyx.
Menurut gue Savero itu potensialnya tinggi banget. Tapi dengan potensial, kita kan belum nyampe ya. Savero ini baru satu season kemarin. Dan ketika kita lihat di MSC, memang belum matang banget dia cara untuk impact internasional. Itu yang dibawa juga dari Skylar yang udah mature, udah ngerti, udah punya pengalaman banyak dari MSC yang zaman dulu, M3, M4 bahkan yang dimainin.
Membawa satu rookie kembali mampukah menjadi jawaban? Mari kita lihat apa yang sudah mereka persiapkan.
Masih berusaha untuk bisa mendapatkan Karaboy. Bisa kan dia bertahan, tapi setidaknya Best dihancurkan.
Sun Gauntlet kembalinya pula Hellcurt dari Maloyski. Akhirnya menelan pil pahit 2-0 tanpa balas.
Semakin kita kalah kan belajar semakin banyak. Mungkin ya dengan resource baru ini kedepannya kita bisa lebih explore lah. Itu sih ya, mungkin ada positifnya di week ini. Ya seenggaknya kita nggak kalah semua.
RRQ itu masih adjustment pasti, soalnya setahu Suyun tuh banyak megang flow of the game. Jadi aku rasa sekarang mulai dicoba dibebanin mungkin ke Rin sama Idok ya. Jadi jungle bisa lebih free, sama Res juga mungkin masih belum terlalu masuk cara team fight-nya, nggak soalnya beda karakteristik menurut aku.
Kalau melihat Res yang sekarang, kalau dia bisa nyocokin sama tim RRQ ya harusnya dia potensial.
Balik lagi tergantung ke api mereka. Jadi kalau misalnya mereka benar-benar berapi-api, kayak egonya nggak yang pada tinggi, pasti kayak mereka bisa kerjasama. Tapi kalau misalnya ada satu orang aja yang punya ego tuh, ya itu bisa jadi masalah.
Penambahan roster yang sekarang itu kayak beri kita suasana baru lah. Terus kalau dibilang kita yang berlima kemarin itu cuman mentok 2 kali di runner up, menurut aku itu belum rezeki sih. Semoga kita bisa lebih improve lah dari season sebelumnya.
Junes sama Res, Jiren sama Sujin. Kalau emang somehow works kan, ya bisa ngasih opsi gameplay juga kan ke RRQ.
Akankah Raja dari segala raja atau Raja Langit yang bisa mengamankan kemenangan pertama untuk Royal Derby?
Ya mungkin kalau lawan RRQ sih gue lebih ke confident sama diri gue. Dan kalau misalnya gue mengingat masa lalu lah yang gue bawa itu, kayak gue tau lah mereka player-playernya kayak gimana gitu, segala macam latihannya mereka gitu-gitu. Dan gue bakal ngasih yang terbaik buat di Royal Derby nanti kalau gue kepilih.
Kita bilang Onyx nambah ngeri banget, apalagi kedatangan Skylar. Savero sama Skylar, gue tetap pilih Skylar buat ketemu gue di week 3 lawan Onyx.
Untuk lawan Onyx di leg 1 ini mungkin kalau kita bisa jalanin prosesnya sekarang, gue lihat dari proses kita juga di scrim bisa lah. Buat yang pernah bimbing gue di RRQ, semoga dia bisa main lah di Onyx pas ketemu kita di leg 1. Dan semoga gue bisa ngasih yang terbaik lah ketika melawan dia.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't known, menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss.
MPL Indonesia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
After much anticipation, the Royal Derby is finally here. The 37th to mark to see who will be the team to come out on top. 18-18 wins right now as we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, back to MPL ID Season 16. On the English broadcast, you have me, Eterna, once again alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. We are now in week 3, day 2, last match of the day. But before we begin, we do want to thank our sponsors because MPL ID Season 16 is powered by Moonton, supported by PBESI, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official coffee Good Day, partners in esports Simpati, Dunya Games, GamesMax, Good Time, our advertisers Kacang Sukro, Yoritos, and of course thank you so much to our suppliers Head and Shoulders, UBS Gold, Royal Guard, as well as Imaginary. Now, Again, the final match of the day, RRQ versus Onyx. Both teams are currently top 2 on the standings, and of course, results are up in the air. Mirko, how you feel coming into the Royal Derby this time around?
Hey man, my feelings are gonna hurt my boy Kingdom Man over there's feelings. I think Onyx get it done here, Rashi, you know? I think they're the much more complete team right now. RRQ are still kind of experimenting this season. I don't even know if they're still experimenting or if it's just their main lineup being Rez and Zunesh, right? Like, I think all of us expected Dyron to play over Rez. Maybe the Zunesh thing can stick, but as long as they're still playing Rez, I'm gonna have to say, I think Onyx got it.
Well, I mean, I see good potential, but I see where you're coming from, Mirko. But don't forget, dude, the drafting, we're seeing draft becoming so important. And RRQ are great drafters, man. And for Onyx, I feel like so far they're getting carried by like personal performance, I would say. There wasn't anything too crazy technically, but individually they're all outstanding. But I feel like overall, there's more like, you know, big picture stuff going on for RRQ. So I think it's possible for both teams to win here, but you know who I'm voting.
Obviously, everyone knows that, of course, Arashi will be voting for Onyx today. I want to see his face. Okay, there you go. I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding. Arashi is a big Kingdom. He's a big RRQ fanboy. And Arashi, since you are the RRQ fanboy, let's talk about this, the clash of eras, because in this next matchup, particularly so, very different to, I think, periods or seasons behind, there are so many storylines that we do need to touch on for both of these teams, considering Skylar now for Onyx, and then you have Toy on the other side for RRQ.
I'm gonna say he doesn't look all that good in yellow, right? I'm just saying. I think the black and orange is a much nicer side on the eyes. We were all the fans, I think, were really hoping that Skylar was gonna take a break and come back. He's back, but not in the way we expected, right? So I think Toy, in the meantime, has kind of proven himself again and again. Of course, we can't say he's like the best in the region and all that, but all things considered, right? The fact that he's still relatively new, the fact that he, you know, is put in a pretty tough situation in a sense that the team doesn't really play around him or play for him technically. He's still been able to actually perform really, really well. So I think with time, Toy should perform better, in my opinion. I think experience is only gonna, you know, improve his style and what he does in the Line of Dawn. So it's a tough situation if you're an RRQ fan, but I think a lot of people are, you know, standing behind Toy here, right? He's a boy.
But here's the thing, right? Because as Toy grew up in the scene, as he debuted in the scene, it was Skylar that taught him. He's essentially, quote-unquote, Toy's senior. Skylar was the one who taught him how to play in the gold lane. Do you think that's an edge that maybe Skylar has in this next matchup, Mirko?
I think it really depends, man. Again, like, yes, Skylar was his mentor for the longest time, giving him support as well to play. Just last season, it was when Skylar took a break. But Toy has developed so much without Skylar, right? I think this move was kind of... it was a secret to the masses, but to us, we already knew about this transfer happening, and it happened way back, you know? So Toy has been learning the ropes alone with Kesq, with the rest of the team backing him up, and a lot of that was without Skylar as his mentor. A lot of that was with him getting, again, more time playing in the MPL compared to Skylar, who was still taking a break playing ranked with his party. So I think, yes, there will be some patterns that Skylar can obviously exploit, but I think for Toy, it's advantageous to him right now in this matchup. Toy has stayed active last season, coming into the season. Skylar is coming back. There's so much pressure on him. All eyes are on Skylar and Onyx to fail right now.
That makes sense. We touched on the gold lane a little bit, and now we're going to touch into the mid lane, because all-time MPL ID stats analysis, this is a hero that both players from both teams will be competing for. Let's break this down a little, Arashi.
Well, a lot of data here, especially for Sans. He's been around for so long, but the Farsa has always been a hero that kind of can sneak into the meta, you know, if you're not really careful about it. I think my first time seeing the hero and really taking note of like, wow, this is a great hero, was actually when Watt down there in season 7 was picking up this
gold
Barca a
lane.
lot. Yes, sir. It was very impressive at that point. So I feel like you can see again that I think Sans, has been doing better. A lot of people are saying, but then again, Rins, he has that very aggressive style. So it's kind of you gotta take the good with the bad, right? Like we mentioned before during an RRQ game, Rins is gonna do some really crazy plays. He's not really playing very safe on that Farsa. And if it works out, it looks great. If it doesn't, it's going to look even worse. The same thing can be said for Sans, but he's been around for so much longer, right? And he's also been in a different role before. So I think he has a bit more of a grasp on like the pace and the flow of a team fight, which is why we see him quote unquote perform better, right? Getting caught less, finding more opportunities. So I feel like with time, again, Rins can improve even more. But for now, I think there's no doubt about it. Sans is almost synonymous with like a Farsa player to a degree.
This reminds me of what Mirko mentioned in MLPP. Rins to stop pretending to be Sans. Does that, say something about this matchup?
Yeah, I think so. I think for the longest time, Rins has really been focused on like trying to solo kill Sans, trying to prove to everybody that he's better than Sans on the same picks with the same style that Sans plays. I think what makes Rins special is him being Rins, not him being Sans, or not him being compared to Sans, right? He stands alone as, again, Rins, and that's what he should do in this matchup. We've seen him really grow into himself the last few matches. Again, just yesterday against Na'Vi, it was a really, really good showing for him on the Farsa. He was literally playing a fine line, a thin line of getting hated by the community if he got solo killed by Andoryu, or just reaping all the benefits. And he gambled on the right one, he risked his aura, he got the kill.
But flashbacks now to the last time that they met, which was the grand finals of MPL ID season 15, and it was so close, right? It was 4-3 in favor of Onyx.
I think it was quite an exciting match as well. A lot of back and forths here, but something you can really see immediately, even from this look into the past here, is the aggressive style. Once again, it really seems that Rins just likes being in front regardless. So at this point, if he really wants to kind of improve on it, it feels like he has two routes to go. Either he starts picking up heroes that really want to be up close and personal a bit more and be locked into that situation, or you have to brush up on the calculations. It's something that Sans did mention to I think in an interview, he mentioned that Rins, he does cool things, but he doesn't seem to calculate, the cooldowns and everything all that precisely. And that's the next layer, the next step, if he really wants to kind of match the kind of crazy things that Sans seems to be able to do.
But the cores, reflecting, of course, at the replay that we're looking at right now, for RRQ back in the day, it was the Aceh duo, right? Idok plus Rins. And now they're going head-to-head against the Manado duo, which is Kiwo and Skylar. Granted, different roles, but how do you think that will impact the game today, Mirko?
Well, again, Skylar and Kiwi have actually already played together before their time as pro players. They, again, were in Manado, so both of them were part of the amateur teams together. Edok and Rins literally stuck together. Obviously, when it comes to the chemistry, I'll definitely have to get Rins and Edok to give them the advantage over Keyboy and Skylar, who have already kind of like parted ways, went on their own separate journeys, and only now find themselves in the same team again where they can re-synergize. But as Keyboy mentioned, it doesn't really matter if Savero or Skylar plays. He adapts to anyone and everyone really, really well, and it's pretty good for him because Skylar has actually, I think for me, what I see is he's matured. Skylar has matured so much coming into this Onyx lineup. He's not coming in to be the main star. He's coming in to be an addition, someone that could fill the gaps for the team. And if necessary, then take on the spotlight. But if it's not, let it go to the others. They have superstars like Kai, Sans, Keyboy all there to carry the game if he doesn't.
And on the other side, with Kyrie versus Unesh, see, this is the very cool thing that we're looking at for the Royal Derby, right? Because it's always... it's like a stark contrast between two players in the same role. Because Kyrie, veteran, and then you have the young blood in Zunesh on the other. Let's break that down a little bit more, Arashi.
Well, Zunesh, again, he's shown great things. And I think what's really impressive, and for most of the rookies from RRQ is the fact that when they get in there and they don't really have a following or a lot of support yet from the fans, they're really willing to make some of these very risky plays. I think that deserves some credit because we talked about the pressure of being in a big org like RRQ, and yet we see them attempt crazy stuff, crazy plays as well. So I think it's a good showing that their mental state is, where it needs to be, right? And like we have been talking about, as a rookie here, you're not really playing into any expectations, right? You play your game, you do well, and if you do bad, people don't expect much of you anyways. So they have that going for them, and I feel like they need to abuse it while it's still there. And I think that's something that KSQ for sure have been kind of like, I'm assuming here, have been drilling into them, like, hey, just do your thing, do what we practiced, because as of right now, the outcome won't really matter all that much, technically.
I think for me, this matchup, we can talk like for hours, I feel. The matchups in the jungle, the matchups in each lane, but I am really interested to see how Adi does without Yem against KSQ.
So, with the match imminent, we are going to take a look at this beforehand.
Jungler dan EXP baru. Sebuah pertanyaan, apakah para Kingdom disuruh untuk percaya proses lagi?
Mentaro itu biasanya lebih pengen ngebantai yang udah kayak juara terus lah, kayak pasti motivasi mereka tuh ngebantai yang juara satunya terus. Jadi ya tim-tim lainnya juga pasti bakal lebih bakar lagi.
Kalau bisa dibilang Dream Team itu yang pas season 13 doang sih. Kayak gue tuh juga di situ kayak kaget posisinya tiba-tiba kayak agak susah buat lolos playoff juga kalau nggak salah.
Congratulations to all the Dream Team of the season.
Mungkin yang gue lihat dari Onyx lebih ke ini sih, kayak sistemnya beda sih. Ditambahnya gue masuk, mereka kayak makin berapi.
Menunjukkan bahwa mereka lah untuk menjadi pemuncak klasemen Onyx. Kokoh tanpa kalah satu pertandingan pun. Onyx yang kali ini menurunkan Savero menjawab pertanyaan kita di awal. Mungkin mention dikit kayak, emang benar Skylar akan tetap jadi main line up, tapi ada sesuatu yang dicoba oleh roster dari Onyx.
Menurut gue Savero itu potensialnya tinggi banget. Tapi dengan potensial, kita kan belum nyampe ya. Savero ini baru 1 season kemarin. Dan ketika kita lihat di MSC, memang belum matang banget dia cara untuk impact internasional. Itu yang dibawa juga dari Skylar yang udah mature, udah ngerti, udah punya pengalaman banyak dari MSC yang zaman dulu, M3, M4 bahkan yang dimainin.
Membawa satu rookie kembali mampukah menjadi jawaban? Mari kita lihat apa yang sudah mereka persiapkan.
Masih berusaha untuk bisa mendapatkan Karaboy. Bisa kan dia bertahan, tapi setidaknya Best dihancurkan.
Sun Gauntlet kembalinya pula Hellcurt dari Maloyski. Akhirnya menelan pil pahit 2-0 tanpa balas.
Semakin kita kalah kan belajar semakin banyak. Mungkin ya dengan roster baru ini kedepannya kita bisa lebih explore lah. Itu sih ya, mungkin ada positifnya di week ini. Ya seenggaknya kita nggak kalah semua sih.
RRQ itu masih adjustment pasti, soalnya setahuku Suyun tuh banyak megang flow of the game. Jadi aku rasa sekarang mulai dicoba dibebanin mungkin ke range sama Idok ya. Jadi jungler bisa lebih free, sama Res juga mungkin masih belum terlalu masuk cara team fight-nya, nggak, soalnya beda karakteristik menurut aku.
Kalau melihat Res yang sekarang, kalau dia bisa nyocokin sama tim RRQ ya harusnya dia potensial.
Balik lagi tergantung ke api mereka sih. Kalau misalnya mereka benar-benar berapi-api, kayak egonya nggak yang pada tinggi, pasti kayak mereka bisa kerjasama. Tapi kalau misalnya ada satu orang aja yang punya ego tuh, ya itu bisa jadi masalah.
Penambahan roster yang sekarang itu kayak beri kita suasana baru lah. Terus kalau dibilang kita yang berlima kemarin itu cuman mentok 2 kali di runner up, menurut aku itu belum rezeki sih. Semoga kita bisa lebih improve lah dari season sebelumnya.
Junes sama Res, Jiren sama Sujin. Kalau emang somehow works kan, ya bisa ngasih opsi gameplay juga kan ke RRQ.
Akankah Raja dari segala raja atau Raja Langit yang bisa mengamankan kemenangan pertama untuk Royal Derby?
Ya mungkin kalau lawan RRQ sih gue lebih ke confident sama diri gue. Dan kalau misalnya gue mengingat masa lalu lah yang gue bawa itu, kayak gue tau lah mereka player-playernya kayak gimana gitu, segala macam latihannya mereka gitu-gitu. Dan gue bakal ngasih yang terbaik buat di Royal Derby nanti kalau gue kepilih.
Kebilang Onyx nambah ngeri banget. Apalagi kedatangan Scalar. Sapphire sama Scalar, gue tetap pilih Scalar. Buat ketemu gue di week 3 lawan Onyx.
Untuk lawan Onyx di leg 1 ini mungkin kalau kita bisa jalanin prosesnya sekarang, gue lihat dari proses kita juga di scrim bisa lah. Buat yang pernah bimbing gue di RRQ, semoga dia bisa main lah di Onyx pas ketemu kita di leg 1, dan semoga gue bisa ngasih yang terbaik lah ketika melawan dia.
Well, you heard it there from the players themselves. From the side of RRQ, all are waiting in anticipation for Skylar to be the starting lineup for this Royal Derby. Toy mentioned it, Rins mentioned it, and it's actually bold of us to assume that Skylar will be the one playing, right? Technically, Savero is still in the lineup. We've also seen very positive outputs and positive results from him. But if we do see Skylar in the lineup, there's a lot of history there. And there might be a lot of drama and blood spilled today.
Yeah, we don't even know who's playing. Dude, imagine if Savero comes in and just stops this matchup from happening. He says, yo, it will only happen offline, not online.
So with that, it looks like the official team lineup is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to take a look here for Onyx. Is it Savero or is it Skylar? And the answer is Skylar. Alongside Lutfi, Kyrie, Sans, as well as Keyboy. These are the Sky Kings up against, of course, RRQ Hoshi on the other side.
Whoa!
Is that Zyron in the EXP lane? No rest today with Zunesh, Rins, Idok, Toy. This is building up to be a hype Royal Derby.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Royal Derby. In week 3, day number 2, the moment you've all been waiting for. Welcoming first in the gold lane, Skylar versus Toy. Next up in Rome, the catalyst of RRQ Hoshi versus the clutch in Onyx. It's the boy, the man, the legend who has grown, Edok versus Keyboy! And in the mid lane, the rivalry that has grown from season to season to get to this point, Rins versus Sans! In the XP lane, meant to carry, built to carry, both trusted here today. Lutfi and the man who's making a comeback, Tyron! In the jungle for Onyx, it's the best player in MPL ID. It's Kyrie! And in RQ, Zunesh! And here we have it, the Royal Derby, RRQ Hoshi versus Onyx.
37th Royal Derby with 18 wins for Onyx so far and 18 wins for RRQ so far. Which will lead first? Who will lead first? Will it be the Sky Kings or will it be the Kings of Kings today?
Oh man, we've been talking about the gold lane, but in the EXP lane, a surprise package here from RRQ. You brought up the subject before the player entrance, Miracle. How is Coach Adi gonna deal with this? What preparations has he made, and have those preparations been destroyed, crushed by the appearance of Dyron today?
I'm glad to see it, man. I'm glad to see RRQ finally trusting the man that we've been hyping up for the longest time. The best XP in Indonesia. Dyron finally coming back at it against Lutfi. Again, a grudge match. It really just seems like for everyone except Zunesh, it's a grudge match. Why not Zunesh? Because Zunesh is new. Zunesh has never felt that pressure before, going up against Onyx, especially not in the grand finals. And again, luckily for him, he gets to go up against Onyx online with less pressure, up against Kyrie without it being face to face.
That's a good point to make. But even so, it's still pressure, not about on stage, not about like mentality up on stage, but more so the kingdom. I think you mentioned it earlier on that a lot of the people back at home, especially with the amount of kingdom that's available around the world, people really do want to see Onyx fail. But it looks like, according to the audience topic voting, 73% believe that in this 37th Royal Derby, Onyx will be the one to come out on top. And now, this is assuming that we were sticking to the last lineup, because I think even for us, we didn't expect Dyron to be playing into the EXP lane. So I'm pretty sure this is a huge shock to all the viewers back at home. And now things are 50-50 with Dyron back in the lineup. We've seen what he's been able to do, the way that he plays, especially if given heroes that are playmaking. He can really set the tone and I think take away that tempo that Onyx infamously can manage in the early stages of the game.
My thoughts immediately go to Adi and KSQ, man, because the EXP lane is just so dynamic right now. So now with the addition of Dyron, is Coach Adi gonna try and stop him in the drafting phase somehow? Is KSQ, trying to give him a carry-ish hero? Right? The options are just so wide for both these teams because they're never really known to be one-dimensional. They can play defensive, they can play aggressive, they know how to play with tempo, they know how to play with macro control as well, which is why it's going to be an absolute chess match all the way from before the drafting phase.
It really is. Battle of IQ, man, in the draft. Battle of the feints as well in the game itself. I don't think we're going... Well, at least I hope we're not going to be seeing a lot of the mistakes we've been seeing in MPL ID so far. Both teams have kind of had time to adjust, to fix their errors, their mistakes in the past. And again, for RRQ even, I don't even know how to judge them. I don't even know how to gauge whether or not they're up there with Onyx now that Dyron is back. We were expecting Rez. We've only been seeing Rez this season. And the questions will still be asked here today. Who's going to win? Because on paper, it's Onyx. But you guys back at home, when you voted for Onyx, you didn't know that Dyron was playing. Now with Dyron in the lineup, does it change? Does it still stay the same? I think even you, people back at home, will have to question yourselves now.
And that also goes to show for us, right? I mean, we all put in our predictions before we knew the lineup too. I'm not sure how that will sway, but we'll see the keys to victory now by the Samsung Galaxy S25 series and whether or not that's one of the points that we should be looking at.
Number one, they should target Keyboy as Onyx initiator. If in a battle of setups here for both teams, the roaming position is going to be so interesting because both Edok and Keyboy, they've had great moments of their own. And along with that, give Zunesh a comfort pick. He is under a lot of pressure still, even without an offline audience. So they need to kind of set the tone and let him get as much success as possible. For the side of Onyx, respect Edok's momentum heroes, that's for sure. I think we're going to see that in the drafting phase. Bring a flexible hero draft so that you don't fall victim to the pivots of Coach KSQ. And if they can screen on Dyron's movements, or even lock him down into a 1v1 duel against Lutpi, that seems to be a situation that Lutpi has a lot more time and experience in. So that could be the angles here Onyx could use to take down RRQ.
There was also another point there for the keys to victory for RRQ, which was boost Toy's mental in the lane against Skylar from Onyx. Do you think that's a big point? Because I mean, in the interview, it looked like Toy was confident and he was expecting as well Skylar to be in the gold lane, and he said that he wants to face Skylar in the gold lane.
I think it's definitely a real factor that has an impact here. But again, the guy has been up against quite overwhelming odds again and again, Toy. So I feel like his mental state, it's not really fair to kind of doubt it, at this stage of the game, this deep into his career. But I think especially against Skylar, there's going to be a bit of that. But I don't think you can count on that swinging the lane in one direction.
Speaking of one direction, what is that win rate?
Dude.
100% on blue, 100% on red. For RRQ, it's a little different in terms of storyline here. Second pick, red side, a little bit more favorable for their team, 83% to 33%. So essentially, RRQ are starting things off on their favor. They're going to be red side for first game.
No, it's a phenomenal record, really, for Onyx. For RRQ, blue side, again, not really that good for most teams in MPL ID. To remind you guys, if you guys did watch the last few matches, yeah, blue side has just been pretty bad for everybody except the second match. For some reason, it was really just blue side victories. And for Onyx, they somehow, and Navi, the yellow teams, have found so many more wins on blue.
I think it's down to some of the prio picks coming through as well. But it shows you again that different teams have different styles, and that's even more apparent when you see some teams really excel on the blue side and some on the red side. If you have a very flexible type of drafting phase, like both these teams, the red side might not even be that big of a disadvantage. You know, it might be one of the main advantages, in fact, that the coaches can use. So, styles make matchups, and right now you can see the note-taking already being done by both coaching staffs.
Yeah, they're preparing, they're anticipating onto what will occur as we get into the drafting phase, which will come very, very soon. Now, today alone, we've been seeing differences in priorities. In game number 1, we saw, the Jushin, the Uranus was something that we saw in the first match. Second match, more so for the Arlet. Is there a particular hero that we should be anticipating between Onyx and RRQ as we get into the drafting phase for game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy?
I thought that question is posed along with the Samsung Galaxy question mark. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of prio in the jungle, right? Because Kyrie is such a big part of Onyx gameplay. And on the flip side for RRQ, they need to get Zunesh, in a favorable spot as much as possible because he does not have the edge when it comes to experience. I think that's where we're going to see a lot of prio, and you can see some of the bans already here. 3 jungle bans technically from the side of Onyx.
All right,
Wow.
We're gonna have to see the drafts again like this. Baksha High, the Fredrin, too. Whoa. I want to see the RRQ bans right now because, yeah, this is an interesting move. It does seem like for Onyx, they don't want this utility jungle to come out. It's just, for them, a lot of aggression. They go for the Lancelot and the Arlet, a combination that we were already kind of talking about earlier. And the Harrod, they are going for the instant picks here. No hesitation whatsoever for Adi and CW, for Keskute and NMM. What's the response to this? The Phobius is still up for grabs. You get a lot of value, but it might be too overwhelming. There's too many dashes. Fanny.
Wow. Uranus and a Fanny here from RRQ. Already a lot more aggressive, but also very vulnerable to all these burst damage and crowd control tools that Onyx has had. So RRQ not backing down, going the risky route.
Okay, coming to the second phase now, we do see that the Badang gets banned. They want to make sure that the Fanny can weave in and weave out of these team fights without any obstacle. So that does make sense with the Badang. But technically, Fanny into Arlet isn't as easy as well. And technically, Onyx do still have other options on the board, right? The Arlet can still be flexed. They can go for something a little bit more precise when it comes down to lockdown, right? They have the Arlet, they have the Cho is also an option. What else do you think we should be looking at?
At this point, you need the gold lane as well. With all these aggressive picks already showing, it's going to be an assassin duel, and one of the main targets for those assassins is going to be those gold laners. So getting a solid, safe gold lane is very important. And the fact that Onyx already has one means they're going to crack down on the rest of the options. That's the Granger denied from Toy.
Yeah, surprising that the Juicin isn't banned out yet, by the way. RRQ decided to go for the Valentina instead, trying to take away these big ultimates, knowing that Sans is, if you haven't noticed, pretty darn good on the Farsa's ult too, right? 100% win rate on the Farsa. That Feather Airstrike certainly could be a tool for Onyx to stop them. But right now, I think for Onyx, main concern is, what's there to lock the Fanny? Because yeah, they have a lot of aggression, and maybe they might just be looking for a full dive comp, but you still need to respect the Fanny. Will it be a Cho for Keyboy? That I think makes a lot of sense. But for now, it'll just be the bans. I think the Moskov should follow next, right? They've already picked up the Harith, already banned out the Granger. The Moskov makes the most sense, but the Claude can come through here for RRQ now that the Moskov has been banned out.
Ooh, dude. They're gonna pick up a Claude against Skylar.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be a terrifying prospect for Toy, but RRQ, they don't back down in these situations. They go for the Grok first. Big AoE crowd control tool. I don't know if the barricade right now is a good enough tool with all these mobility tools available to Onyx, but that's a big ultimate to stop the charge. Onyx don't back down though and go for that Hylos.
So the hero that we were looking at to kind of lock down the Fanny, their choice was the Hylos. Technically, there is a single click point and stun with the Hylos. And there's also a Jushin, if you can like time that properly, but it isn't as secure as something like the Cho, but they needed someone to kind of frontline for them because they went in for the Arlet first. RRQ, last pick is the Natan. Wow. All right.
Yeah, we were talking about the Claude, and Natan is also used to be a signature Skylar pick, and it's pretty darn good against the Harith when it was meta in Season 14, if you guys remember. Every time we would see a Harith, we would see the Natan to match up against it, just because skill 2's displacement actually can stop the Harith from getting the reset.
Man, the displacements, the trade in the lane as well, and of course that crazy late game. This is a bit of a toss-up, man. I feel like both rosters have a good chance.
We'll see, because the lineup rating favors Onyx by just a bit, 5.7 there. But at the end of the day, it's not about numbers, it's about execution. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most anticipated matches of the season. We're gonna take a look at the Royal Derby, RRQ versus Onyx. Which king will reign up top? Which king will reign supreme?
The matchup, the strats.
It's been close. Arashi, 18-18 currently. Let's take a look at the stats.
Yeah, the veteran against the young blood. When it comes to the engages, I think we're gonna see plenty. But the fact that Edok is on a Grok, you're not as one-dimensional as the old Grok, but it really isn't a hero you would expect in the hands of Edok. And usually when he's on a hero that doesn't have spammable engage tools, Dyron will kind of supplement the difference. Now it's a bit different.
Uh-oh, Zunesh looking to go for cables already! First blood to Zunesh! Gets knocked up, but it's all good. An early start for RRQ.
Tempo being set here for RRQ. And just face value before we get to see how things unravel between both of these teams. Do you think Dyron on the Uranus is a problem?
I think it's definitely going to be a problem, considering that Dyron, even before, right, there was a whole period in time where he was playing these sustained but aggressive heroes like the Hildas, to a degree the Gatot as well. He's really good at these heroes where you want to get in, get attention, and then get out again. So it's not a playstyle that he's unfamiliar with, but he needs to be careful.
Rotations happening here from the side of Onyx.
Dyron caught in the bad spot, forced to flicker already. Onyx getting the prio in the bottom lane as now Zunesh tries to go up top. Skyline to be ganked here. OLB, getting the flicker out in time to stop a kill from happening.
That was close. That was close. Both of them actually going to force in a recall, but it is going to favor RRQ just a bit. The buying of time. That's a force flicker in for Edok. Going to recall. Perfectly set up if Onyx want to go ahead and start the turtle.
Does look like it's going to be free here. Zunesh still doesn't have the purple buff. And RQ have to just play for the purple buff. Because Onyx still hasn't used the red tree. Kai gonna jump in together with Sans, popping a Crimson Beacon. Dyron pops in Consecration and tries to run away. Over to the bottom lane he goes, but gets knocked up. And this should be a kill. Dyron clears the way before he gets taken out at least. But it's still a free kill and a turtle to Onyx.
Response from RRQ immediately.
Whoa, with the burst instantly now, looking for another one. Over to Kai! Could be a solo, but couldn't get the last cable in. Lippy looking for a stun, will be able to find it, and he gets it in time with the Vengeance proc. Sans looking for the Vengeance again, Rins with the flicker, but he's gonna be brought back. Lippy with the flicker as well. Vengeance not there. It was onto Edok, so Lippy couldn't get in range in time.
Right, the exciting trades, they are going back and forth. Zunesh, quite impressive on this Fanny. But again, the punishes have been going through, and even in the laning phase here, Toy is really winning overwhelmingly XP-wise. But again, it's still a very even early game.
But the bite back is definitely there. Wait a second, are they gonna go into Edok here?
Lift it up. Oh, Sans, no mana. Couldn't go for the follow. It'll just be the green camp here threatened. Good knock up. A retry, and it's Zunesh who actually picks it up. Kai forced to go back in the mid lane as Zunesh tries his best to keep up with the farm and is right now actually ahead, but I don't know how far ahead he will be after Kai clears his own bottom side jungle.
Looking at the emblems here by Games Max, bargain hunter for both gold leaners, right? With the Inspire for Skylar, is going to be able to spam out more. Tsushin with Tenacity, so Sans is fully respecting the damage potential. But again, for Rins, who's going to be playing aggressively, Wilderness Blessing with the Rupture. So he's trying to roam as much as possible and influence lanes, but he really hasn't been allowed to do so due to the danger that Onyx is posing through that trio mid.
Yeah, not just yet. Dyren. You can see, Dyren.
Oh! For the airstrike coming down, Ludpi still able to survive. Final splash! Oh, Ludpi with the outplay! Now Zunesh knocked up, still has the cables to get out as Dyren walks away too. Edok doing the same thing in the mid lane with Rins down. It looks to be a free neutral objective again to Onyx.
Again, these timings have been perfect. Turtle 1, it was Edok. Speaking of Edok.
Hold up, Zunesh gonna push the play here. Ludpi still in there! Getting the shutdown there, but Kyrie's gonna win out the retry battles. Edok walks up all the way, gets taken down by the man who was once his teammate, Skylar.
Good shot down there from Zunesh, but again, Onyx are getting the better of RRQ when it comes down to the setups. It's Zunesh on the cables though, whoa!
Sans is so tanky! Hold up, flicker out from Skylar. Rin's already using the feathered airstrike. The entropy comes out too, and they don't get a turret with it.
So much action here for the first 5 minutes of this Royal Derby. A lot of bite back from both of the teams. Sans, I think we looked at the emblems earlier on, right? And wait a second, Dyren? Kyrie and Ludpi, do they really want to go for this? Turns out they just want to go for the control over the lanes, which will be taken out, no problem. They're actually going to feed that lane to Zunesh. We're looking at the talents prediction as well in by GoPay. And it looks like, okay, only Lim Kochul and Arashi for Onyx.
Doesn't Ranger always go RRQ?
He's a kingdom.
Oh, Dyren. Oh, hold up, that's a knock-up. Free Vengeance reset, final slash coming down, and will be Zunesh going in all the way, but Kai is still there. Zunesh taken down by the bird, and Kai gets it with the retry. Now jumps on Edok with a puncture. Will get the Thorn Rose on Rins, while Skylar deals with Edok. Rins, there's no way he can walk back up, and Atan will be able to get a trade on these. Kai, you can already see that aggression. Rins had to respect it. Tier 1 mid for Tier 1 top.
That was a 2-for-3 trade in favor of Onyx, right? Which essentially should be good for the Yellow Porcupines or the Sky Kings here. But the problem is, if they leave Toy untouched for too long, I think that could be a problem for Onyx if they can't close this out early.
Well, they do have the Lancelot and the Harith. Both can dive in and kind of zone Toy out. So it's dangerous against Onyx in particular because they do have Keyboy to try and make the plays happen. But now again, Onyx are very comfortable here, just contesting the areas around the neutral objective and forcing RRQ away.
Turtle, free and for Onyx. A perfect turtle in this first game here in the Royal Derby. Zunesh going to be able to pick up that tower in the bottom side. So a little bit of a trade back for RRQ. Even with the perfect turtle, you can see that the gold lead is only at 1.8k for Onyx. So there is still a moment in time that, let's say, Edok creates a perfect moment, which we have seen before create things like that.
Two members locked in. Zunesh able to go for it. He'll be able to get Keyboy with Ludpi jumping with the final slash. Now Sans goes in, but it's going to be Ludpi with a vengeance again in the back line. It's Skylar and Kai as again Ludpi gets the constant resets from Sans to get the kill. It's 1-for-1. Keyboy for Dyren. Wall down. Sans going to be able to dash or flicker away rather. And it ends up being 1-for-1.
It is going to be a roll for EXP though. RRQ, they're sacrificing Dyren a lot in these engagements. And to their credit, Toy and Zunesh are doing fine.
What a read from Lutpi! And a bait from Skylar, holding in that position, getting the final slash, and the burst came through.
Wow. That's the second time Onyx made a perfect read on RRQ, because earlier, that's exactly what happened to Rins as well. By the time Rins opened up the feathered airstrike, he got caught immediately, and look at the chase.
There's another wave. Toy getting a whole lot of damage placed on him. Already using entropy. And look at the cut. Lutia's flicker might be going for it. Final slash, the flicker combo into the back line. Rins gonna be caught as well as Kai gets the Thorn Road. For the airstrike used. Lutpi jumping back and forth. Gets the resets again. And he gets the kill on Rins before he dies. Now it's Tyron thrown back to the fray. Zunesh can only invade in the bottom side jungle as he cuts the wave in the mid lane. And now Onyx will definitely be looking to take the purple away from the Fanny.
Lutfi goes down, but at what price for RRQ? 3 members off the board, 2 of which are the important cores to the Kings of Kings. Lutfi on Arlet has just been incredible. 636. There was a shutdown that happened earlier on, but it did not phase him. The fact that he's been able to open up these opportunities, create moments for his team has been intense, and it really goes to show the level that Onyx has and the way that things have progressed. But look at this.
See if they can actually CC and Zunesh coming in, but Kai too clean on the retribution. Still, TDB Keyboy zoning the back line right now, taking a whole lot of damage with Revitalize, and even the cutthroat, he's baited everything away from RRQ as Kai deals with Edok. Good flicker out by Rins, but both the frontliners were left to die.
Not enough damage available for RRQ. Fortunately for them, they forced the fight in there, and if the earlier sequence of events wasn't enough, you're seeing how Toy has to play this. There's so many ways for Onyx to zone him out. Whether it's the Tsushin, whether it's the Zaman Force, or Final Slash, Toy is very vulnerable to literally almost anything. So they went in there, but they just don't have the damage, because Toy, I believe, went for the concentrated energy. He sacrificed a bit of that burst damage for sustain, and Onyx are absolutely abusing it.
And the problem is he kind of needs to, right? Like you mentioned, there's so much dive happening in play. Oh, 1v1 in the jungle. Kyrie versus Zunesh. Zunesh able to get out with just a little bit of health so that he really does need to regenerate, because looks like it. Knock, knock, knock. The Lord is marching into the base of RRQ.
Right. With this Natan in the picture, it's always the late game for RRQ, but again, Toy can only deal with so much. And we talked about the lack of crowd control on a team that has been so crowd control reliant like RRQ, and even Zunesh, who RRQ have kind of prioritized to try and get some more farm. Now he can't even split push safely. He's forced to go back again and again by Kyrie.
It's scary, right? Because you think like with heroes like the Ling, like the Fanny, that you'd utilize it as plan Z to go and look for the splits and the side lanes. But oh, look at this. MPL ID X streamer by Good Day. It looks like it's Bekent. What's his name? General? Is it General Bekent?
Yeah, the General.
Ah, yes. So if you guys want to watch MPL ID from a different perspective, aka some screams, you guys can take a look at his live restreaming right now.
He also has a distinct voice whenever he does his restream, man. I don't know what it is. You know, he does a weird voice, but hey, the Kingdom love it.
Rashi loves it.
Yeah.
Rashi is
it's
the Kingdom.
Iconic. Part of it. It is a very iconic type of voice, but ooh, Zunesh, I want to be careful. Zooms out of there.
Look at the rotation instantly after seeing Zunesh down there. They go for the cut. They were ready in case Zunesh really takes the bait. Oh, the burst from Skylar. That was one chrono and synchro vision on Dyron. No purple buff as expected for Zunesh. And now it's Edok on the top spot. Has to use the ultimate defensively. Even Rins. That was one Thorn Rose on him. And it almost just took him out.
Way too much damage available to Onyx right now. And again, it's all burst damage, so they have ways to delete Zunesh, Rins, and Toy. RRQ, they went for this composition, but Onyx is one of the teams that are really good at abusing it, right? Waiting for that one moment. Dyra now forced back again. Onyx with a perfect turtle control, now going for the Lord control as well.
Kyrie level 15, so is Zunesh. There is a world where RRQ try to look for the steal, but they have to be careful with Lutfi.
Oh man, Rins again already using the Predator airstrike. Now Diamond going to be caught in the glorious pathway, forced to back away again as Sky continues to hold on this. Zunesh looking for an angle already. Thorn Rose coming down. Kai gets knocked out, but he wins the red tree. Zunesh a bit late, gets the cutthroat and the kill on Keyboy as Diamond gets brought back by the final slash, but still has the flicker. Keyboy for Lord.
Seeing a bit of the nerves there for Zunesh. I think he went for a cable right there, right before the steal, and he missed one. One cable went back to him, and that might have costed them, the 50-50 that Eterna was talking about. One kill onto Keyboy for the Lord. I think Onyx are very happy with that trade. They have to crack open the base now against a Farsa Natando.
Oh, that's a burst on Edok. Sans picks up a Sky Piercer stack and Skylar survives. Zunesh unable to dish out enough burst to take him down. Kai with a dash forward over to Rins, forcing the flicker out as that's Tyron lifted up. Still has flicker. Toy with the entropy now coming down again. Final stack from Lutpi! Gets two while Zunesh was flying. Toy and Zunesh, the two members who could have maybe prolonged the game, were taken out. Tyron should be lifted up now as Kai walks in with Phantom Execution and Sky Piercer stack over the Sans. Rins in the base, forced to watch, no even taken down in the base. 5-man knockup for Mr. Edok, but it doesn't matter. Onyx take game one.
Take game one in such a dominant fashion. From the start of the game, already controlled tempo by the Sky Kings. A bold statement from Skylar as well. 5-0-4 on the Harith. And this is not what the Kingdom were looking for in this first game of the Royal Derby.
Holy Lutpi. Holy moly.
We're looking at an adjustment, dude. RRQ again with the different style here. Oh man. They had the aggressive assassin. They had the tanky frontliner, in Dyron that isn't really aggressive and making plays. And it did not pay off, dude. Onyx had their number at every single turn. I can't wait for the highlights, man. There's so much to break down.
Lutfi was insane. Lutfi.
Somebody stop that guy, dude.
Oh man, in that final moment as well, like he knew what the Fanny was doing or wanted to go for.
Oh my.
And like the timing was just so perfect. Man, Arlet today is a problem.
Arlet in this patch is a problem. That's why I was asking everyone in week 1. I was like, why isn't Arlet getting picked up? Why are people going for CC over Arlet? Dude, when you have a player good on an Arlet, you have games like this. You have games like when Kin 2v1, 3v1 alone against Na'Vi. Arlet is him, dude. When Phoebus is taken out, when you have so many dashes there. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Oh man, so it's a tough look for RRQ, man. Onyx with a solid draft right here. More flexible, can do more things. RRQ are the ones caught in this more one-dimensional angle. It's very straightforward, right? Fanny wins the early game, right? Physical damage from Fanny, magical damage from Farsa, and then we get knocked out to the late game or by snowballing with solid frontliners. Doesn't work though, not with the way RRQ were trying to play it.
Yeah.
And on top of that, right, the Jushin last pick in the drafts, perfection. The fact that they were able to, displace a lot of the members from RRQ, and again, facilitating Lutpi to look for these opportunities, it was just really beautifully done in the drafts.
Oh boy, so I wonder what's the response here. Immediately, that's the question, right? But before that, of course, the MVP.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It is Lutpi in that EXP lane on the Arlet. At the very end, he was able to get 6 kills, 3 deaths, and 10 assists. 84% teamfight participation.
Man, that's just the beginning. In the early game, you see RRQ actually get quite decent tempo, but there were great answers by Lutpi himself right there. I think we're going to miss out on that play that Onyx made when they read out Rins' intentions immediately. And afterwards, it's just team fights, right? And for RRQ, they have one big ultimate, whereas you can see that for Onyx, they have multiple big ultimates they can use to really get ahead in those fights. And RRQ also were fighting in the zone, right? Near the Zaman Force. So even Skylar was getting extra value. And this was the other perfect read. They knew Zunesh has been clearing, and they cut him off. And this play was initiated on the top side, first tower for RRQ, and Onyx chased them all the way to the front of the base because they know that there is no crowd control. Nothing's gonna stop the rush. Nothing's gonna stop them from just going in. And here, Keyboy tanks up everything. And you're seeing that in this mid game, RRQs don't have that damage available, but they kept going for some of these fights because they know they can't really afford to give up a lot of these lords. And Onyx just played a very calculated game and were only willing to give out one kill on maybe Keyboy. And afterwards, there was that moment. I think there's a bit of bad luck involved there as well, where, you know, Luffy was targeting Toy, I think, but then Zunesh conveniently slid in.
Yeah.
But at that point, they're just way too far behind it.
Wow. Ah, man, I don't know. That was just a phenomenal game from everyone, really, from the side of Onyx. I don't really think there was any mistakes on their side at all. RRQ, on the other hand, I don't even think it was a mistake in the game itself. You know, like a couple of times they try to make their own plays, they try to make some things work, but unfortunately, the draft just wasn't there for them in a way where we were talking so much about who's going to lock down Defani that we completely forgot for RRQ side, who's going to lock down any of the members from Onyx. It definitely looked like Onyx had every single way to dive in on RRQ's very glass cannon front to back, by the way. Again, right? Like Farsa and Toy and Rins, both of them were very vulnerable. There was not a lot of peel. The only peel that they would have would be like if Dyron is able to distract some of the members from Onyx, but I don't think that's really a good plan when you need Toy and Rins to be dishing out damage continuously, right? Especially Toy.
But that's why I thought maybe that hole would be filled in by Edok, right? But because Onyx were snowballing so out of control, Edok was like, he was like paper. He was made out of paper. He was supposed to be the front line, but because of the burst damage already, you know, being built in from Onyx, it was very difficult for him to look for these opportunities. But I really did believe in the drafts that the stopper would have been Edok on the Grok. Now, in addition to that, I am a huge fan of Uranus. However, I am not a huge fan of Uranus for Dyron in particular.
Agreed.
What do you think, Arashi, as the as a kingdom?
Well, agreed. When the meta, we've seen so many aggressive EXP laners kind of turn the tides in their team's favor. I don't see the need for Dyron to be put on a Uranus. And by all means, right, the only way he can actually save his team is by zoning. But at this point, I think what they kind of failed to understand or failed to take into consideration for RRQ is the fact that Onyx have so much mobility built in, and they fell into the same situation that GeekFam were in, I think, where, okay, the front line is tanky. You saw Dyron tank up a ton of damage. Great. What's stopping them from walking past Dyron and getting to Zunesh, getting to Toy? And that's exactly what happened. For everyone, including Sans on the mid lane, he was just skipping over the main front line. So even if Edok was meant to be that, you know, that literal wall to stop the dash, against so many mobility tools, I feel like they were better off going for something a bit more, I don't know, a bit more spammable, something that can be off cooldown a bit more, because one single knockup is not gonna be enough, and the walls are literally jumped over.
You need CC, you need a bit more crowd control, you need a bit more peel, right? Because yes, the Uranus can be a really good tank, but against the Lancelot and Arlet particularly, why I don't like it is you're basically a free glap closer for the Lancelot, for the Arlet to get a final slash, for the Lancelot to continue just go for the unlimited dashes into the back line. So it doesn't really end up helping your team if you don't win out hard in the early game. Because sure, if you win out hard in the early game, the Uranus will just be there constantly in the enemy jungle invading instead of being, you know, just a tank for the team.
So, take away Uranus from Dyron.
Yeah. We don't like Uranus.
No.
On Dyron.
On Dyron.
Yeah.
But what I do like is this next project that will be coming. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready
What is this?
for Project Next. Because this is the cool thing, right? There's going to be an annual map change. We have the Broken Walls map. There's a Dangerous Grass map. There's also the expanding river map and the flying cloud map. So 4 new maps that are going to be available on September 17th, which is technically like week 5 of MPL ID season 16. And it's so cool, right? Because for example, dangerous grass. It means that there's going to be so many unexpected placed bushes, which are going to be great for heroes like the Eudora, like Wolf's favorite, Saber.
Level 4 Saber?
Level 4 Saber.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think it's really cool because again, different heroes can slide into the meta on different maps as well.
Yeah, exactly.
They're saying it's an annual map change, so it's gonna last the whole year, or is it gonna last like a season or two? We're not really sure on the full details, but the potential here is, it's quite exciting to kind of imagine.
And how does it change, right? Is it just random, or do you get turtles, and some turtles give you some maps? Hey, honestly, it's really, really cool. But I want to see what the broken walls actually mean, because is that... Oh, so these walls will just be broken all the way from the get-go. Hey, more angles to steal Lord, more angles to outplay your opponents, more ways to invade. Hilda, Uranus, we might not like you, but after this patch, we might like you.
And it's also a really big opportunity for heroes like the, Johnson to look for, ganks around these areas, because usually with the wall, it's very difficult to kind of, rotate around. But with the walls gone, now, there you go. Sneaky, sneaky.
Imagine you play the Grok or the Boxer and you're like, hey, I'm gonna mend this whole...
That's for no reason at all. You can do that on Grok.
Oh, dude, so much potential here. Again, look forward to some weird heroes as well. So this, in the competitive scene at least, this is gonna benefit a lot of the teams with those weird pocket picks, because on the off chance it kind of works, right? It's gonna be quite interesting to see them just pop into the meta out of nowhere.
Hopefully we get to see Atlas again.
Potentially, with all the bushes, you don't see him coming.
Yeah, because there's a flying cloud
one?
map.
Yeah. So Tigreal, Cho, Kaja. Oh, Kaja. It can work like a Lo Yi ult, like back in the day, Lo Yi Kaja combination. TL actually did that. Remember, it was Yehezkiel and Yaoi. Ooh.
Huh?
A name we haven't heard in a long time.
Who?
Your boy.
Whose boy?
Anyways. Shout out to Bigatron. Shout out to Charles Leclerc, who's racing right now.
The Frenchman.
Nice.
What? Yeah, technically, yeah, he is.
Dude, I'm so FOMO right now.
He is.
Is he not?
I just for me, in my mind, Monaco is just like a different part, but it is a French, yes. But still, I was like, man, this is just like what is that?
What?
Why did you suddenly wear glasses?
Because I'm
What happened there?
FOMO.
Why you? Oh.
Both of you are wearing glasses, so it's the glasses team now.
Welcome
But
to the
it's-
glasses gang. GG.
Also
GG.
RQ with first pick. Uh-oh. Arashi, that's a 30% win rate, bro.
Hey, that's before some of the picks have been showing up, so I think there's potential. Cascade, man, there's no game really wasted, right? I think for sure there's gonna be a bit of a shift. And at least, again, if it's not from the drafting phase, at least in the game plan. Because when we were talking about the Uranus falling short earlier, being a bit too vulnerable, yes, there were some moments in game number 1 where you saw Dairon give up his farm and give it over to Zunesh or some of the other players. There's moments like that being done. So if they require a front line, or they require some players to have good income, I feel like the game plan also needs to be improved on.
Okay, let's see if the game plan will be improved on as we get into the drafting phase, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series for Game 2. RRQ on blue side, CC Arlet and the Lancelot band out. Onyx go for the Wan, Baxia, and the Fredrin, which meant that the Kalia would be left open, and RRQ are very quick to pick it up for themselves.
Okay. Does Onyx want to go for the Jusin now? And the Yisun Shin? I think the combo can still work.
Yeah, I don't see why not. It's pretty solid, right? Good escape tools as well from that very deadly Kalea. I think this is at this point a bit of a signature pick too for Edok. He's always been doing really well on heroes like this, but the Kalea as well has been a bit of a favorite for Edok. I think Onyx definitely understand how they want to deal with this.
Do they go Gatot?
Gacha.
Why
Farsa?
Gatot? Exactly. I was thinking maybe do they want to set up for the Farsa pick?
Well, the
they go
Gatot's really
Harris.
good because it is, one of the main counters against the Kalea. So we have the Gatot response instantly. It's just what I didn't expect. Maybe because they were afraid of RQ taking it away. Harith, though, gets picked up.
Alright. Gatot Harith. I wonder if Onyx are predicting some kind of burst backline to really help with the pick-off potential of this Kalea. And they want to try and use that Gatot to kind of squeeze in and flank. Force RRQ and deny them a lot of those front to backs that they will require if they want to play this pick-off style.
With the Hayabusa left open, it was banned out in the first phase of game number 1. RQ actually are going to be picking that up. Moskov alongside that, as well as the YSS. So the Farsa has not yet been secured, and it can be a targeted ban here in towards the second phase.
It would have been so much more value for RQ to take the Farsa, I would say. Again, you already have the Harith on the other side. We expected Yisun Shin to be there too. But instead, they go for the Moskov Hayabusa that, in my opinion, now can be punished real hard by Onyx because Onyx have a chance to pick up the Farsa themselves. Unless RQ ban both Farsa Jusin, then sure, Onyx will be left with probably just like a Valentina. So that's something you have to think about too. I don't think you want to give the Valentina. Oh, the Faramis is a good read. I was literally just about to say, you already have a Gato Kacha to deal with the Kalea. Let's say you add another layer like a Faramis, and it definitely becomes tough for you to pick anyone off.
I wonder if that's also a hint that RRQ are looking towards a glue, right? That's the immediate, obvious connection potential. And Onyx might be thinking about that as well because they are concerned about these tankier heroes, especially because right now there's not a lot of crowd control available to lock down a Uranus or an Esmeralda. So Onyx will just take it off, force RRQ maybe to a more damage-heavy EXP lane, and go for some kind of burst angle and go for the pickoffs.
But remember, this is Dyron that we're talking about, right? So, they're the ones to ban Lapu-Lapu actually. Technically, Onyx did still have the opportunity to pick that up. If they want to go for an old age tail in the Gatot Kacha and the Badang, that's an available option that they can go for to look for a lot more, stoppers.
I am not the only one bound by this.
And it's gonna be the Phobias. I was thinking the Badang could be picked up by RRQ as well, potentially. But again, you need something a bit more solid when you already have a Kalea, right? Someone needs to be on scout duty, on sandbag duty. And against a Phobias, the good matchups are, again, the Glue, the Hylos, both are available. But I'm wondering which one kind of, which one works well with the Kalea? What is composition overall?
I think the Glue. I think the Glue is definitely the better choice there. And they do go for the Glue plus the Eve. So Onyx for their roam might be going for more of mobility. Wait, actually they already have her on mid, sorry.
Valen?
Yeah, Valen makes the most sense.
Kadita? Nah.
Do they go Jushin, but
How
there's
crazy would it
Eve on the other side?
If they go, yeah, I'm thinking like this. How crazy would the Selena be? It's with a Yisun Shin too.
Payback time.
But it will be the Farsa. All right.
Yikes. All right. Artillery mid lane duel once more between these two mid laners. Man, I feel like team fight wise, Onyx have so much more value, but RRQ, they need to be active before, right? In the pickoff department, in the macro split push department. In a full-blown team fight, I think initially at least, it's going to be a bit difficult.
So, we have Yves on one side, we have Farsa on the other. AoE is available for both, and both also have tools to work with. Edok on the Kalea, Keyboy on the Gatot. I guess we'll see exactly who comes out on top here, considering we're at match point for the Sky Kings if they do want to make that bold statement, if they do want to continue on here at MPL ID Season 16 on a win streak. Let's get straight into the Land of Dawn. Game number 2 between RRQ and Onyx.
Here we go, folks. Who's it gonna be? Leave it in the chat right now. Spam who you think's gonna win, Onyx or RRQ.
Especially in the mid lane here. Let's see the duel between the mages and the Roma as well. It's gonna be so important in deciding who actually gets a bit of ahead. Seems like for now it's still even, but you're seeing the aggression now in the current meta. Always everyone getting low in the early game.
Rotations here as well from both of these teams. Equal trades, great spam ability from both of the mid laners, which is interesting to see. I think our emblem's going to be the main difference maker here.
Well, it'll be a difference maker per se, but put yourself together for EDOC, for more playmaking tools. RRQ are gonna really need that. Tenacity by Rin, so he now for once respects the potential to get dove on by the side of Onyx.
But it looks like Onyx are still going to focus more on, the rotations, as we do see the sub-emblems from Sans, the sub-emblems from Keyboy as well. Technically, we are seeing rotations from Keyboy here towards the top side of the map. They're gonna contest for the gold, but that's about it. No big rotation for picks just yet. Both teams playing it safe.
I think you're really gonna see a lot of action start up towards the first turtle fight. Both teams really want a big ultimate play, so keep your eyes open for the lane, right, for the most part. Who gets that level 4 first? Who's in position to try and go for a punish first?
Good move by Toy there. That's the trade, but the regen comes in, so Skylar ends up still winning it. Mid lane Prio going to be the name of the game here as we get into Turtle 1, and it's RRQ first. Holding on to the turtle. Let's see, Keyboy walking up, Sans. Holding on to the feather airstrike. Keyboy gets a taunt down, but Diamond is able to go for it. That's going to be the real world relation. Locking in, Keyboy gets a dark wave. Mountain Chakra coming in as Litpi survives with the Infernal Pursuit. Zunesh claims the turtle, and SOD landing. But it's a kill for a turtle, and that's it.
So who's it worth it for, Arashi?
I think it's pretty even, honestly. And RRQ are doing this thing again where they're basically sacrificing Dyron for pressure, right? To kind of zone, to push away Onyx. And it's working, but I feel like they should also calculate a bit more.
Could be a solo! Oh, what a dash from Kai! Gets out just in time. Sans, though, pops in for the airstrike and will lose out on a whole lot as Dyron walks up and baits out the Purify.
Also, did you see the audience prediction by Gopay? 70% for Onyx or something like that? That's... Where's the kingdom at? I'm so surprised. But meanwhile, we do see Rins and EDOC now looking for a trade onto Skylar.
A Purify out and a kill under the turret for Skylar! Oh no, RRQ!
That was not according to plan here. Oh, wait a second.
That was also not according to plan, but it is all according to Onyx grand plan. Skylar in a bottom lane, Zunesh looking to play again. The RWM comes in, Skylar walks in, pops his Mind Force and turns it around on him. Revitalize coming down, Skylar able to survive just barely, and Zunesh, no quad shadow to lean on, gets slain by Kai. The SOD doesn't land, and in the mid lane, Sans putting the pressure down on EDOC, gets help from Litpi.
There's a lot of force plays here from the side of RRQ. The Tsunami Slammer to Skylar, knowing that he is on the Purify, I feel like unless you know for a fact that that Purify is down, there was no point in going for a play like that. And then afterwards as well, Onyx just keep catching them off guard, and they are just better with the calculations.
Yeah, that was outplay after outplay, I do believe, from Onyx, and RRQ are now falling quite behind. 2,000 at the moment. It looks like EDOC will be the first to arrive to the scene of the second neutral objective of the game, but with Kyrie still stuck. Oh, Dyron, does he want to go for something? He's looking for the zone. That's information given. Wait a second.
Oh my god, what a dark wave over to Zunesh. He's out of it. Edok's taken down as well. Zunesh! What? Walks back up, gets taken down by Keyboy. Rins will fall, gets pulled back by the dark wave. Recalled on by Sans and Ludpi. It's an all-in into a Purify, and he only gets a mount on Ludpi. Dyron now all alone. Turtle gonna be falling to Kai as Ludpi looks to dive in. Mountain Shocker use a dive to get Kai a killing spree.
4-4-1 trade plus Onyx pick up the neutral objective, and it looks like they are going to be able to pick up a tower as well. Arashi, what's going on with RRQ in the 5th minute of this game?
They just split apart, dude. They are not ready whatsoever for whatever Onyx are trying to do. Once again here, another attempt for a pickup. Only onto Keyboy though. Not enough damage. Oh boy. This is really, really tough for RRQ. They're slowly falling behind. And again, they have the Tsunami Slam, but they don't really have anything to kind of supplement that threat. So you can see Onyx, they're just walking up. Ludpi, Keyboy, they don't mind taking that Tsunami Slam because they know they can at least get a couple of spells off before they get taken out.
Oh, Kyrie, Doc?
Oh man, he gets picked off by Kai. 0-3 and 1 on Edok. Dyron 0-2. Toy getting bullied by Sans here, forced to back away.
Oh man, am I sensing a little bit of tilt maybe from RRQ? I mean, that Zunesh play previously in that team fight, it felt a little off to me.
I think since Onyx has escaped with their lives barely multiple times, Zunesh felt pressured there to kind of add on a bit of damage, you know, one more shuriken cast, right? But unfortunately, he gets tagged with damage. So the fact that Onyx have been so clean with the calculations is forcing RRQ to kind of overcommit just a little bit because they're concerned that, you know, Onyx are gonna walk away unscathed yet again.
Okay, but at least we do see that Zunesh gets a trade in the tower up top. So something is anything at this point in time with this 5,000 gold lead now for Onyx. The turtle is now up once again. You can see that Ludpi, Keyboy, and Skylar are all in position. A little bit of zoning coming from Keyboy, opening up the map. Edok, will he be able to make this play happen?
I don't think so. I think at this point, even if it makes a play, it becomes good for Onyx. You look for anyone to pick off, and AOG comes your way. If you go Gata Kacha, you're gonna lose out. Dyron JCC with the Mountain Shocker! Keyboy in the back line with a taunt, gets 3 members! No, just 2! Tsunami Slam brings him back, but Keyboy just AOG's out of there. And it's Onyx with yet another win as Toy will get the turret up top. Rins actually secures the purple buff, so it's a bit of recovery for RRQ.
Still not ideal though. Zunesh falling ever so slowly behind. And you can see it again, Onyx, they're not concerned about the big ultimates, the pick-up threat from Onyx, from RRQ at all. So it's allowing them to pay and do stuff like this.
Ludpi again with a dark wave on 2, right into the Mountain Shocker for Kai. Sans is flying by with the signature recalls, and Zunesh can't even land the quad shadow on him.
The layering of skills has just been so expensive for Onyx, and it really reflects their synergy and their chemistry that they have in the game. Skylar now is a little bit alone, isolated here. Edok and Zunesh are there, but Ludpi, Keyboy, and Sans very quick, perhaps looking for something. They don't want to overcommit just yet. They know the position from Dyron. Dyron knows that they're there as well. So just really backing away here for RRQ.
Skylar just completed the Enchanted Talisman as well. So not really for Starlium, not really having as much burst, but he has spam ability and cooldown on his side. Considering how ahead they are, that's going to allow him to stay on the map indefinitely, right? With the extra mana regeneration. So even more tempo for Onyx, and that's even seen from the itemization. RRQ have to find a way to, I don't know, catch Onyx making a mistake. It's looking difficult right now, but Sans and Skylar both have Purifies, so either can't really even make the game-winning play.
Oh man.
Difficult, what?
Further airstrike over to Dyron again. Zunesh, by the way, tried to get the red tree in, but lost out. So he can't even contest for this. Not like there was a chance anyways, but Yeah, to add, salt to the wound, it's free, and Onyx don't even need a retry.
They don't. Oh,
They even waited for their
an
SOD.
SOD.
They were clean with it. They're so calculated. With a lead as big as this, you'd expect them to just go in, lose all that calculation. But they know from their own mistakes at MSC 2025. If you guys remember, the OHEB steal came through almost because Onyx rushed it and didn't calculate for a possible steal.
And so they don't make that same mistake. Skylar also very quick. Oh, Zunesh, this is 1v1.
Oh, man. No Quanch on the left. Edok goes in. Skylar to be caught in a tough spot. Still able to escape. Has him on force. No, he doesn't actually. Tyron with the all-in. Gets onto Skylar. No way. Skylar's still surviving in a way. Tyron gets the shutdown. And it's a breath of fresh air for RRQ. A bit of hope given to the kingdom.
That's a collective effort, though, in order to take one man down. Now with the Lord, Onyx can still do a 5v5 with the Lord as a 5th member.
Whoa.
RQ?
Whoa. Tsunami Slam over. He gets stunned up. The Lord won't be able to go for the charge. Actually, it will. Let's see. A splash of the Holy Shield. It gets the turret. A shot in at least. And Onyx are forced back.
Alright, you see that the angle there. RRQ need to overwhelm the backline, take him out. But remember, Kyrie and Skylar are both on late game carries. Technically both marksmen. Well, I mean, both gold. They can function as marksmen, gold lane or DPS in the late game. So RRQ, if they focus too much on Skylar, Kyrie is gonna take the game and run with it. And San's already with the lightning truncheon. Without a tankier member in the front, that's a lot of burst damage all the way to the backline.
And I think that's maybe why Skylar was able to afford the Enchanted Talisman early, right? I think the burst damage, Sans was already leading so much, was enough. At this point, Skylar also already has the Holy Crystal, so that base magic power that he already has should be there. But Toy, on the other hand, also has the Swift Trinity. So in this particular situation, is it advantageous for Toy or better for Skylar?
If a fight breaks out, I think Skylar has a much better time just staying in the fight, because all he has to do is watch out for Edok and Dairon, and those are both very telegraphed engage tools, right? The Slam, Pass, the Tsunami Slam as well. Whereas for Toy, he's gonna try and fight in range of the Dark Wave, and Lutpi has been on point with it. So because of the short range, he's always susceptible to a lot more danger compared to Skylar.
I guess it depends again, right? If that's the case. Because if, let's say, Toy comes into the team fight a little later, as soon as these resources have been depleted, then I think there is a world where we do see RRQ being able to win a team fight.
Okay. I think it is possible, but again, at this point, Onyx are just playing so calculated, even when they have this lead. So they need to wait for some kind of overextension, some kind of mistake. And this is bad because RRQ, they're a proactive kind of team. They want to make the plays happen.
And Onyx are already on the lure now. 8,000 gold lead. Dairon caught alone, gonna be taunted down. It's gonna be the all-in. Oh man! They popped the glue. They popped the good SOD. Kaisa with a retry though. Again, learning from past mistakes. Never letting it go to a basic attack.
That was so close though. That was so close. At the edge of the seat close. But yes, Onyx do still secure the Lord. That 8,000 has now increased to 9,000, and they don't lose a single person. Onyx also have adjusted in these team fights. They know that the biggest threat to Skylar at the moment is Dairon, so they take him out first. Toy!
Oh!
One hit away from being taken down.
What? They can't even go for it, man. The quad shadow didn't land on Sans. Or sorry, on Skylar, and look at Zunesh. Oh, thank goodness Skylar didn't bring Flicker. That could have been bad.
Could have still went for an aggressive move and got it there. Base defense for RRQ. Not the best clear, but they have tools to deter Onyx from jumping in and making a risky fight.
Uh-oh, Dark Wave from down again. Dairon able to flicker out to safety. Toy buys the Rose Gold. Bottom lane turret and top still intact. The Skylar walks up. They should have been a bit of damage back. The Mount of Shocker thrown away as well. RRQ still holding on to it now. Dairon trying to go for a play. Skylar baited out the Purify away already. And Lutpi actually stays for a bit too long. Gets punished by Zunesh as Onyx failed to take a second turret. Zunesh with Quad Shadow landing on Sans. Still has to purify. RWM coming down as well. A lot of damage placed on SOD. Landing now. Toy with his dive in the back line now, trying to cut away. Almost getting it. Gets slayed by Kai to take the mega kill. And Onyx decide they've had enough.
2-for-2 trade. Toy gets taken down, but not before he was able to get that shutdown onto Sans. So that was huge. Inhibitor turrets on the side lanes are also still intact. So considering the 9,000 gold lead that we're seeing from the Sky Kings, I would say it's not as bad for RRQ.
And it started here. If you take a look at the replay by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy series, with Lutfi overextending, and then Sans caught lacking a little bit.
Great shutdown.
And Toy immediately jumps on the chance. It doesn't even matter if he trades his life for it. And with that gold, hopefully RRQ can try and find something here. 9k gold lead still though. And again, unless RRQ shut down multiple of the carries in the backline, with 9k gold of an advantage, Skylar and Kyrie, and even Sans to a degree, can carry a team fight.
Lantern for Skylar.
As we get into the later portions of the game, though, this gold lead will really start to get relevant. It's all about how they get the far lane control. And fortunately for RRQ, they still have a shot because there's no base turret taken down on the side, which means they can constantly still play with the far lane, but they've got to deal with it constantly still. It's very low, the base turrets in the side lanes. Keyboy could very easily, if it's poked down a bit more, walk up and get the hit to take it down. And it's actually Keyboy who's sent to deal with it because he has an AOG.
On the other side, though, RRQ, they do have a Moskov. They can play that split push angle. Look at Keyboy, though. Wait.
Oh, he got the taunt! No way! Feather Airstrike almost catching Toy. And they baited out the Rose Gold. A flicker out from Toy with just the Feathered Airstrike. Now the Mountain Shocker coming down. Oh, look at gets the passive in on Zunesh. The AOG lands on Enoch. Keyboy gonna be taken down here. Oh, still able to survive for a bit longer. Ends up being mounted down. Toy, no flicker in. Sans the walk up gets the kill. The RWM failing to get another as Kai walks up, getting pinned down, has the mortality. Lutfi over to Dyron. Tries his best to survive, flickers in, but gets torn down by Skylar on the Harith. And now it's just Rins and Edok, the duo from Aceh. Can they do it? Kai pops it around the shocker. Skylar walks up. Edok looks for the Tsunami Slam, gets purified out of it and won't be able to do it. No minions though. That's an Immortality pop. Lutfi taken down as well. Kai walking away as Rins looks for the attack again. Onyx forced to back. Rins and Edok able to defend.
Almost an end angle there for the Sky Kings, 2-0ing RRQ. But the fact of the matter is, without the minions, they were unable to look for it. Kyrie's caught a little bit low, so it looks like Skylar is the one to be sent in. That's an SOD landing. Do they gonna go for a Zunesh steal?
Oh, Toy has already used the SOD. The Feather Airstrike gets baited out. Zunesh is looking for the play. The RWM comes down. They're going to force it now. Zunesh wins it. Pops in the shadow kill, but doesn't have the quad shadow, so he's as good as dead. But he's done the deed, the job for RRQ.
No way. The clutch play from Zunesh there. Onyx even stopped hitting the Lord. Wanted to deny it for sure away from the potential 50-50, but Zunesh and Rins together got enough damage, got it away. But look at Sans now, still so deep behind enemy lines. RRQ won't be able to push or get any objectives, but they have bought precious time here if they really want to try and go for the geekable angle.
Remember, it was almost a 10,000 gold lead for Onyx. And we're stuck here in 18 minutes. Onyx unable to look for a close angle. Zunesh buying amazing time. That's the Feather Airstrike opened up. The tower finally does go down, but it's on the same side to the next time that Lord is going to be spawning. And plus, exactly, Toy gets a tower in the bottom side of the map.
He's doing work, man. A whole lot of work. It really comes down to Toy if they want to win this game, and Toy has been quite phenomenal, having to force Onyx to make creative flanks to actually deal with him.
But you're seeing Onyx still adjust, still find a way to kind of solve the issue here. With the Moskov able to split push again, I wonder if Onyx are going to set up a trap, because we've seen that happen when RRQ are maybe relying on the far lane a bit too much.
Huh? Lutfi? Okay.
Hold up. Good flicker from Rins. Great reaction. Pops it out of him. Looks for an engage, but Sans takes him out. Oh no! A bit too aggressive on the RWM. Skylar looking for the damage against Zunash. The Wishing Lantern on him. The AOG locks Enoch down for the taunt as well. He gets out with the flicker though, however. And it ends up being 1-4-0. And thankfully for RRQ, there's no Lord to capitalize on.
Yeah, not just yet. You can see that Sans also picks up the Holy Crystal there, so they're going a lot more aggro than they already are, more damage for Sans. So Rins really has to be careful. Otherwise, something similar might happen. It looks like Onyx are still on it. Looking for a trade there in the bottom side of the map. They're pushing in. Do they want to commit to this push?
Oh, way too aggressive with the feather airstrike, does a lot of damage to the back. An immortality by Enoch, but the Mountain Shocker with the Synchro Fission is too much for them to deal with. Dyren shot down by Kai, who gets a double on RWM a bit too early, out of bounds. Now a taunt over, buys the immortality in time. His immortality pop, Toy trying his best to turn things around, but look at Skylar and Sans. An immortality buy for Sans. Skylar tagging it up, almost the kill under the fountain, and Skylar gets the job done. Onyx, despite a shaky late game, will celebrate on the corpses of RRQ Hoshi.
Look at the celebration coming in the gaming house. Kyrie and his expressions. 37 times these two teams have met, but this time Onyx will one-up the Kings of Kings, leading 19-18 victories against RRQ. And we wouldn't have it any other way. Action-packed, dominated by Onyx, still uncontested, #1 on the standings at MPL ID Season 16.
Man, that was a rough game, and RRQ made it seem possible. For a second there, you could believe that the comeback was starting, but Onyx immediately put them in their place, man. What a great game from both teams, honestly. Unfortunately, it's a sweep 2-0, but you're seeing great stuff here from both teams, man. The foresight, the strategies, even the way they were going for these team fights. These are just great Mobile Legends. Why am I being kingdom?
Because you're a kingdom.
You're a kingdom, man. Oh man, Arashi, how does it feel right
producer.
now, man?
I wish that RRQ could do a bit more, right? Make it a 2-1, made a comeback there. But all things considered, like if I was in their shoes in game number 2, I was done by minute 10, dude. The fact that they were able to stretch it out, they were able to get the shutdown on Sans.
Oh man,
there were some moments there where you can kind of appreciate. Okay, not happy about it, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is.
Man, I mean,
Rashi,
there's tissue right there, Rashi. Turtle's giving you tissue. I gotta say though, Kai is a savage for pulling. I forgot what this pose was, but we have to do it now for Kai, guys. We have to do it. We have to do the celebration, like this, and then that's like a Filipino meme. Hey, you gotta do it right. What is that?
What's wrong with
Rashi, do it, Arashi. Do it, Arashi.
There you go. Good zoom in. Good
we gotta do it for Kai. Do it. That's an L, right? He's not sending it.
I gotta do it too.
Arashi, can do it.
Like this?
Do it. Yeah!
Nice.
Okay, chat just told me the name of it. I forgot about it. It's the Alden Richards pose. So.
Alden Richards?
Alden Richards, yeah.
More context, maybe? No?
He did it in a photo shoot, and it
okay,
became a meme, dude. Like a massive meme. Everybody's doing it. Even on the Philippines, so it's okay. Yeah. The whole chat's doing this now.
How?
They're putting the emojis, man.
Oh.
Is that how it works?
Right,
Interesting.
That's how it works.
Oh boy.
Oh man, I'm a little bit sad. Dyren coming back for the Royal Derby, that was so hype, but 2-0 on it, guys. Rashi, what's up with RQ?
I mean,
I think this was expected though, right? No, Rashi? Yes, Kingdom, trust the process, but this matchup in particular, I think we kind of knew Sonic, right?
I think we know like the odds are still very much in favor of Onyx. Like realistically speaking here, right? With some of the changes, with the experiments they're doing with the roster as well. Okay, all right, man. I wish that play like that Rins made paid out though, because we've seen that from him before, right? When he's all the way in front, and you can kind of imagine how he's feeling. He's seeing Onyx pull back away, and he's like, "Oh, if I catch them here, it's gonna force Onyx to stay just a bit longer." But unfortunately for him, his team wasn't close enough to capitalize, and he fell short. If that worked out, maybe the game could have been closer and all that. All these what ifs though, not relevant. Didn't happen.
Sag.
Oh, Arashi, you gotta do some more work though.
Oh my god, and he has to translate for Onyx.
It's okay.
I think the idea was he was gonna translate for RQ because maybe but unfortunately it's okay.
Hey, we
so
professional. We professional. We do what is required. Yes, no problem.
Well, you're
No
Italian.
problem.
Right?
It's a family recipe.
Onyx beat RQ so hard, the kingdom
man.
turned Italian.
How would that even happen, dude?
I
Oh
have
boy.
no idea.
Alright, so we're waiting. I wonder what Onyx will say. Is it gonna be a respect thing? Is it gonna be like
Ooh, I hope it's Kai.
We beat him.
He seems fired up.
No,
Kai
because
seems
also
super fired up, dude. Like ever
But,
since he
like-
started gymming.
no, but also remember that there was like behind the scenes drama between Sans, Kyrie, and RQ.
And Rins.
Not just with Rins, but do you remember that clip that aired
Which one?
about Sans
Oh,
and Kyrie
yeah,
and like
yeah,
the
yeah,
clown
yeah.
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then after that, the Kingdom was like super upset with what Kyrie said.
Oh man, Onyx versus RQ. This war will continue, man. The battle. Right
They're
now,
not-
it's an Onyx win.
They're not royal besties anymore, it seems.
Ooh, Royal.
Royal rivals, the RR.
No, there's what's Royal Nemesis.
Royal
Royal
Nemesis.
Interesting.
I like that. I like
I
that.
had to think about that. Yeah, a bit. I was like,
We can
wait,
double
what's
it like the Game
there's
of
a word for
Thrones
this
moment. Because they're both kings, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Thrones. Ooh.
Right now, it's looking like a Targaryen versus a pretty small house.
Which one has dragons? Onyx?
Targaryen.
Yeah, because like they're conquering right now. It's like the Targaryen era with dragons.
And they fly as Sky Kings, like.
Yeah.
Thematically,
RQ
just
RQ are just lords right now. They can't handle the dragons.
Or are they
For
Lannisters?
For now.
Oh, they got the money. That's actually
Wait
you
a
know,
minute.
like Lannisters.
Right?
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
We're cooking, Chad. We're cooking. All right.
But it looks like the interview is ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the winner's interview with Onyx and Arashi's translation.
Skylar, apa kabar Lutfi?
How you guys doing? He says.
Oke,
They're good,
gimana
they're healthy.
pembuktian Skylar ternyata masih mendapatkan kemenangan atas Toy yang digadang-gadang.
How does it feel to prove yourself, Skylar, getting a victory against Toy?
Match ini.
Oke. Kayaknya oke.
Apa?
He says, I think I just got lucky. Oke, he says.
Jawaban itu udah kita ban dari MPL. Yang lain coba
Oke,
ya.
Bude udah gak ada.
Oh, Lin says we banned that answer from the MPL. Give us something else.
Di ban itu jawabannya.
Nice.
Apa ya?
He's thinking. He's cooking.
Apa tadi lupa?
He's looking for answers from Adi.
Gimana Skylar menang atas
Menang lawan
Toy?
Toy,
Yang
menang
diga-
lawan Toy.
Iya.
How does it feel going up against Toy?
Ya, senang sih.
Kesulitan
Udah,
nggak?
he's happy.
Udah. Kesulitan nggak? Kesulitan nggak lawan Toy?
Was it difficult?
Sulit banget soalnya jago banget.
Apa
Very difficult because he's very good. Okay.
Landing sama team fight-nya.
Why is he good?
Nah,
Because of the
Lutfi.
laning and the team fights.
Berkat Lutfi,
Apa
upload
Lutfi?
Jadi astaga Lutfi bersinar nih di game 1 nih. Itu
That's a
apa yang
shining
membuat
performance on that
Lutfi
Arlet
bener-bener
game 1.
Bersinar sekali chemistry-nya sama Skylar loh tadi.
What made that work so well? The chemistry with Skylar as well? What's that about?
Gara-gara kita ini sih sering berduaan.
Kok Cause we spend time with just the two of us a lot. He
Bondingnya
says.
berarti apa aja nih?
Main bola,
Sas.
terus ya.
Oh, so they play soccer,
ping-pong,
football, ping pong.
main
What are you laughing about? Dude?
Iya.
Oh, aktivitinya.
Pengen tahu dong
Right,
dari
so they do a lot of
Skylar
activities
dan Skylar
with each other, so that's the chemistry being built.
Lihat ada jungle baru, Zunes dan wah mekaniknya dahsyat. Gimana sih dari
Right.
penglihatan Skylar?
Looking at a new jungler from RRQ, Zunesh, with the crazy mechanics, what do you feel?
Nggak expect dia selincah itulah main atas.
Skylar says it's difficult because we didn't expect him to be all that flashy with it.
Berarti kalau menurut mereka berdua agresif, oke kita tanya Skylar.
going
Ini
on?
kalau menurut Skylar agresif. Nah, tadi Skylar itu kan berhasil menghadapi RRQ. Menurut Skylar, apa yang membuat kalian bisa menang atas RRQ?
So, Skylar, what do you think allows you to get that victory against RRQ in that match?
Karena ini sih kita lumayan
What factors?
mendominasi lah di waktu di early, terus kita lumayan disiplin kan, jadi kita ya.
So Lupi says they dominated the early game and then they maintained that discipline, so they didn't give a chance to RRQ.
Lutfi sih, ya disiplin dan emang Lutfi sih. Aku nggak tahu ya, apakah Lutfi ngerasa Lutfi lagi bener-bener bersinar banget. Lutfi ngerasa nggak sih kayak ada improvement dari Lutfi dari musim ke musim, terutama di musim
Lutfi,
ini yang kayaknya udah
do you
mulai
feel like
paling
you've
matang
improved
di
a
sini?
lot compared to your first season? Because you're shining right now, Professor KB says.
Kalau dari aku sendiri nggak kerasa sih ya, kayak main biasa aja.
So he says he doesn't feel it. He just plays as usual. Turns out that's the way it is.
Oh iya. Oke, Skylar, kita lihat kan
Back to
di sini
Skylar.
udah memberikan pembuktian untuk Toy. Nah, apakah Skylar di Royal Derby jilid kedua ingin bertemu dengan Toy lagi atau bahkan Skylar akan kasih
Right.
kesempatan untuk Savero bertemu dengan Toy?
Do you still want to meet
Tahu sih itu balik lagi tergantung coaching staff juga.
still want to meet Toy in the second leg, right? Or do you want to let Savero have a chance?
Kalau yang paling nyusahin di game tadi siapa sih ini buat Skylar?
Apa ya?
He's saying, who's the most difficult to deal with in that game?
Banyak sih ya, Rins.
Satu
Rins sih
dong,
paling.
target satu aja nih yang paling kayak
Target satu. Ya, mungkin
Skylar mentioned wins, but he's Dyren. He says Dyren was the most troublesome in that game.
Kenapa aku juga digangguin tadi sama Diren?
Oh dia oke.
Lutfi saying like, yeah, Dyren was getting in my way too.
Yang paling pas lawan Onyx tadi.
Oke. Tapi Skylar perasaannya Royal Derby tapi kali ini di tim yang berbeda.
How do you feel doing the Royal Derby from the other side, Skylar?
Apa ya? Gak jauh beda sih, cuman kayak gua ngerasa apa ya, vibes-nya mungkin
Saying not so different, but the vibes are.
apa kayak ini sih kayak sama-sama aja sih, cuman di sini kayak apa ya, lebih bersatu kita.
There's more unity, he says.
Aku penasaran sama Skylar sih. Mungkin aku akan lebih bertanya juga kayak Skylar di sebuah interview, apalagi di VT tadi ya sebelum kita memulai Royal Derby, ada quote on quote Skylar bilang sistemnya beda di Onyx. Nah, apa nih yang ngebuat sistemnya yang mungkin
Skylar mentioned that the system is different in Onyx. So hey, what do you mean that the system is different between RRQ and Onyx?
Sistem.
He's laughing.
Boy. Ini diganggu nih, sorry. Apa tadi?
Ya, sistem apa yang Skylar maksud di Onyx tuh beda sama tim-tim yang Skylar sebelumnya.
What's the system, bro?
Apa ya, mungkin dari segi chemistry lebih ini sih cepat kita bersatu ya. Lebih cepat bersatu. Iya, soalnya ada bonding.
Chemistry is built a lot faster.
Juga jadi kayak lumayan mempercepat lah adaptasinya.
And there's coaching every week, so it kind of it speeds up the adaptations.
Oke.
Nah,
Kalau gitu,
kalau buat
ini-
Lutfi, aku ada pertanyaan sedikit buat Lutfi nih, Ranger Mas. Tadi kan
Another
kita
question
lihat ya, Lutfi
for
ini kan
Lutfi.
berhadapannya sama Diren. Nah, leg kedua nih masih
Right.
mau
He's up against Dyren.
mau nyoba sama
Do you still want to meet Dyren again in the second leg? You know, do you feel like there's unfinished business?
Soalnya kemarin ini kan si Res juga lagi win streak kan.
Oh, he wants to go up against Rez, because Rez is on a win streak apparently.
Res, leg kedua turun atau gimana? Undangannya mungkin?
Enggak lah.
Right. Message for Rez?
Kan pernah setim juga kan. Ya pengen lawan aja.
No, he's saying he used to be in the same team with Rez, right? So he wants to, you know, see how it is to go up against him.
Berarti yang terakhir dari Skylar boleh ding, boleh minta
Last question to Skylar.
teman Sonic yang udah dukung nih di online kita.
Makasih
Words
banyak
for the
buat
Sonics.
Sonic yang udah dukung kita dimanapun itu. Terima kasih. Dan kita alhamdulillah kita kasih yang terbaik juga di Royal Derby.
Alright. Thanks for all the Sonics supporting us. We give the best in this World Derby. Don't forget to support us tomorrow as well against Alter Ego.
Semoga hasil baik selalu untuk Onyx ya, biar kita bisa interview.
That's it.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Solid stuff. Thank you so much, Rashi, for that translation. I wouldn't have understood if you didn't translate.
Yeah, dude, I don't speak Indonesian. That's why we're English
neither.
casters.
Does that not include me as well? Am I not an English caster?
Clearly not. You were translating like a G.
Good stuff.
You're an English translator. You're not an English caster, Rash.
Oh, I'm gonna switch careers soon enough. That's a good. I mean, I'm glad to see Skylar happy though, right? He seems to be enjoying his time in Onyx. So
yeah,
I guess, good for him. Good for him.
He was laughing
You
a
sound
lot.
You sound like a kind of salty ex here, Rashi, but it's okay. It's okay.
Have a good life, Skylar. Have a good life.
Take care.
Oh man.
But we do have to crown our MVP or our player of the match for the Royal Derby here. Leg number 1 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It's Sans on the Farsa. Game 1, it was crazy stuff from the Jushin. Really helped facilitate the Arlet from Lutpi to get that MVP as well. Game number 2, nothing short of aggressive, nothing short of impactful on the Farsa too.
Despite the fact that RRQ were really trying to pressure, there's a lot of dangers in this game number 2 for Sans, right? Toy, Zunesh, Dairon, everyone has a chance to really get to him, but as you can see, the positioning, the decision making on when to start using the Feather Airstrike was so on point by Sans. For the most part, it seems like he wasn't being targeted, but he really was, And you gotta give credit to the rest of the team as well, because the SOD from Toy isn't bad. He's not a player that's known to really miss on a lot of those SODs, but in this game, Onyx did a great job, predicting it, being aware of it, so you didn't see a lot of chances for Toy to get to the backline, and we know how it is when a late game Moskov arrives right behind you. This moment right here was great from RRQ. In the midst of a huge deficit, they were able to get a Lord still, but afterwards, this was the moment I was talking about, man. Rince tried to kind of keep Onyx around for just a bit longer, force them to overstay, but unfortunately, didn't quite work out. The Feather Airstrike deleted them in 2 bolts, basically. And from there, the whole team just goes in, calm, cool, collected, ends the game right there.
GG. Man. It was just unfortunate, man. The fact that they really have a grudge against Rins, dude. Like, there was no reason to dive like that for Sans changing items in front of it. And technically destroying his own KD. Mans could have actually survived with a much better KD had he not died there. But for Onyx, at this point, it isn't just about KD. It's not even about like winning the regular season. It's about sending a message, because it seems all the others, all the other things that I mentioned are guaranteed.
Indeed, man. Looking at the items here, it's getting to a point at almost 21 minutes where RRQ, they were catching up in items. You're seeing the damage from Toy in particular really ramp up, right? Whenever Lutpi and Keyboy were in the front, you saw several times Sans, Kyrie, Skylar, they almost got taken out just purely from the splash damage through the Moskov passive. But they played well around it. And that highlights again the fact that Toy is on this Moskov and he had not much of other options available to him. They made it quite difficult for him to reliably and safely do some of that damage. He has to take a risk one way or the other, and Onyx did a great job saving some big damage tools just to ensure that even if Toy does make the call to go in, he immediately needs to respect, jump back out, switch items, and just like that, his damage numbers just started plummeting.
You can see again, if you take a look at the damage charts here, everywhere, especially Sans. This is the reason we gave him the player of the match, constantly doing so much damage and really just enabling the team. A couple of times, yes, getting picked off, but that was more of, Toy just finding really good angles, and in the end, Sans really looking to kill Rins. The solo kill on Rins, not really a solo kill, but the turn that he did on Rins after Rins tried to turn it on Onyx. The play in the bottom lane as well, getting those big feather airstrikes towards the end of the game, really nailed RQ to the ground.
Nail.
Yes,
He's in Bigachon, I think.
Yeah,
That's Niall.
Exonic, by the way. Nail.
Well, that always seems to happen, huh? The artillery duel, the Rin Sans quick draw, and so far Sans has gotten the better of him. So hey,
Ooh,
you
every
mentioned
time
it, Mirko.
so far.
You mentioned it, Mirko. Like sometimes maybe you're not a quick draw artist. Maybe your strength lies elsewhere, perhaps.
Sharpshooter,
right?
or as Eternal likes to say, Sarpshooter.
Sharpshooter.
Could be a Sarpshooter instead of a quick draw,
Sharpshooter. That's Heist, right?
Yeah, the Ghani's goal is a Sarpshooter.
Oh, I miss Mr. Sharpshooter.
He was streaming. He was here earlier. Remember?
Yeah.
He was in the MLBBX streamer.
That's true. That's true. But he's streaming now. So.
Hey guys, today was so good.
Yeah.
Get another good time in. I'm sorry. I really love good time.
I want one.
I think I used up my good time earlier. It's not really good times right now.
Bad time.
I'll let y'all enjoy it though, because it is a great cookie, man. I don't know if there's any other replacements. Like I don't think any snack, any meal kind of hits the same spot that good time does.
There is, but it's still good time. It's good time with milk, dude.
Well, I'm
it.
saying, something else, something different.
Have you tried it with ice
milk
cream?
is great.
With ice cream.
Oh, bro, can you imagine like vanilla ice cream with good time?
Haven't tried that.
It's almost as sweet as the standings right now because BTR on top, baby.
Does it actually put BTR up on top? I guess we'll take
We're
a
up
look
there.
now. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh
What
my
season is
lord.
it? What season is it?
This looks like season 7,
Season 7.
I know, right?
Wow.
Dude.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Do you know what hurts me the most, guys?
TLID being on
So-
my place.
Team Liquid.
Not just that, but I was watching yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And I was looking at the comments, and people were saying TLID back to Aura Fire form.
Oh.
And I was like, that is so mean, but true.
Oh man.
Hey man, I know Mr. Daniel can feel it too, I'm so sorry for those jokes, Mr. Daniel, but it's kind of true right now, They gotta turn the franchise around. It's pretty bad right now. 0-4.
Oh boy. And they've had interesting moves themselves as well. So I think the fans overall are just curious what's gonna happen. But if you're curious about what's gonna happen tomorrow, woo!
Oh,
Tomorrow's schedule, match 1, Dewa versus BTR, followed by Alter Ego Onic, and last but not least, TLID versus Navi. This is like Navi versus the new Navi.
Oh,
you know what I'm
saying? Hey. Aura was the real original Navi, alright? They
That's
did it
true.
before Navi did it. Come on, you can't be like that.
Okay.
And now we kind of followed in their footsteps, if anything. So,
you want to know something cool? Season 7, when Aura Fire went 0-14, the next season they made it to playoffs. So Navi went 0-16 last season. Who knows? Maybe might be able to make it to playoffs this season.
Are you saying TL's not going to make it to playoffs?
I mean, I said that before the season started.
Yeah, it's not looking good. And I think it's a Sariko moment again tomorrow.
Oh, a what moment?
Sariko.
But for TL this time, not Nino.
No, because Alter Ego's playing Onic.
Yep.
You think Alter Ego just are gonna lose out against Onic? You think
Yeah.
they have no chance?
After their performance
that's
against
fair.
RQ, yes.
That's fair.
We ain't trying to be
RQ?
rude, but looking at the
You mean
odds.
BTR?
Huh? No, after
Alter Ego
seeing the
got-
dominance of Onic from
Ah,
RQ.
okay.
Okay, alright.
I thought, okay. It's mixed up.
Calm
it's
down.
getting late. We've had a
Calm
long
down.
day.
Calm down.
Uber's gold. Uber's gold.
as gold, guys. I think we've been talking about this season after season after season.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we're all gamers, but we also need to think about our future.
What a
I'm kidding.
gamer. What? What do you mean? So gamers don't think about future?
I'm kidding.
Hey, it's on the other side. Gamers need to care about the future, right? Because hey, there's only one way we can afford all these gaming phones, like the Samsung, the Z Folds, all that. Good times. We need to invest with UBS Gold. That's our security right there, man. Only with just 200,000 IDR, you can already start saving with UBS Gold bars. I got the 200,000 IDR one in the vending machine in season 12 or season 10 actually. It's flex.
I got some as well. I got even the special RRQ coin. That's a flex.
Whoa.
I got that as well. That's UBS too. So hey,
what a flex!
Fun stuff. Fun stuff.
Okay, I have my own flex.
Okay, what's the flex, man? What's the flex, man?
I had it before it was cool.
Wait, did we get given that?
No, I got this from like way back in the day, bro.
Dude, you know
I got it.
as well. Royal Dust. That's why. This is proof because I also got that package and guess what? Mine's are finished. It's finished. So you haven't used it. Ah,
no,
caught red-handed.
It's just the box.
Sure, open it.
I also got like a card with it.
He's gonna turn.
No,
open it.
Okay, wait.
Sleight of hand.
She's gonna take it out.
Yeah, it's here.
On cam.
Dude, there's a lot
it was in the box. Mine is finished, man. I'm just saying. You know, I actually use my Royal Dust.
You're seeing a bit of a bend. There.
Well, there you go, guys. So you guys want Royal Guard, and the price is super affordable, by the way, guys. Starting from just 30,000 IDR, you can already play like the MPL Pro players, especially for the collaboration with MPL.
Wee.
What does Cheryl say again? Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Salam indeed.
Oh boy. Well,
shout out to Cheryl.
We're gonna be live next week, right? So tomorrow is still online.
Yes, offline.
Next week. Get your tickets. id-mpl.com/ticket.
Check it out, yo.
Get it right now.
And this one too. Roundel versus Maybe.
This one
I think
too.
it might be Sway Low. So no Roundel. Sway Low versus Maybe.
Get it right now.
Oh, Nanail versus
Joe.
Or it might be Fabian. You know, he's back, it seems.
Get it right now.
And Gobs versus Yazuki.
Now.
Rashi, promote this one.
It's Shogun versus Zunish.
Get it right now.
It's gonna be an aggressive time, dude. Fights all over the place, supposedly.
This one.
Oh, this is my favorite. I love Moeza.
The junior versus the senior.
Moeza.
You know why junior senior? You know why junior senior? You guys know?
No.
Moeza was Geek Fam Junior, dude. And Beloyski is the roamer for the main team.
I see.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Very cool.
Okay, guys.
Golf clap.
Thank you. I love that information. But I also love this Superfans
Super
pick
fans.
for week 3, day number 2, 31.69%. Nice for RRQ, 31% for Onyx. Navi falling behind, 8.9%.
Wait, why is BTR all the way down? Guys!
No, it's because they didn't play today, probably. So they weren't talking about today. Oh, they did.
How is TLID? I'm getting trolled.
That's so funny.
Forgettable performance, Mirko.
That is actually so funny. What?
Oh, this is the updated one. Yes, there you go. That makes a whole lot more sense. Yes, there you go.
This is all time.
Overtook Navi, eh?
Yeah, Evos, the fans are going up. Geek Fam seems like they're going down, you know, after these performances, and I can't blame the fans.
Yeah. Honestly, I just think it's Mastika in the back rooms.
It's Mastika and Mr. Bomb.
Okay.
The two fams, man.
The two fams. Oh, well. TL, what's going on? Okay, you know what? It's fine.
That was a fast whip.
I'm used to this.
Are you? Oh yeah, you are. It happened before. Yeah, I'm sorry. I actually forgot.
I'm used to it.
I didn't mean to. Yeah.
Dang, that's rough.
I mean, it's better than like making it to playoffs and like not even surviving the second day.
Yeah, like Aura Season 8.
At least we have a
Or
trophy.
TL Season 13.
Where's your MPL trophy, Miracle?
Where's your major?
Dude, you can't keep using the major card, dude. What the heck?
Where's your third
Bro.
place at? Oh man, actually Team Liquid were second place in EWC, so I can't even do that. All right, never mind. I'm gonna take that back. You know, GG.
Oh, what a fun day.
Not for
Anything-
Arashi. He's pretty sad.
I'm leaving soon.
I mean, you're still number
4.
4
That's pretty good.
on the
BTR
standings.
overtook us.
So it's not too bad, right?
No, certainly. No. Of course not.
Well, anyway, that's the end for day number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We do still have one more day to close out the week,
more.
so we're gonna see how it all pans out because we want to say thank you once again to our sponsors. MPL ID Season 16 is powered by Moonton, supported by PBESI, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official coffee Good Day. Our partners in esports, we have Simpati, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Good Time, our advertisers Kacang Sukro and Yoritos. Of course, thank you so much once again to our suppliers, Head & Shoulders, UBS Gold, Royal Guard, as well as Imaginary. Once again, thank you as well to those of you guys back at home for tuning in to MPL ID. It's been me, Eterna Arashi, as well as Mirko, signing out for today. And we'll see you tomorrow for more MPL ID Season 16 Day 3, Week 3 action.
Rash!
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalan